All right, let's see. Are we live on the YouTubes? Okay, we have a live on the YouTubes. Let's go live on the TikToks. Do. Are we going to be live on the TikToks? There we go. We are live on the TikToks. Okay, cool. Sweet. Is the video working there? Is my TikTok video up and running? It shows me as live, but it doesn't show. Okay, there we go. I know there's a delay there, though. So, okay, cool. So we are live on the TikToks. Cool. Let's see. Got my controls set up. Got my notes. I got the control room. I got the chat. Okay. Ladies, gentlemen, Michael, we are ready to start another glorious live stream in the amazing beauty that is my channel, Skepticus. I know you guys, I know this is all you guys care about all week. I know this is the most important thing that you guys could do all week is to join my live stream. So congratulations. You've probably been sitting around anxiously all day, just waiting for that one moment when you can finally see my beautiful mug on your screen. So congratulations. Here I am. yeah, we need intro music here. I don't really have an intro music. I mean, we can do the or maybe the better type of intro music. That works too, you know. We are ready to start the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. So here we are. I'm not doing the preaching music. I mean, I have the preaching music on the soundboard, but the preaching music kind of has a purpose to it. You know, like I don't want to just start off everything with the preaching music. Let's see. Okay. So this is 100. Yeah, I guess it's 150 views on last TikTok. Damn, he's trending. Exactly. Yeah, I'm a TikTok superstar now. I did like you told me to do, like you suggested. So I put up a quick, just kind of, I don't know, teaser, preview, whatever video or TikTok earlier this afternoon. So, hey, Dale. Hey, Michael. Hey, Anka. We have, let's see, we have Oliver in the room. So welcome. Kind of the good early crew with us today, and I'm sure that we will get more of the regulars in as well. So thank you, everyone. We have a very full slate today of comments that have been coming in on recent videos. So this should be fun. Unless, of course, as is always the case, this is always the caveat that I throw out, that if you don't want to have me go through comments, then you can fix that by just calling in. Because if you call in, then we won't do the comments. I like to do the comments, but the comments are always kind of like a way to keep things flowing when we don't have callers. I'd love to maybe today, although you know what? I don't have the okay, I'm going to have to stop the TikTok and restart it real quick. Just a second. So I put up that's lame. So I put up dual layout. I know that most people on TikTok are in portrait view, but they have this dual layout feature. I know some of you guys don't care, but I'm just kind of giving you, Anka says if I call in, you're going to do more comments. I mean, yeah. Anka, you can always call in, but I've just noticed now I don't have the multi-guest view on TikTok, so let me restart that. Apparently, if you do dual layout mode, you can't do multi-guest. I guess you can't have people join. That's stupid. Everything about TikTok's platform pisses me off, man. I don't know what the hell is going on there. So I'm gonna end that really quick before I forget to do that. Let me end that. Yeah. And then let's do this live, I guess we'll have to do it in regular portrait mode then, which is fine. I don't care. But why is it you can't have multi-guest mode? Oh, because multi is for gaming. I still don't get that, Anka. So it's for gaming content. I mean, the multi-guest mode is what I need in order to have people be able to join, right? So you got, on TikTok, you got the join button. I know I also have the call link there, right? But in theory, you can join. So I don't know. It's strange. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to do it in landscape as well as portrait. But I'm sure for reasons, I guess. But, you know, c'est la vie. All right. We got, so let's kind of get through. Well, you say multi-layouts for gaming, but I mean, to me, multi-layout just means that you can easily show it in either layout depending on how you have your phone oriented. I don't know, but who knows? Who knows? All right. So a couple of quick announcements before we dive in. You guys have probably seen some of this stuff anyway, but I will just share some stuff in case anyone hasn't seen it, or in case anyone who's watching on the live stream, or excuse me, on the live stream replay and hasn't seen this. So I think it's pretty cool. Give me a second to pull this up here. We can show it on screen. Pull up the analytics and the videos. So let me move over to share my screen and we'll make this bigger. So if you guys didn't see my post on it, it's kind of cool that now after what, 15 months, 14, 15 months of doing the channel, I now have 1 million views on the long form content. I've really only been looking at the long form content views because, you know, I'm not counting. Here and there I've put up some shorts. I don't give a shit about shorts and long drama you guys don't care about, but YouTube just made shorts even a whole lot less appealing as far as I'm concerned, as from a content creator's perspective. So I didn't, you know, I don't care about the shorts views, and the live stream views are cool, of course, but you know, I was really interested in how many people have actually watched the long form content. So I now have over, did that go back to the, that went back to the, no, lifetime. Oh, there we go. Yeah, update, damn it. I now have 1 million views since the channel has started on the long form content. Of course, that doesn't mean that it's 1 million different people. It doesn't mean that all those people have watched every minute of every video that they've clicked on. Although I have pretty good retention rate for the people that watch the videos. Usually everything has at least like a 10 to 15 minute retention rate on the videos. So it's a lot of watch minutes. It's a lot of videos viewed. I have something like 300 or something videos total, 250 or something like that on the site. So it's just kind of cool. It's just a milestone. I normally don't care that much about milestones because it's like birthdays, you know, like who cares? It's just where you happen to be at this point around the sun, you know, like does it really make any difference in the cosmic sense? No. As I put in the post on the channel to celebrate this, it's not, you don't get anything for this. It's not like I get paid more money for this. The channel has been monetized now for almost a year. So it's, you know, that was a hurdle that got crossed quite a while ago. You don't get any special plaque. You don't get a silver play button or anything like that. But nevertheless, I thought it was cool, you know, like in my little channel with all of my homemade content and mostly entirely done by me, although there's some editing that's been helped by my wife. So she deserves some credit there on God-Free Bible Study. But for the most part, this has just been me constantly sitting here recording shit, watching other videos for inspiration and reacting to other videos, writing scripts, researching scripts, editing and editing some more. If you guys have ever done any video stuff, you know that the actual recording process is, depending upon what you're doing, is anywhere from 10 to 30 or 40% of the effort. Usually there's a lot more effort that goes into the editing and the graphics and all that other crap. So it's been a lot of work. Of course, I'm not bitching about it, but it's nice to be able to see the 1 million views because I'm fucking important. I'm a big deal. And, Anka says, it's a cool number. Numbers go up is cool. Yeah, I agree. So I normally don't care too much about these things, but this is one I thought, okay, that's neat. I've actually been watching it, the number, I don't watch it daily or anything, but every couple weeks I'll pull it up and see like where I'm at. And then this last time that I pulled it up, I said, oh, I just passed 1 million views. So I felt pretty good about that. I was like, yay. The only other milestone that I must admit will make me geeked, and I don't care if it sounds corny or whatever, but getting that silver play button, and I mean, I'm nowhere near that right now. It's a long ways off until I got to worry about that, because I have 15,000 and change subscribers right now, and you need 100,000 subscribers to get the play button. But I have to admit, like when I look at other content creators and they got the silver play button behind them, I'm like, ooh, that's cool. I want me the silver play button. Hell, even if my traffic, which would mean my AdSense revenue, even if my revenue wasn't higher, but I could just say, damn it, I've got 100,000 subscribers, that would be pretty cool. So that'll be the next thing that I probably care about a lot. I've stopped paying a lot of attention to like every time I get another 1,000 subscribers, and sometimes the subscriber view goes very slowly up. Like in the last month, I've gotten, I don't know, 100, 150 subscribers. I haven't gotten that many new subscribers. But anyway, I guess the next super milestone would be 100,000 subs, because then I'll get the shiny candy-like silver play button, But I thought the 1 million thing was cool. So I wanted to brag about it, which of course is also a way of saying thank you to everyone on this live stream. Not right now, everyone on the live stream watching later, everyone who watches the videos, everyone who comments, blah, blah, blah. I couldn't be here if it weren't for all of you. I couldn't be here if it weren't for all of the little people. Oh, I can't wait to get so really arrogant, fucking full of myself about everything. That'll be great. All right, so that was one announcement. I also want to mention really quickly here. Let me pull it up just to show you guys. I put up, once again, I put up a post about this, but in case you didn't see it, I did some organizing on the Discord, on our Discord. So I encourage you guys to check that out. I've told you before, as part of my pitch, about why I definitely, hey, Michael, you got the hello there. Why I ask people to join the Discord now. First, if for no better reason than the fact that if anything were to ever happen to my channel, this is a way that you can stay in touch with people. If YouTube were to ever, God forbid, like shut down my channel accidentally, and then I had to fight to get it back or any of that kind of shit, this would be some place that I can talk to people that I couldn't if my channel was like shut off for some erroneous reason. But another, I think, cool thing about the Discord is, I put some things here for anyone who wants to help me with content. And guys, I'm going to set up the members lounge and the members polls too, so that I need to set up a hook so that if you're a member on the channel, you'll automatically be added into here. I got to figure out how to do that. But right now, like if anybody wanted to give me video ideas, I have created a room for that. And if they want to show up, give me verses, like these problematic verses, either for me just to talk about on live streams or to put on skepticus.info, they can put that here. Sources, like a lot of this stuff mirrors what's on skepticus.info. So you guys can check that out and give me, thoughts and suggestions. I posted a bunch of info here about Socratic questions, but you guys are very welcome to add your own with other suggestions or what have you. If there are videos that you want me to react to, either with pre-recorded videos of my own or or on live streams, you can put those suggestions here. If there are contradictions from the Bible that we want to highlight, et cetera, et cetera. So that's another reason to be in the Discord if you are so inclined. So check that out. If you're not on this Discord already, get on there. Even if you're not really going to use it, if you're not a Discord person, it can be helpful for us in the future. So I would appreciate that. Quick acknowledgement here. So thank you, brother Michael. Appreciate you as always with the very generous tips that you give on the videos and on the live stream. So thank you very much. I always appreciate that. It's always nice to get a little coin from the people, giving me more encouragement to keep going. So I appreciate that so much. All right. So we've announced the 1 million wonderful milestone. We have talked about Discord. One last announcement for members right now, although obviously if you're, this will be applicable to anyone soon, but I put up a new video today. The VIP, you don't get to pick your miracles. This is the VIP miracle pass of Jesus, the thumbnail on this. Let me put it on screen. And that's available right now to members. It'll be available to everyone else on August 24th. And then I also recorded another video and got it about half edited today with regard to context. So that will be posted. You guys know the routine. It'll be posted first for members, and then it will go live in a couple weeks on the site. So new content coming out, cool stuff. Check it out. Keep your eyes open. All right. Clean up my screen here. Okay, there we go. So, yeah. All right. So, one more reminder there before we get into comments. So again, if anybody wants to call in, you can call in at the call-in link that's on the screen. The link is also in the description. The link is also pinned to the comments in YouTube. You can do the same from TikTok, although if you're on TikTok, you can also click the join button, which I actually haven't tested yet. So hopefully that works. I have a suspicion there could be sound issues around that, but I don't know that yet. So hopefully the TikTok joining button thingy works. Hopefully it's all magically awesome. And the first time someone actually calls in from TikTok, we will know for a fact whether or not that has worked as we believe that it should. And then we will continue to go from there. So moving into our comments. I picked the talking point of belief is not a choice, since that was most apropos for the most recent video that I had put up with regard to belief is a choice, or is it? I see we have Anka has joined us. How you doing, Anka?
Yes, I'm okay. TikTok will work. Everything will work.
Cool. Not that anyone would notice on the live stream either, but there's one other thing too that's just kind of cool for me is I got the audio. I mean, I'm sure I'm going to keep improving the audio every 3 weeks when I just get antsy, but I got the whole audio now to where I have, not only do I have the headphones, which I had a few weeks ago, but now I got I can hear my own voice in my headphones, which I couldn't before because I didn't have the right monitor cable. And I can also hear, if I play sounds or play a video, I can hear it come back through my headphones, which I did not have last week. So I'm professional.
Fancy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like a fucking sound engineer, man. I'm super fucking professional, man.
Wait, I think I hear my echo a little bit sometimes.
Oh, wait, let me change that. Now? Is that better?
Let me try. I hear a little bit still.
You hear a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, because I know the
why.
main echo there is from I accidentally had the speaker turned on in the Video Ninja thing.
Yeah, that's really weird.
But you still hear your voice?
When our sound interlaps, I hear myself even more.
That's strange. Let me try noise gate on. Try now. Talking. Or maybe voice isolation. Let me try that. That might help. I mean, the set label sounds good, I guess. Oliver says he hears an echo still.
You hear an echo on YouTube?
Yeah, that's not good. Let me see here.
Oh, yeah. I can hear it as well.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, let's see here. Where can we get play around with echo settings, testing. Try now. Anka, can you speak?
Yeah, I'm speaking right now.
Okay, now that turned you off. Okay, hold up. That's not good. So let's see if I put compressor. Speak now, Anka. Say something.
I'm speaking. Testing.
Testing. Okay. I don't hear the echo is the problem, so I can't tell. Testing.
Well, you did a fancy setup, and now there's echo, and it's all fucked.
Yeah, exactly. I was all patting myself on the back, and now everything's screwed up. Okay, I don't know what to do about it right now because I can't hear it. But Oliver, let me know if you keep hearing that. Do you hear an echo just when I'm talking? You know, not when.
Oh, it's echo when I'm talking. It's me echoing.
It's only you echoing to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to myself.
Let me see here. I don't know what else to change. I got maybe okay, say something again.
I'm saying something again.
No, I can't
I don't hear my echo now. Oh,
now you do though.
though.
Okay, so I know what's happening. I don't know how to fix it. So when I said that I have the ability to hear in the headphones now, like when there's sound being played on my system, I can hear it in my headphones, but I guess that's causing the echo. So let me see this. Try talking now.
I'm trying to talk now.
Still
I
the echo?
still hear myself.
Okay. But when you talk now, you don't hear the echo? No, right now when you want. Well, now
Right now I'm talking?
Well, that sucks.
There was no echo. Oh,
yeah,
no,
but that's because when I turn it off the monitor, then it keeps me from being able to hear it in my own headphones, which means I can't hear you speaking, which is not good. Try again. Can you say something now?
I'm trying again. I still hear myself.
Still hear yourself. Okay. So it's not about this volume. Not about this. Shit. Well, I know I can fix it if I just revert back to the prior setting. The problem is then
It's so good. We're gonna. Oh, it's even worse when you're speaking. It's like overlapping, and I hear myself like really, really loud.
All right, let me do this then. Hold up.
Just unplug everything. Yeah, finish the stream.
Okay, talk now.
I'm talking now, and I can't hear myself. That's nice.
Yeah.
But now you just reversed to the previous configuration, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, the only downside to this, it's not even that big of a deal, but the only downside is, like, the reason I changed the setup is because, when you have the headphones on, now I can hear your voice just perfect in my ears, which I could before I did this. But my own voice sounds weird and muted to myself because it's, it's coming, it's muffled by my own headphones. Whereas the way that I had it set up when we started the stream, I had, the monitor going back into my headphones of my own voice. So it's easier for me to hear myself. That being said, I mean, I know what I'm saying. I can hear myself, even if it's a little muffled through the headphones. So I'll work that out later. It's better to move forward without the echo than to just keep the echo, which will be annoying to viewers for the sake of just a slightly better audio effect in my ears. So we will move forward as such.
Yeah, you will spend like 6 hours after the stream playing with the settings to make it work.
Yeah, exactly. You know what was really weird too? And this is probably going to bore the shit out of people, but I'll just mention it really quickly. So the last stream we did a few days ago, and the first time I got it going through TikTok, and you had pinged me like, "Hey, you're still broadcasting." That should never have been able to happen because TikTok was only set up to have my OBS camera, and when I stopped OBS, I have no. It's like the TikTok Live software decided to just by default go back to my plain camera without going through OBS, even though I had that camera.
No. I think you stopped stream in OBS, but you haven't closed OBS. That's what happened.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
So the virtual camera continued working. So, and even if you would close OBS, then it would be just, the placeholder for OBS camera was the OBS logo in like blue background, but with your sound as well.
Okay.
It was not a big deal. Like you didn't really said anything, like a couple end words, but it's okay.
Exactly.
Like, no one really has seen it.
You all got to see me renew my KKK membership and all that stuff.
Yeah, but that's not a big deal. Like we already know.
Okay, so we got the echo taken care of. Thank you for letting me know, Oliver. Thank you for being patient with me while I got that figured out, and then we will dive into comments and
time for the comments.
Yep. And if anybody wants to call in and correct me on anything, you're always welcome to do that, whether that be on TikTok or on the YouTube Video Ninja link, whatever floats your boat.
By the way, unrelated question to all this stuff. Do you have is it Kindle? I think like an ebook thing.
I do not have one of those. No.
Unlucky.
What made you ask?
I'm trying to find a way. How can I pirate the Christ Before Jesus ebook?
Oh, I mean, I'm normally all about the piracy, but I don't have a Kindle, so I can't really do much to help you there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Okay, let me put this on screen.
I would love to buy this book because it's not even that expensive. I just can't because I'm in Russia. Like Amazon does not work.
Oh,
with
so
Russian
it's not even made available to you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cheesy. That sucks.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me mess with this a little bit. It's annoying me the way it's putting the words off the screen. And I know it's hard for people to even, see this stuff on screen anyway, but I still like to put it on screen in case somebody can actually see it. But okay, so the first comment was on the belief video from this week, and Anonymous says, and this is a bit to get through. You'll see why. I'll just bring this up and say that people also don't have free will. People are forced to think and do the types of things that their type of genetics and their types of life experiences force them to think and do throughout their life. For example, if you had the type of genetics that caused you to have a deformed amygdala, or that caused you to have Williams syndrome, or that caused you to be mentally handicapped, then that would have forced you to think and do other types of things throughout your life. Or if you would have been born and raised somewhere else on the planet, then you would have had other types of life experiences, and those experiences would have forced you to think and do other types of things throughout your life. And that wouldn't have been your fault that you exist and happen to be that way either. The only way the way people would be their fault is if they willingly created themselves and made themselves to be exactly the ways that they want to be. But it's not possible for anyone to create themselves, and so everyone, by no fault of their own, are forced to be whatever ways that their type of genetics and their types of life experiences force them to be throughout their life. Who and how someone happens to be is an extremely unfair lottery that is dependent on what type of genetics that they happen to have, and depending on what types of life experiences that they happen to have throughout their life. So a couple thoughts here. I'm not going to go deep into I'm not going to do a deep dive on this comment because this is a rabbit hole. And I even mentioned in the video about how whenever you start getting down the free will rabbit hole, it absolutely is the deepest and darkest of rabbit holes to go down, because it gets incredibly complex really fast. And I said in the video, like, we're not going down that rabbit hole because it would be another 12-hour video just trying to get through that. And even on this comment in the live stream, I'm not going to go totally into that, because that's something that's going to require a lot of independent attention to start tackling the whole free will thing. But I will say that Anonymous is correct to a certain extent. You know, I mentioned in the video talking about belief and choice that as much as I love me some atheists, sometimes I think that atheists go, and you don't have to be an atheist to not believe in free will, but I think it's more common that atheists don't believe in free will than theists or generically religious people. And I think
guess
that
I'm sorry. I think technically Christians should believe that there is no free will, but they don't because they like the idea of free will. But they technically should believe in that there is no free will because their God is omniscient and can't be wrong about what he knows. So he knows what choice they're gonna make even before they're born, and he can't be wrong about it. So, like, they just don't have free will by default, and they should believe it. But they just like the idea of free will.
Well, okay, so there are two ways to look at that. First of all, the doctrinal name for that would be Calvinists. Calvinists have some really wicked views, I think. And I know this really well because I grew up in Western Michigan most of my life, most of my time growing up. And Western Michigan is like a hotbed. Right. It's a hotbed of Dutch Reform kind of Calvinist movement, because Calvinism is not just a Dutch thing, but for whatever reason, Dutch people seem to have a much stronger tradition in Calvinism, and Western Michigan is very Dutch. And where was I going with that? So the funny thing is, if you talk to a hardcore Calvinist, someone who really understands their own doctrines, they will actually tell you, at least most of them will tell you, that they believe in free will, which is weird to hear them say that, because I would contend that every part of their hardcore doctrine negates or obviates free will, because they believe that that God knew before you were born whether or not you were going to hell or heaven. And they literally hold to this idea that God will make some people knowing full well that they are going to hell before they're ever born, which, to your point...
Oh, yeah, that's a crazy one, yeah.
Well, and to your point, I mean, I think that is the logical end game if you really want to go down this rabbit hole of believing that Yahweh is this perfectly omniscient being. Because it also depends on how you define omniscience, right? Because I think that one definition of omniscient would be to know everything that is. Well, one thing would be just I have all knowledge in my head. Like, I know all the physics equations, and I know how the universe works. Another more expansive definition of omniscience would be I know everything, all the static body of knowledge, but I also know in real time what's happening everywhere, like this kind of surveillance kind of omniscience, right? And then I would argue that the third, even more expansive view of omniscience is that, no, you know everything about the universe, you know everything that's happening right now, and you know everything that ever will happen. Like, you have perfect future sight. So if you take it all the way to that nth degree, that third level that I'm calling it, I'm sure there's probably a more formal philosophical tier system here that I'm not aware of. But if you take it all the way to that nth degree, then I think the only logical conclusion you can come to is that if there is a hell where some of us are going to burn in eternity forever with eternal conscious torment, and if you believe that God is fully omniscient, being the ultimate omniscience, like, everything past, present, and future, then you have no choice but to believe that God absolutely brings people into this world knowing damn well that he has created them for the inevitable end game that they will suffer an eternal conscious torment, which is fucking mind-blowing.
Isn't he like a pottery master that he makes clay into ways for some good stuff and into ways for some bad stuff, like blah blah blah, this verse?
Well, there's the verse from Romans that's, it's kind of like the New Testament version of Job, where, you know, like in Job, God basically browbeats Job and says, "Who are you to question me?" And in Romans, it's kind of the same thing, although it doesn't come directly from Yahweh, where it says, "Who is the clay to," something like, I'm not quoting it properly, but it's basically saying, you know, who is the clay to question the potter, right? Like, how dare you even question these things? But
that's what I was referring to. So
yeah,
like, it has something along the lines like the potter can make clay into like something good or something bad. Like you're not the one to question him.
Right. Which, I mean, to be fair, all analogies tend to break down if you push them too hard, and this is one that breaks down really, really, really fast, because clay is not sentient. Clay is not going to suffer for eternity if you fire it. You know, if you throw it into the fire. But you're right. That does come from Romans. Where are we going with all that? We're talking about free will. We're talking about omniscience. Yep. So I have definite thoughts about free will. I sometimes think, well, I know that theists sometimes represent this in very confusing ways, but I will also gladly tell you that sometimes even atheists, I think, really lose some key points with regard to free will. But I can't get into all of them in a live stream without turning this into my 3-hour diatribe on free will. And quite frankly, the subject is so dense that it's one of those subjects I don't want to just talk off the cuff. Like I want to actually create a script for that. You know, like I want to make a bunch of notes for that, because that's going to be really, really deep. One more thing about this comment though, and I'm pointing this out not because I'm bothered and not because I think that this is random, but this is just weird to me, because this person says, for example, if you had the type of genetics that caused you to have a deformed amygdala or that caused you to have Williams syndrome. My son has Williams syndrome. It's a pretty rare syndrome. I mean, it's not, you know, the most rare syndrome in the world, but there aren't a lot of people with Williams syndrome. Now, to be fair, I think mentioned on my live stream or on one of my videos or something once or twice in the history of this channel, I think I have said, yeah, my son has Williams syndrome. Of course, I don't, you know, tell you where he lives or anything like that, but just in general, I have a son that has Williams syndrome. And I thought that was really weird. I was like, did you randomly pull that up? Because normally if people just reach for an average syndrome, they'll pull up Down syndrome or something. You know what I mean? Like that's a very common thing to pull up. But
you might have read about it recently, so
yeah, it's probably just a weird, you know, coincidence. And I'm not trying to say like, oh my gosh, this person's stalking me or something like that. Like I first of all, even if they are, whatever. But I'm not trying to infer anything nefarious, but I read that. I was like, what? Like this comment came in an hour ago. I'm like, what? That's a weird random thing to throw out there when the content creator has a son that has Williams syndrome. But I think it's just a strange coincidence that I don't think that was planned at all. But I don't know. maybe I have a family member who's commenting on my shit, but they don't want to let me know, so they're just commenting under anonymous. You know, I have no idea.
Nah, it's probably just a coincidence.
I think that it probably is. Yeah. Okay. So moving on, I just wanted to bring that up because it was kind of weird, but I'm not going to get into that one, like I said, in deep detail, because that'll eat the whole damn live stream. So We'll move on to other comments. If anyone else wants to call in and set me straight or kick Anka off the line, or I mean, I wouldn't actually kick him off the line. He can hang out, but you guys, you know what I mean.
$100 and I leave the line.
That's right. That's right.
Donate now.
I love it. Okay, so this this comment is on the Christian experiment, right? I've gotten, it's kind of fun because every once in a while you put out a video that like gets a second or third life, you know, like it'll go through its original cycle, and then you can tell it gets, somehow the algorithm finds a new audience for it. So this morning, not that it went viral or any shit like that, but for a while I was getting like 200 or 300 hits an hour when it was already a week old, which is really rare for me. So then this person and all of the people that it got served to this morning were apparently like in the Christian crowd, and they didn't like my shit. So,
oh no.
This person, New Dog at Play, says, a person who does not receive God's words as a living word can't justify God's word. 3 times word, because they have never submitted their whole heart, mind, soul, and spirit over to Christ Jesus. Jesus will turn such people over to a reprobate mind that will not repent and profess Christ as the only begotten Son of God, who came to be a living sacrifice that we all should be saved. This is still the same sentence, by the way, just commas. So no, I don't expect anyone who has never been truly saved, redeemed, and sanctified by Christ to agree with the words of Christ Jesus or his apostles' words, comma, wide is the gate and narrow is the way to the kingdom of God. Truly repent and find out for yourself, comma, truly ask Jesus to forgive you and truly invite him into your heart and see for yourself and turn from your wicked ways, because turning from away from your sins, trespasses, and iniquity is true repentance, comma, you can't have one without the other. You can't serve 2 masters. You will hate the one and love the other. And then, of course, it ends with a comma. So my first thought here is that this person needs a new keyboard, because it seems like every place where they should put a period, maybe I'm trying to give them credit and assume that maybe they actually were trying to type periods and maybe their keyboard keeps putting commas. I don't know. But then on top of that, you know, like, this is a long comment that kind of goes on and on, but I can summarize this whole comment really. Like, they could have stopped after the first comma. Okay, so let's reread up to the first comma just so you see what I'm talking about. A person who does not receive God's words as a living word can't justify God's word because they have never submitted their whole heart, mind, soul, and spirit over to Christ Jesus. Translation: if you already haven't agreed to be Christian, if you already haven't decided that you want to accept the bullshit, then you're never going to understand or agree with the bullshit. In other words, this shit only makes sense if you have already presupposed that it makes sense. Whether this person, New Dog at Play, realizes it or not, and I suspect the answer is not, they have literally put up a thesis that says this shit only makes sense if you have already gone into it with the presupposition that it makes sense, because that is functionally what they have written in this whole long diatribe that they put in the comments.
You know what, Adam? That's a great retort.
It is a great retort.
But you have even greater retort. Can you pull up your thing, your doc with asking every stream for God to show himself?
Yes, you are correct.
That's what you did with an open heart and believing that God is all powerful to do this. So, like, that's what you do.
So here's
this is so great.
Yep. Here's what we have done. We have put this up now. This is the 3rd stream in a row now that we have put this up. Dear God of hiddenness, the undisputed hide-and-seek champion of the universe, Yahweh, please deliver one maple leaf to my desk by the end of this live stream. Love, Adam of Nola. And through the first
Hell yeah.
two instances, we have received no maple leaves at my desk. And I'm not exactly a betting man, although I do play high stakes, no limit poker. So I guess I am a betting man. If I were a betting man, I would bet a lot of money right now that I am never going to receive a maple leaf at my desk, that I am never going to get any answer from this whatsoever. And nevertheless, the bullshit.
Well, you know how they say, never say never. And you're with an open heart giving this message in front of Lord because he sees everything. So he might just decide to do this, you know?
Well, I mean, as long as we have already accepted the fact that if Jesus or God is even going to answer prayers, then sometimes apparently you just have to keep praying over and over and over again. It means under those auspices that you can never actually state that the experiment failed. Because if you have put in the condition that no matter how much God wants to answer your prayer, sometimes for whatever reason, you just have to keep praying the same prayer over and over and over again. Well, then that means that you won't actually know that it failed until you're fucking dead. Because as long as you're alive, you can always, as the believer, come back and say, no, you just have to keep praying. But, you know, I've been doing it for a year. No, you have to keep praying. But I've been doing it for a decade. No, he's going to answer it. You just have to keep praying. But I've been doing it since I was 2 years old. Nope, you just have to keep praying. You just have to keep praying. And you won't actually be able to prove that it failed until you're in the fucking ground.
I think if your ask is big, then it kind of makes sense that you need to pray for a long time, right? For like a year, 10 years, 20 years, whatever. If it's like a really, really big ask. But if it's just a maple leaf, it doesn't really make sense for you to pray more than like 2 times at least.
I know you're trying to be as accommodating as you can be to the theist worldview here, but I'm going to be the atheist.
Today I'm playing the angel advocate.
Exactly. And I'm just going to say bullshit. So if you ask for something that obviously takes time, I mean, even for God, if I said, look, I want the New Orleans Saints to win the Super Bowl this year. Well, obviously that can't be fulfilled until February at the earliest, because they're not even going to play the next Super Bowl until February. So I could pray once, or I could pray every day if I felt that would help. But ultimately, and then even if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, you could argue, well, they have to do a few more drafts. They have to pick up some free agents. You know, they have to build up their team. God is helping them build up their team in order to answer your prayer. So we could play that game if we wanted to, okay? But for things, if you ask for something that doesn't require some greater world building to play out over months or years, then what is the difference in asking an omnipotent creator for something once or asking it for 100 times? I mean, I'm assuming that the omnipotent creator God of the universe, according to Christian theology, heard me the first time.
Well,
right?
Technically, he didn't even know, like, he didn't even need to hear you because he already knows what you're going to ask for.
Well, that's true, too. Why do you even have to pray? You know, it's no matter what you want.
Your prayer has like no power because he already knows if you need to get it or not. So well, I'm sorry.
Exactly. But for most
things
maybe
in life,
he's
like not all powerful. Maybe he has some hearing problems. The dude is really old.
He is
old. So maybe he has some hearing problems. And science is atheistic, satanic, so he doesn't have a hearing aid. So you just need to pray more. He might just listen to you one time. He might hear you.
If you met Yahweh, Do you think he'd have one of those old timey horn things that they would hold to their
What
ear?
did you say?
Yeah,
What did you
exactly.
say?
And I'm sure he's going to talk
Are
in
you
like
boy?
he's got to talk in a really stereotypical old Jewish guy accent, like that would be perfect.
I don't know old Jewish accents. I don't even know Jewish accents.
I'm not even going to try to. I mean, I would know one if I heard it. I'm not going to try to do it because I
Can
don't
you
know
do
how.
him? Can you do him as an old Texan? Texan?
I mean, no, because I can't really do accents. You know what I mean? I can do generic Southern accent for you, but I don't know if it's a Texan accent.
Do we have someone in the chat who can do accents? Can they please join stage and like do old man's accents for us?
Well, we should have. So we should have someone who can do accents, and they could call in whenever needed, and they could even log in with the username of Yahweh or God or whatever, and then we could interview them.
Yeah, that would be fun. And one day it's actual Yahweh gonna connect, and he will not hear us because he has a poor hearing, and he's not gonna do impressions. He's just gonna be like, "What did you say? What did you say, little boy?" And we were like, "Yeah, great impression, Yahweh, right?" And he would be like, "Yeah, I'm Yahweh, like I'm a real Yahweh."
Could you imagine if we had someone on the line who would, like, let's say they called in all the time and they did their Yahweh impression or whatever, and we're laughing and having a good time, and then Yahweh actually called in and we're like, who's this other asshole that's trying, like we already have our Yahweh on the line. Stop screwing up the bit. That would be great.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
That would be really funny.
honestly, Yahweh could deliver the maple leaf, or he could just call in. Although that's with the obvious caveat, then how would you ever know that it's Yahweh that called in? I guess. But I mean, if it's Yahweh, you would think he would know how to make us know that it's actually Yahweh calling in.
He would just connect with and unmute himself because he can.
Well, I can't say this for Yahweh, but when it's kind of interesting when you read the Bible and they talk about angels, people never know who even the angel of the Lord, the Malach Yahweh, they never know, the Malach Adonai, I should say, they never know who the hell that this is an angel. In fact, the texts always say things like, well, they didn't know it was an angel until the dude told them that he's an angel. And then they're like, oh, then they're getting on their face, bowing down. And, I'm like, well, so apparently you'll believe anyone who tells you that he's an angel, right?
And people can't even tell if something was from Yahweh or not.
Give me a second here. Because this is really funny to me. Joshua 5:13. Let me put it up on screen. Get it here.
Happy birthday, Michael.
Oh, happy birthday, Michael. Awesome. So this was from the book of Joshua, understandably. It says, once when Joshua was by Jericho, he looked up and saw a man standing before him with a drawn sword in his hand. Now, this is where I think it gets funny. Joshua went to him and said, "Are you one of us or one of our adversaries?" Translation: there was nothing about this dude with a sword in his hand.
Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, exactly. Joshua was just like, I don't know. Are you one of my soldiers? Or are you one of the enemy? Who the hell are you? And the guy replies, "Neither, but as commander of the army of the Lord, I have now come." And Joshua fell on his face to the earth and worshipped. And he said to him, "What do you command your servant, my Lord?" The commander of the army of the Lord said to Joshua, "Remove the sandals from your feet, for the place where you stand is holy." And Joshua did so. That's the end of this particular story.
And then they washed the feet.
So,
nice.
So a couple of key things to take from this story. First of all, if you ever wanted to essentially just conquer all of the Israelites at once, all you would have to do is send some random dude up to their commander. The commander would say, "Who the hell are you?" And tell the random dude to tell the commander, "I am the angel of the Lord." And with no other evidence than the fact that you're a human or a human looking and you're holding a sword, he will then bow down to you and do whatever you say. So that's observation number one, which then by extension leads into observation number two, which is that apparently the angel of the Lord is so glorious as to be completely fucking indistinguishable from any random person walking around with a sword. So, wow. Yay, God. And then the third thing to take from this is that apparently the whole purpose of the angel of the Lord showing up in the first place was just to tell him to take off his damn sandals. It's like your grandma yelling at you to take your shoes off in the house. You know, like what really?
Observation fourth, feet again.
Yeah, exactly. And then once again, we got more foot fetish stuff going on.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
The Bible is truly an American book because so much feet fetish.
I like Dave Murphy's comment here. Let me throw this up on screen really quick. Dave Murphy says, humans have a tendency to anthropomorphize everything as if the human form is the peak physical form. That is so true. So you would think that everything from, the Bible that's supernatural would be obviously supernatural. But if you read, when you're reading the Old Testament and when it does talk about supernatural things, there's a couple ways to look at it. One is that you can assume that maybe ancient Hebrew men had no fucking imaginations, because half the time when they're giving you supernatural stuff, there's nothing about it that inherently seems supernatural. I mean, Balaam has a talking fucking donkey. Now, obviously, the fact that it talked to him would be the supernatural point. But before that, it was just a donkey. Okay. The angels tend to just look like people. And the only reason that we know that they're angels is because the narrative tells us that they're angels. Or even worse, because in the narrative, the angel tells someone else, "Yo, I'm an angel," which makes the average ancient Israelite sound like the most gullible motherfucker you've ever want to meet in your life. Like if all it took to convince Abraham, or I guess this is why the patriarchs had all of these visions and talks with God, because they were gullible as hell, because all it took was one person went up and lit the bush on fire. And then when Moses holy crap, there's a bush on fire, that person was like, yeah, that was God. And then Moses just believed him. Oh, well, then I guess I was talking to God. Apparently that's all the evidence that they needed. Just one person telling them, that this is it. You talk to God. It was a burning fucking bush, but we're supposed to believe, oh, that was God. I mean, this is one of the things I'd like to harp on. And I know it sounds like I'm being silly, but I'm actually being serious about this. When you are in the faith, it is so easy to sometimes forget how thick your God goggles are and how badly brainwashed you are, because shit that should sound crazy to you doesn't when you read it in the context of your book of fairy tales. And the reason I bring this up is because, I mentioned Moses. Could you imagine there's no mountains around New Orleans, but if I told you yesterday I walked up to some hill or something, and at the top of the hill there was a little bush that was on fire, which would be weird, but it's not exactly a miracle. Somehow lightning struck or something, some bush caught on fire. Okay. And oh, by the way, that means I saw God.
Some bushes do caught on fire.
Well,
naturally.
They still need a spark or something.
That climate.
Well, yeah. Well, even there, though, they need a spark. It's hot and yes, it's dry, but bushes
they
don't
just have some natural gases that can inflame. So
that could be, yeah. But could you imagine if your story then that you're telling all of your bros afterwards is, hey,
Dude, I
man.
talked with God. I was walking down the street and then I saw a dumpster on fire. Oh my God,
And it
dude.
was God. Or
It was
Abraham.
God for sure. And
Abraham
then I
talks to
saw a
God.
dude with a shiv
Yeah.
and I asked him, "Who are you?" And he said, "I'm your Lord. Take off your boots and give me your wallet." And I was like, "Yeah, dude.
And then I knew that I must have talked to God. Like, this is some
I
gullible
talked to
motherfuckers.
God."
And if you're Abraham, after having this ridiculous experience of talking to God, you come back, you tell everyone, hey, guess what? I talked to God, as if that doesn't sound crazy enough in the first place. And then you say, and guess what he told me? We all have to cut off a piece of our dicks.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Let me finish my pot and cut off my dick. By the way, I saw in chat someone, I think Oliver C. He told, according to according to Bible, angels look nothing like humans, but that's not true. Actually, there are like two places in the Bible where it talks about this seraphims, like angels with wings and eyes everywhere. I know one in
One is Revelation.
Isaiah, and another somewhere else.
The other is Revelation.
Maybe there is more, but there's like just couple verses that talk about them. But at the same time, there's in Old and New Testament both like multiple stories about angels that look like human appearing to humans.
Right. So
even if you remember, like in New Testament, in the story of Jesus' resurrection, in Luke and in Matthew, they're talking about human-like angels. So yeah.
Well, yeah. So there's a couple things to keep in mind there. One is that there's the cherubim and the seraphim, right? And the cherubim and the seraphim, as far as I know, the only place that they're actually described, I believe, is in Revelation, but I could be wrong on that. Now, there are other places
in Isaiah for sure.
I don't know, but that could be. I'm not saying you're wrong, but like usually what happens is people mix up stuff from Enoch. So Enoch has other descriptions that are more explicit. But keep in mind that in modern parlance, we tend to take the terms angel and cherubim and seraphim, and we tend to just use them interchangeably. And that's not
Isaiah
really
6:2.
Is it Isaiah 6:2?
Yeah, above him were seraphim, each with 6 wings. With 2 wings they covered their faces, and two they covered their feet, and with 2 they were flying.
Okay, yeah. Which basically just tells us that they have 6 wings.
Yeah, and it probably talks about eyes as well, if you go further, but yeah, like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, could be. But seraphim and cherubim and angel, although they often get used interchangeably by modern day Christians, are not necessarily the same thing. And specifically, cherubim and seraphim are rarely referenced in the Bible because cherubim and seraphim are truly considered to be like celestial realm kind of beings. I mean, I know that, like here's Isaiah talking about this vision or this prophecy, right? But for the most part, like there aren't, I think the only story of cherubim, not seraphim, but cherubim being on earth before Revelation comes from the Garden of Eden, because at the end of the story they put a cherubim there with a flaming sword too. But then repeatedly after that they refer to angels, and specifically they talk about the angel of the Lord, which is like the passage I just brought up with Joshua, where clearly he looks just like a man. There's also the famous passage of Sodom and Gomorrah, where God, Yahweh, shows up at Abraham's tent on his way to Sodom, and he's with 2 angels. And it's pretty clear from the text that the 2 angels are just dudes. Like, they just look like men. You know what I mean? So there's no description given there about the angels looking any different. And then when they go to when they go to Sodom, there's no reference there either to them being clearly physically different than anyone else. So it's, I mean, this is all conjecture as to how you want to read some of this shit. But my point is that
Yeah, and in Jesus' resurrection, it's also just young men's in
Right.
white tunics.
right, which that's always read to be an angel, right? And
Yeah.
I mean, I do believe that in terms of the mythology, it's supposed to be an angel. But if you actually just read the text, it doesn't say cherubim or cherub, I guess, because cherubim is plural. It doesn't say seraph, and it doesn't say angel. It just says there's a man sitting there. Like, I mean, you know, eventually when I get to that on Godfrey Bible study,
There are different places where angels appear. I think in Matthew, the angel appear on a stone that rolled away, and in Luke,
Right.
they appear inside the tomb.
when
So, yeah.
when Hagar runs from Sarah beating the shit out of her, and the angel of the Lord comes down to tell Hagar to go back and keep getting beaten because that's what the angel of the Lord does. Well, when that happens,
Hell yeah.
that angel of the Lord is once again not described in any terms that make us think that that the angel of the Lord looked any different than anyone else. Now, to be frank, I also know that one of the apologetics that you'll get around this is because they'll tell you that a lot of Christian Trinitarians want to tell you that the angel of the Lord is a reference to Jesus, which is fine if you want to read that into it, but you are just completely wallpapering your Trinitarian view over the top of what the text actually says. The text never says this is not Jesus, but it also never gives you any reason to believe whatsoever that this is Jesus. That's completely plastering your post hoc Trinitarian lens over this far more ancient text.
It's kind of weird that Old Testament never talks about Jesus at all, but here it talks about Jesus, you know?
Right. I mean, it's not weird to me because it makes perfect sense to me, but I know what you're saying. It's like there's a reason for that. There's a reason we never mentioned Jesus. But let's see here. I have too many windows.
They
open.
didn't yet know that this guy is gonna be there.
Yeah.
He was
Okay.
not yet invented as a character of the story.
But, well, I mean, this is the same crew who will adamantly demand to you, arrogantly demand to you, that the serpent is Satan. Same logic that, I mean, first of all, there wasn't even a direct reference. I don't know when the first reference to Satan even is in the Bible. It's late. It's
I
far
think
later
there's
than...
one reference to Satan.
Well, there's one formal reference to Satan with David, because in one of the stories, I think it's Second Chronicles, where they tell the story of the census, because that story, and I could be screwing up that chapter, but or that book, because the story is told twice. One of the stories, I think from Kings, it says that God told David to take the census, and then God punishes David for taking the census, which makes no fucking sense. And you could tell that when they told the story again, I think it was in Chronicles, but I could be wrong on that. You could tell that the later authors realized how gross this is. So they tried to fix it by saying, no, it was Satan that made him take the census. So that way, at least it sounds like, okay, there's a reason why he didn't obey God's commands and why he was punished for it.
Yeah, it's in Chronicles 21:1.
Okay, yeah. Is that First or Second Chronicles?
First Chronicles.
First Chronicles. Okay. And then there's other places like in Job. There's people think that Satan is in Job, which is not technically true because Job has the accuser, the Hasatan, which so it's the accuser.
Yeah, and it's sons of God who are like there.
Right. Exactly. But they specifically refer to
multiple
Hasatan.
Jesuses.
Right. So, well, they also have that in Genesis. Genesis talks about the sons of God as well.
Yeah, but that's like multiple Jesuses are there.
Yeah, apparently.
You should watch American Gods. You will find it funny.
I watched the first season. I I need to watch the second one. Although I know that it didn't get renewed after the second season. So once I found out it wasn't getting renewed,
it's finished okay. Like it's an okay finish. I would like more of it because of how much like different cultural thingies are there. It's really like scrubs my something inside me. It really tickles. I really like it. And the scene with multiple Jesuses are funny. I don't remember. Is it in the first season or in the second season? Do you remember multiple Jesuses in the garden?
I think it was the first season because I think that was the episode that had the Easter. It was the Easter episode.
Yeah. It was Easter, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's that's our all the sons of God, you know, in one place.
Exactly.
All of them.
All right. More comments. So,
Hell yeah.
let's pull this up here. I will remind everyone that you can call in on TikTok or you can call in on YouTube. Or you can just stand at your desk and yell, and you can see if I hear you. Although, I don't know how well that's going to work. But
Hurricane just donate $100 and I'll leave the panel.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So this I think is funny. This came in today. And this is on the Christian Experiment thing. Remember I said I got a bunch of pissed off comments on the Christian Experiment thing today? So
yeah.
This is Mr. Sosi, I guess, says, I can't take you seriously. You're either intellectually dishonest or you're not very bright. I don't know if you have genuinely read the scriptures, but based on your responses, I have serious doubts. I was hoping for more substance. Keep in mind, this person wrote 3 or 4 sentences and actually, as is the case so many times, anytime I get Christians, writing into bitch about stuff, he can't be bothered to actually give me any specific critiques or feedback because that would be impossible. You can't actually be specific about anything, God forbid. No, instead, I get I was hoping for more substance. Keep in mind, I was reacting to someone else's video. No, so a general, just overall critique that I was hoping for more substance could be a reasonable critique if it was just me giving you one of my essays, right? Like, here's my talk about this subject. Don't you agree with me or whatever? And I could see someone just saying, yeah, there really wasn't a lot of substance there. But in this case, I am reacting to someone else's video. Now, you may not like my reactions, but whether you like them or not, I mean, substance how? Like, what area was I shallow in my reactions? But what I really loved about this comment is just the way that it opens. I don't think they probably didn't mean it this way, but I take this as this overly dramatic, like, I can't take you seriously. Like, oh, I just can't with you. Oh my gosh, I can't take you seriously.
Oh my God, I just can't.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, Becky, have you seen his ridiculous reply? Oh my God, I can't take him seriously.
Ridiculous retort.
That was a great retort. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Okay, so I just had to highlight that because I thought that was pretty funny. I mean, not that I expect people to care, but I wonder if they realize sometimes how much I laugh at some of these comments, like, oh, wow.
Well, to be fair, like, sometimes I leave a comment, sometimes I leave a comment with no actual substance because it's like sometimes it's really hard to even start giving a substantive response because the video is like just so bad, so sometimes I just say this, but then if author gonna reply to me, I will provide substance. I will give something because like at least I would see that they care, but on like this type of comments from Christians are kind of like, can you at least give something, because you're not even giving anything to reply to.
So I hear what you're saying, and of course, I'm not sitting here trying to defend Christians, but I will kind of give you the content creator's response. I know I've said this before when I'm going through other comments in my live streams, that anytime somebody gives me a comment that is just kind of general whinging, it's just them bitching about, I didn't like this, or this didn't have much substance. Like, it doesn't give any specific critique on any part of the video. I hear what you're saying, but to me, the fact that I
They could have
care,
given, like, they could have
well, hold on.
give even something like in general that you can kind of hook
But hold
on
on. So
to.
the fact that I care is quantified in the fact that I made the fucking video in the first place. Because even a quick throwaway video is 2.5, 3 hours of my time. You know what I mean? I mean, like, I don't think I've ever gotten a video out the door without spending at least 2 to 2.5 hours on it. And that's the absolute fastest video. That's between recording, editing, let's just say there's no script and I go off the cuff, and let's just say that I don't put graphics behind it or anything, so I can just kind of record it against the green screen. Even then, you're talking about, by the time I get the thumbnail up and everything, you're talking about 2.5 hours minimum for a video. So granted, I'm sure that there are plenty of people who have watched my videos and have not been impressed with the content. I know this because I read the comments on my videos. But it's one thing to say you're not impressed with the content, but it's another thing to say, like, okay, you're going to give me this general whinging comment that doesn't have any real substance to it, and then you'll get more specific if I reply to your general pointless complaint. Like, no, I already put out a video. Maybe it's not a good video. Maybe I could have done better. Maybe I missed the mark, but I already spent a bunch of my time to put this video out. If somebody actually wants me to reply in a way that's thoughtful and not just making fun of them, then do better. Just do a little better. Not that I expect someone, I don't expect any YouTube commenter to dive in with some thesis on everything that I got wrong. And to be frank, when people do that, when they go the other extreme and they give me a 10,000 word essay about everything I got wrong, that can actually also be annoying, because I'm like, dude, really? Like, it's one thing to say that you had this problem or this problem with the video, but to respond with this long essay about everything, so my point is, guess what is my point? What my point is, first of all, I read all of my comments. I don't ever feel compelled to engage earnestly with people if they can't be bothered to engage earnestly with me first, especially when I feel justified in saying that whether you liked my video or not, I at least started the process by putting forward what I felt was a good effort.
I think your point was be concise,
Well, be concise, and I would say, it's not like I'm trying to, train people on how to YouTube comment. That's kind of arrogant, right? But I would say this: if you actually want to engage with the content creator, here would be my advice: reply in a specific way, and ideally reply to one or two things. Say like, oh, especially if you're being critical, as opposed to just, wow, this is a great video, thank you so much. But if you're like, no, I have this critique and I really want them to read it, and ultimately I wouldn't mind if they responded to it, well, then don't give me your 10,000 word shit that you generated with AI about everything that's wrong with my video, because that's just gonna be like, dude, okay, whatever. Don't give me a generic like, oh, I just wish you had more substance, because there's nothing for me to do with that. Like, substance how? Where did I say something, or what was one of my points that you thought was shallow? Because if you're saying that I didn't have substance, the implication is that my reactions or my comments were shallow, which is fine if that's your opinion. But then if somebody wanted me to reply to them in a way that wasn't just making fun of them on my live stream, I'd be like, well, then you need to give me some examples. Like, where is it that I was just unfair or shallow in my response? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it would be nice to at least give something, right? Like at least say like this point you made is kind of worthless, like, or like I disagree with this point because of something. But yeah.
I have to acknowledge Mr. Peabody the skeptic here. It's like, the more you suffer, the more it shows you really care. Yeah. Enjoy my singing, everyone.
Can you also acknowledge the secular scripture, the third from the bottom comment?
Which one? The third from the bottom.
It starts with it occurs to me that.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's like I have two feeds, and sometimes they're not really synced up, so it can be a little confusing when you say like third from the bottom. So it took me a second. So it occurs to me that no one in the Bible ever got to eat sweet potatoes. I don't know why that makes me sad. Poor Bible people. I mean, just where do you go with that? Like.
Sweet potatoes are nice.
You know, I have to say this because I was raised this northern boy, and in the U.S., for whatever reason, sweet potatoes aren't really a thing very much. So I grew up as this potato kid, and it took me a lot of years before I really learned to appreciate the sweet potato, but now I definitely do. And for my money, the sweet potato fries are hard to do properly. It's so much easier to do regular French fries properly, but sweet potato fries are hard to get right. But when you get the sweet potato fry just right, it makes regular French fries just pale in comparison, in my opinion. People will fight you to the death over that statement, by the way. I will probably lose at least 3 or 4 subscribers over the fact that I just said that a proper sweet potato fry will beat a good French fry any day of the week. But it took me a long time to get to that point. So this is probably being really anal retentive about this, but where did sweet potatoes come from? Like, did they have sweet potatoes in the Middle East? In the Levant?
No, they didn't. That's the thing.
Right.
It's native to America.
Well, I knew potatoes were, but are sweet potatoes,
yeah, sweet
also native
sweet
to America?
Sweet potatoes, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, because
it's only came to Europe in 15th century through Columbian exchange.
I didn't know that. So, because regular potatoes came from South America. That was the first place that they were widely.
And the sweet potatoes are native to Central and South America.
Okay, cool. I learned something new today. I did not know that. Well, it also, one thing that always blows my mind to think about, because it just fucks with all of my...
That's how we know that God is evil. He didn't give his chosen people sweet potatoes.
Well, also tomatoes, right? Didn't tomatoes come from the New World?
I think so, yeah. I don't know much about tomatoes.
But that the reason that blows my mind is because I think to myself, well, but Italian, like, didn't Rome just have, tomato sauce on everything? But I guess no, because to be fair, Rome had Mediterranean cuisine. And Mediterranean cuisine, even though obviously Italy is on the Mediterranean, it's what we think of today as Italian food is not really the same as Mediterranean cuisine. But I think tomatoes came from
they didn't have
the
pizza,
quote unquote New World too. Yeah, exactly. Like you think of, and I know I'm just applying.
They didn't have pizza. Crazy to think about.
Yeah, and secular scriptures says also in corn and sunflowers. I knew corn and sunflowers, yeah. And corn's a funny one too, because
corn is a funny one. It's kind of low-key destroyed communism.
I don't know where that's going on. I mean, you're in Moscow,
you
so no.
Wait, you don't know that?
No.
So, one of our leaders in Russia and USSR, I mean, Khrushchev. He visited America and he was so impressed by corn. He loved it.
I'm sorry. I'm going to be silly and just I have to do this because of your accent. Say that name again.
Khrushchev.
That's so beautiful because I just know Khrushchev. That's everyone in
Yeah,
America
yeah.
says Khrushchev, but like no, you actually say it
Sometimes I
right.
pronounce surnames and stuff on American way. For example, how I say Putin when I talk to American people. But it's like Putin in Russian, so like it's a little bit different. And sometimes I just don't know the name, how you pronounce it in English. So I say it in Russian, and it's always the response like, "Oh, it's so weird to hear it in Russian." But yeah, Khrushchev, he visited America, and he was excited about corn. He loved it. She was like, "Oh, the yellow thing that like grows on the stick. It's so cool. I need it." And he go back to USSR. He destroyed shit ton of land in Russia that was growing like normal crops that we need, and he put corn on it.
Get the
And
fuck out!
because
Are
of
you
our-
serious?
Yes, and because of our climate, our corn was not the same as American corn. It was worse most of the time. It was mostly the corn that you will feed to like the pigs and stuff. It was not like for human consumption. It didn't like really went well. So a lot of our farmers, it's not farmers back in the day, like it's co-ops who grew the corn,
Right.
like all this
Yeah.
stuff, like co-op farmers. They were just completely destroyed because of it, because no one can buy it. Like no one can really do anything with the land anymore. Like it's all destroyed. It's all fucked. Yeah, it was a big story.
I've never heard this. This is so cool. Wow. I mean, honestly, corn. I would argue, corn has a really, really negative effect on at least the United States nowadays. Not because of any. I mean, I don't care if people want to eat corn, but the problem is that a huge percentage of farmland in America is dedicated to corn. Which, on the surface, you might say, well, we got to feed our population. But here's the deal. Almost all of the corn that's
you also
harvested
make
in
a
the
lot
U.S.
of stuff
does,
from corn.
but almost all the corn in the U.S. that's harvested does not go to feeding people. It either some of it goes to ethanol, but the huge percentage of it goes to feed for animals. So for pigs and cows and such, they feed them.
Yeah, but you also make stuff from corn. You make like oils from corn. You make shit ton of stuff from corn. In USSR at the time, we didn't had any like factories to do this shit, so we just grew bad corn. And
That's
did nothing,
hilarious.
and it's
I've
all
never
died.
heard this before. So corn is kind of fascinating too, because like all crops tend to be, we make different breeds out of them over time, right? So we can potatoes, we bred them so the potato was much bigger and all this stuff, but with corn is one of the most extreme cultivation examples from humankind, because the original corn that was in North and South America was just like the baby corns. Like when you get Chinese food, they'll give you the baby corn in there. And like, I don't know if it's the exact same species or not, but like apparently the original corn in America was pretty much the same as the baby corn. And through extensive horticulture, the multiple, not just one Native American group, but multiple Native American nations actually, they may have even coordinated on this. I don't know, but they over many generations, of course, they, especially in Central America, I think most of modern corn kind of has its roots in Central America. That was a big thing. And they bred it until, nowadays you get this ear of corn, right? And, the ear of corn is like this big. It's got the big yellow kernels in it and stuff, which it's
That's so nice and sweet. And
I don't even like corn, but I mean, I know what you're talking about. And, nowadays,
it's cool.
If you compare it to, what it came from originally, it is one of the more extreme examples of us using horticulture to massively change the output of these plants. Oh, I have an important message on TikTok. Antonio says that he's paying $5,252 to the first 7 people to hit him up now with Alive. So if you want your portion of $5,250, you need to get on TikTok right now.
I'm getting mine right now.
Yeah, you need to. Maybe if you're the only one who answers, maybe you'll get the whole 5,200, Anka. You know, like maybe you'll be like internet rich and shit. Like that's
Can
amazing.
I get it just 7 times?
Maybe. I
Can
don't
just
know.
hit him 7 times.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. If you're the first 7 people are all you, like you'll get the whole 5,250. And I'm sure it's really easy. I'm sure you just hit him up and he just sends you money. Like I'm sure that's all it takes, right?
Cool. I already hit him up.
That's awesome, man. You gotta send me like an ear of corn or something. You know, once you get all your money.
I'll send you a great retort.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, you're a pure slave. You're not gonna get any.
Oh, okay. I didn't even put it on the list to go through tonight, but Mark went on a couple of other rants again about how.
Oh no!
Oh, it's crazy. The dude is badly in need of his meds. He just. I normally don't get into my feels, or I normally don't think too much about. I mean, I read my comments, but I don't, sit there and worry about like the mental state of the people leaving comments. I'm just like, oh, I like that. I like that. Oh, I don't agree with that. Whatever. And you move on. But Mark is one of those few people, like I actually read his comments with this weird sense of awe. It's like train wreck. It's like seeing a train wreck. Like, am I going to get a call one day from someone who says like, yeah, my dad was Mark and he had this, I don't want to speak anything online. Like,
he loved your channel. He spent a lot of time watching you and talking to you in the comments. I know you were a big part of his life. And in his will, he said that he wishes that you stop being a pure slave.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. He passed away.
Oh, yeah. He's so fucking weird. Oh, man, he's so fucking weird. Okay. Moving on. Let's continue. Let's continue the momentum.
Can we get one new message from Mark?
We can. Hold up.
Can you give us one? Because I think if we give more than one, our brain will be just destroyed. So one is okay.
Just reading messages from Mark.
I think you're kind of,
yeah, will absolutely endanger your mental health. I mean, I'm just going to tell you that right now.
One message a day or one message a stream is okay for the mental health. It's actually gives you like a little giggle.
But it's not. It's not doctor recommended that. I mean, it's probably okay, but it's kind of like saying 1 8-ball of heroin is okay for your health, but doctors would be like, I don't think that's true.
I think it's more like a glass of wine. Like you enjoy it if it's not that big of a deal, but if it's a mega pint of wine, as Johnny Depp says, then it's then it can be a problem.
I mean, I've seen too many comments from Mark to, in good faith, call what he puts down as a glass of wine. It really feels more like
it's a mega pint of wine.
It feels more like you're reading the literary equivalent of an 8-ball of heroin. Like something is really going wrong right now. Give me just a second here.
The problem is, if you're gonna read too much of him, he might start make sense.
That's a really big ask, and man, I don't think you're correct.
It's gonna mean that something is wrong with you at this point.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, gosh. The moment when I'm sitting there and I'm like, man, Mark's starting to make a lot of sense, that might be the moment that I shut the channel down,
Damn. Maybe I am a pure slave.
Yeah, exactly. I think I am a slave. Oh, no. I'm going to wake up one morning and I'm going to like look over at my wife and be like, you know what? I just realized Mark's right. I am a slave. Like, holy shit. What am I going to do? Give me just a second here. I got to pull this. I have to find it. Give me a second. because this, man, there's some med stuff going on here. I think Demented Engineer even got in on it too, and was like, "Yeah, I think you're off your meds."
He might not be off meds. He might never be diagnosed. So
Well, I mean, yeah, the alternative to being off your
can't really
meds is
be
that you were
off-
never on your meds.
Yeah, you can't really be off meds if you've never been on meds.
Okay, so this is replying to my video about do you do you believe that you choose what you can believe, right? And then he says, although this might not even. No, the one he did before was even better. Okay, I'm going to scroll down a minute because that was a diatribe he went on, but he had one earlier that just made me think, what is he doing? Give me a second. Okay. Oh, God. First of all, he replied to this one, and he put in the first line in all caps, deconstruction zone, which I don't know what he's doing there. Like, I'm not Justin. He says, wow, you found out Santa can't exist and magic is not real. Congratulations. You're as intelligent as a 6 to 9 year old. Way to go. Then he says, I found out at 3 years old. So clearly, he must be 2 to 3 times as intelligent as I am, because apparently he has discerned on his own.
I would say he is 6 to 7 times more intelligent.
Well, I'm just using the math of his numbers here because if it took me till I was 6 to 9 years old, which I don't know how I didn't say that in the video, but he has decided that it took me until 6 to 9 years old to not believe that Santa was real. And then he says, I found out at 3 years old. So clearly he's at least 2 to 3 times more intelligent than me there.
But it might be exponential. And I think he said deconstruction zone not because of Justin. I think he thinks that he is deconstructing something about you.
I think when you watch a bunch or when you read a bunch of his comments, which I do not suggest for anyone, by the way, do not try this at home. But if you go through the videos and you read a bunch of his comments, I think he thinks that I'm a believer. Seriously, like the way that he puts these comments, like it's,
yeah, he might. It makes sense.
It's weird. Also, notice here, once again, he's telling us to URL things because he doesn't know what a URL means.
He's back again.
He doesn't know that a URL is not a verb.
It's universal
resource locator.
Link. Yeah, it's resource locator.
Yeah, universal resource locator. So then he's got this whole, okay, here's where he's going through this whole diatribe here. He's putting a bunch of stuff here. I think this is a reference to you. He says, Dearest Skepticon, can you let your partner do your show from now on? I assume that means you, because he doesn't know anything about my actual life partner. At least he can read and think, LOL. So I
think it's because I trolled you. I trolled him the other day talking to you how he makes sense and he needs to go on and like explain because he's so smart.
Oh, did you? Oh, so that makes so much sense.
Don't you remember the last stream? I was talking to you like, Adam, I think you like need to understand that Mark actually smarter and Mark actually like makes sense and stuff. And I think he didn't cut up that it was
oh my gosh. So now he's like, oh, can you let your partner do your show from now on? At least he can read and think.
Yeah.
Okay. God. He's really
because
good.
I was trolling and saying how Mark, Adam, you're actually a pure slave, and like you don't understand him.
Yeah. So okay, this is the one I was looking for here. So this was after the last live stream because I've done a lot of live streams this week. He says, "Have fun trying to get YouTube to ban me, Nazi mod." 331 views. I couldn't care less. So I guess first of all he's got this big dig at me because at the time the live stream had 331 views, which whatever, dude. Like, if you can put up a live stream that gets more views, then have at it. I don't care. But But I guess he's mad because somebody must have banned him in the comments, or put him in timeout or whatever. And you see, my response was the smiley faces. And he says, LOL, tapped like a brain dead phone tard that can't read over 9 words online
Oh
at
yeah,
any given
phone
time.
card. That's what I forget the other day. I
Yeah.
was asking like, what's the other thing he was saying? Yeah, phone card.
And then he does this all the time. He puts beep in his comments. Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. Nobody, I don't think anyone knows. Like, what the hell?
Just phone cards. We don't understand.
Yeah. So then it says beep, yeah, especially when you use big fancy words to show educated religious government worshiping pure slaves. There you go. I'm a slave. The difference between contractual legal fiction, legal terms, Anka, proper nouns. I like how he just throws Anka in there, like poof, Anka. Proper nouns versus real true words, so they can easily see that a contractual legal fiction cap G God can exist. Why would any government worshipping atheist want to use that true information to prove the Holy Roman Bible is a man-made debt contract scam written in legalese, not English? And then beep. He throws in beep question mark.
Wait. Did you notice something? Wait.
What?
I think it's another person speaking through him.
Oh,
That's
I
what
think
he
has.
mean by beep.
I think he has many people speaking through him.
No. Do you see how he sometimes end the message with this like a dash mark 27?
Yes.
Here he ends this with dash Robbie09.
Right.
So it's a different person speaking, and it's in beeps, like in air quotes.
Well, and then after he puts that message, then he says, LOL, how am I supposed to know Robbie09? Do you think I know everything?
Yeah, so that's a different person was speaking right now.
Beep, yes, master beep. Ha 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 ha. Beep, tee hee hee beep.
See, beep is air quotes. It's someone else speaking when it's beep.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh my God. Do you think he's like, do you think it's an act, or do you think he actually has like multiple personality disorder?
I think
shit?
it's an
Like,
act. I think it's an act, and he thinks he has multiple personalities because his another personality is literally calling himself a master.
So here it says, you're welcome for this Mark 27 / Robbie09 chat skit. Instead of reading half of what I write and laughing through the rest so it can't make pure perfect sense like everything that is true, you should put it on screen and tell all those multitudes of chatters they have to read it or get banned. Nazi mod. Since you won't allow it in your chat when legalese is a written contract language meant to only be seen and never heard, especially in spoken English, which is the trick of legalese. What the fuck, dude? Oh my gosh. Oh, I have to acknowledge here too, really quick, because
Dude, if he had like a little
So,
bit more imagination,
Pinwheel
it would be
System.
so cool.
Well, but Pinwheel System says, "Oh my God, as someone with actual other personalities, this is so cringe." So please, if that's true, Pinwheel, and of course I'd have no reason to doubt your veracity. If that's true, please take everything that I'm saying with a massive grain of salt, because I have massive sensitivity toward people that have divergent mental conditions, and if any of this applies to you in any way, please know that if I am being insensitive, please correct me or tell me to stop, because I don't mean any of this to make fun of the general world of people that have mental conditions that have to be treated. I don't ever want to come across that way, and I even know that there is something borderline gross about just seeing some weird person in your comments and saying, oh, he's off his meds, because I know that for some people that can be more than a bit insensitive. So I probably shouldn't say that so much. But when I read this stuff from Mark, it feels like maybe it's all just a glorious act. I don't know. Maybe this is how he entertains himself during the day. I'm not sure. But it feels genuinely like someone who's not really connected to the real naturalistic world. You know what I mean? But I wanted to throw that disclaimer in before we talk more, because I know we're talking about someone like Mark here in the comments. It's probably I'm probably saying some things that are a little uncouth to those that have different mental conditions, and I don't mean it to be that way.
What I really want to say is Mark literally reads like a mentally unwell person who was wrote by a 13-year-old girl in a gay fanfic.
That's so perfect. That is so perfect. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm just looking through the rest. I mean, this is the last one we're going to look at from him, but I'm just seeing if there's anything else here. More phone tards stuff. More beeps. LOL. Tone down your pet sock puppet protocols there a little bit, little buddy. Pet sock puppet protocols. Beep, Roger Wilco 27, beep. Beep, you sure are courteous and cordial, Mark 27, so well spoken too. Also, beep. It's fucking weird, man. And if you'd said to me before I started the channel, like, of course I know that there's, the comment section is infamous on any site or any video for being, they always say, don't go into the comment section. So on one level, I can say, well, why would you ever be surprised by what's in the comment section? And I've seen some crazy shit in the 15 months that I've been doing this channel. I've seen some, pretty people trying to say very nasty things about me, of course. But this is one of the few times I've read through some of these, responses from someone and thought, that's strange. I don't know if this person is doing this as an act or if they really feel this way. But you guys know, what was it? The last live stream or the one before, he got into the chat and started putting a lot of these same type of comments in the chat during the live stream as well. Because I also made fun of him, because I'm like, if you want to call in, you can call in. I mean, no one ever has to call in, but it's kind of funny how sometimes people get into the chat and start going nuts on the chat. And it's like, well, if you want to put in a comment or two and discuss with people or even debate with people, fine. That's your want. But if you actually wanted to go off, then why wouldn't you just call? Because I guarantee you, I'm fine with you calling. Well, at least
you need to have courage to call in.
Right, exactly. And Pinwheel says, just saying, Skepticus, I'm not taking offense to anything Beep said or anything being said. Beep. I read that as beep. I read it as beep.
Oh,
gosh.
Pure slave. She can't even read.
I know. I couldn't help it. I read it as beep.
Only Anka can read.
No, I appreciate that, Pinwheel. I probably went off on that for too long, but it's just like, when someone in the chat says oh, I've had, some symptoms of this kind of condition, then I feel like, okay, I don't want to come across as someone who's just coarsely talking about these things as though they're just jokes.
I found recently, dude, do you know Threads?
Yeah,
it's basically Twitter. Yeah, it's Twitter from Meta, yeah. And I randomly stumbled upon a dude who is for sure a Christian because of what he is posting, but I think he's unwell because all his posts read Google search, but he just missed where to put it, so he put it on Threads. Some of his posts. Yeah, some of his posts are, I translated to English, but sometimes even in Russian it doesn't make any sense. So if it doesn't make any sense, like just know that it doesn't make any sense in Russian as well. Atstatun Church Search, Thermopress Search, Human Organs a guy 48, no need to search for years without any contact you. What Jesus search, print, Raphi Geminian search, onanism on concrete search, and a bunch of like others.
Some of those are bots, though, too.
He's not bot. He's for sure a person. He's just like really unwell, and he sometimes like I know he's a person because he sometimes replies like normal comments under pretty girls' pictures. So he's not a bot, unfortunately.
No, he's a
like
gooner.
really bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's a gooner and mentally unwell.
Oh gosh.
That's what church does to the brain.
Yeah.
Person. You
This
know?
is your brain on church.
This is your brain on phone tards.
And great retorts. Oh God. Okay. All right. Back to comments. I mean, those were all comments too, but let's pull
Back
this
to comments that you can understand.
back to slightly less crazy comments, and I say that with a big grain of salt. But let me try
Beep.
something here really quick. Yeah, and I also have to give credit here because Secular Scriptures says beep needs to be a new in joke here, so I think it needs to be great retort beep. You know?
Oh, it's beep, great retort, beep.
Yeah, beep, great retort, beep. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Imagine if you're ever gonna make like a t-shirt with all this stuff. Some random dude gonna look at this shirt and he not gonna understand anything.
No, of course not. Of course not. All right, so this says
Just gonna be beep, pure slave, great retort, phone tard.
well, I'm going to sound like an old man when I say this, but I've noticed that there are so many memes that filter with lightning speed through younger generations that sometimes it's like even trying to, if you're not part of it, if you don't understand the joke in the first place, even trying to get anyone to explain to you what the point of it is can be impossible. You know, it's like you either know or you don't, basically.
Yeah, so, and some of these jokes they they designed to not make sense, kinda, because
Right.
it's a meta humor. It's
Like
funny
6-7.
because 6-7 is like one of these jokes. Like it's funny because it's a global meme, not because it's actually means something.
Right, exactly. All right, so this person on the Christian Experiment video says, Douglas Nineberg says, you claim that by living in a certain way for a period of time will give you a greater appreciation for it. But in reality, that isn't necessarily the case. Real stories like Without My Daughter, I guess he's referring to the movie, Not Without My Daughter, has her hate the culture that she was forced into, or you, for example, hating the religious culture of America you grew up in. This isn't a good argument, and it especially is not brainwashing as you claim. So I think this person is not misguided. I think they're being a bit of a rules lawyer here on this comment because, you know, it says you claim that by living in a certain way for a period of time, you will get a greater appreciation for it. But in reality, that isn't necessarily the case. I mean, of course, there are limits to this. You know, if I go to prison for 5 years, I'm sure that even if I figure out how to get by in prison for 5 years, I'm probably not going to emerge from prison with a greater appreciation for being in prison. I mean, of course, there are limits, but he's kind of missing the point of what I was saying in the video, because the point is this. This woman, I can't remember what her name was, the Austrian woman in the original video, she clearly went into her so-called experiment wanting to return back to her Catholic Christian roots. She clearly, as she said, as she totally admitted, was raised originally in that environment. So she was obviously going into it with a very open mind, which normally open-mindedness is good, right? But in this case, if you're trying to be, if you're trying to put this label of experiment on what you're doing, then open-minded can almost be a pejorative, right? Because if you're truly running an experiment, which of course she was not, but if you're truly running an experiment, you shouldn't be open. In theory, you shouldn't be open or closed-minded. You should just let the data show you what the data shows you. Of course, she was never doing that. She never had any intention of doing that. If you watch her original video or watch my reaction to it, it's clear that was never part of the objective. So in that scenario, when you are going into an environment wanting to be part of it, then yes, you will almost always emerge from it with some greater degree of appreciation for it. Now, of course, it's not universal, because if I joined a cult that I thought was going to be great, I thought this was going to be the best decision I've ever made in my life, then maybe after 5 years, I'm doing YouTube videos about how horrible the experience was when I allowed myself to be brought into this cult. But in most normal situations in life, if you purposely, willfully immerse yourself into any given environment, into any given culture, into any given worldview, and you're going into it wanting to embrace it and wanting to be over the top, open-minded about it, then even if you don't end up emerging as part of that worldview, you will probably at least have a greater appreciation for it. I think I used the example in the video of like Buddhism. You know, even if you're not into Buddhism, if you decided for the next 5 years that, man, I'm going to, get a bunch of Buddhist friends and I'm going to move to a Buddhist country and I'm going to, read a bunch of Buddhist literature and I'm going to go to the Buddhist temple and I'm going to, try my best to be Mr. Buddhist. After 5 years, I might emerge from it not being a Buddhist, but I'll probably at least have some kind of appreciation for it that I didn't have at first. The fact that he's bringing up that it isn't necessarily the case, yeah, that's true. Maybe I spoke in too broad of generalities when I was doing the reaction video, but I think that's obvious. Of course, if the experience is traumatic, then you won't emerge from it with a greater appreciation for it. But I would argue even then, you might emerge with an appreciation for certain aspects. Like you might, even if you joined a cult, even if you were happy to get out of it after 5 years, you probably will emerge from it with a greater appreciation for other people who have been through that experience. You will emerge from it with a greater appreciation for maybe some of the teachings of the cult, even if overall you think it was harmful. The broader point that he completely missed, because at the end of it, he says, it's especially not brainwashing as you claim. You can totally brainwash yourself. You can indoctrinate yourself. You can hypnotize yourself, whatever verbiage we want to choose. You can choose to immerse yourself in something that you basically know is going to overtake you if you let it. And if that's, you could say it's not brainwashing, I guess. Maybe brainwashing is an unfair term, but I feel like that's just being pedantic about the terminology here. One way or another, if you want to be a Christian so badly and you're going to do everything you can to pray every day and read the books written by the saints because she's a Catholic, then yeah, shocker, you're going to emerge from it loving Catholicism. I mean, is there anything at all to be learned from her so-called experiment? I don't think so. I don't think that anyone watching her video who wasn't already sucking Jesus's cock actually got anything from her video at all. I think that they all watch. If you weren't already lapping up the love of Jeebus, if you were actually a skeptic, or if you were actually an adherent to another religion, and you watched her video, you would be annoyed with it. The only people that weren't annoyed with it were the people that were already going, yay, Jeebus. And that was really my ultimate point in the whole reaction video. All right, we are 2 hours in, which means we are at one of the most important milestones of the show every Tuesday, which is that I have to go to the bathroom because I've been sipping on my energy drinks. Adulterated.
Jeebus, take the wheel.
Exactly. Take the wheel, Jeebus. And by Jeebus, I mean Anka. So preach away, Anka. And as always, I know everyone who's in the chat. If I come back and you're not there, I will hunt you down like the dog you know you are. Do not drop this while I go to take a leak. Otherwise, I will send Mark to your house and he will beep you night and day. Don't make me do that. So everyone better be here when I get back. Otherwise, I will sick Mark on you and I won't even feel bad about it.
And Mark will find you because he is not a pure slave.
Exactly. We need preachy music while I'm gone too.
So guys, if you don't know, Skepticus has a Discord server. You can join it. And when you join it, go to the rules section and click on I agree to the rules. There is not much rules to agree to, but when you click it, you will get a role that you can see all the server and participate in all the channels. It will be good. And also, later when Skeptic is gonna open his actual cult, you're gonna get a small discount on a big priest role, holy priest role. So yeah, that's totally not a joke. That's totally serious. So you should join the Discord. It will be nice and beneficial for you. Hell yeah. If you don't have anything better to do, you for sure need to join Discord, because we don't do shit there right now, but we will do something funny and cool later. Also, tell me your favorite Bible story. The story about 2 she-bears and 42 kids doesn't count. By the way, what does it mean for Jesus to take the wheel? I always hear this phrase from Americans, but I never actually understood what it means. How was it?
Anka, it was fucking premium. It was
Nice.
Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss.
Nice. I mean,
Before we
have
get
you
back
washed
to
your-
our
your
comments,
hands?
we need to have. See, somebody left. Somebody left. Damn it! I'm
It
gonna
was
hunt
Mark.
you motherfuckers down. Don't.
It was Mark himself. He
It's
left.
probably Mark. Before we get back to our oh so important comments, we need to have a few important words. First and foremost, I want everyone here, Jeebus, please heal Mark. Beep. Robbie. Beep. Mark. Please put him back on his meds. Beep. Or get him some new meds. Beep. Or get us some meds if we have to deal with Mark anymore. Beep. Robbie, beep. Mark. Yeah. Okay. And also, Jesus, where the fuck is my maple leaf? All I want is a maple leaf. Ask and you shall receive. And all I want is a maple leaf. And I can't get beep any maple leaf beep. Do I have to get Mark or Robbie or someone to deliver my maple leaf beep? I don't know.
Jesus, take the mark.
I'm starting to lose faith here, Jeebus. I think I'm starting to lose faith. I don't know how long I can continue fighting the good fight for Jeebus here. All right. Moving on. Oh, we have more good comments. This is great. Put this on screen. So this guy, man, we might pull up a few of his comments because he did not like me today. He really, I think he got exposed to me today by the experiment video from the Austrian woman, and he took that as a cue to start going through some of my other videos, and he did not like what he saw. So Andrew Ferg says, this is on the old video that I did on belief and choosing belief. He said, your own thesis condemns you, sir. You argue for undeniable realities, and yet you deny those very realities. There are indeed two sides to choice and belief. In case it is not entirely clear from his comment what he means by these undeniable realities, I am almost certain that the undeniable realities that I am denying, that he says I'm condemning myself with, is the fact that I am not accepting the undeniable reality of Jeebus. So apparently you only actually know what real reality is if you accept Jeebus. And if you don't accept Jeebus, then you are denying undeniable reality and you are condemning yourself, and you should feel bad and you should apologize for being an atheist, I guess. Because...
But don't you know you need spiritual eyes?
I mean, I need a lot of spiritual things. I need spiritual eyes. I need, a spiritual six-pack. I mean, I need a lot of spiritual things. Oh, by the way,
you need to pay your spiritual taxes.
That's right. I also had decided tonight that you guys are going to be my accountability partners, all right? This morning, I was 221 pounds. Yesterday, I was 223 pounds. Not that I lost 2 pounds overnight. This, water weight fluctuates, whatever. But I'm going to check in on every live stream with my weight. So this is y'all going to be my accountability partners. So you have to call me out on this. So if I don't mention in future live streams how much I weigh, you have to all chime in on the chat and say, how fat are you today, Adam? That's what you all have to do. So I'm depending on all of my crude atheist friends to back me up on this and not let me get away without sharing my weight on future live streams. So currently at 221. Go ahead.
You know what you can actually do? You can actually reveal your weight at the end of the live stream. And you can do it you can do it every live stream and reveal it at the end of the live stream. So when believer comes and they claim that they can pray to Jesus and he will answer, you can ask them how much you weigh right now, because you will know the number, and it will be a little bit different every day. And it's another test for the believers, and it's a really easy test because you know the number, and he knows the number, so all they need to do is just say, yeah.
Well, also, if I'm out of shape, I have to work out. If I'm overweight, I need to cut weight. And I'm kind of jealous because if I would go back to being a Christian, I wouldn't have to do any of that. I would just pray. I would say, Jesus, I'm 221. I'd like to be under 200. Make it happen. You know, like, and going back to our earlier conversation, okay, maybe it doesn't happen tomorrow morning, but I should be, after praying, I should be able to eat ho-hos and Fritos and just, you know, in a week or 2 or 3, wake up and I'm, you know, at my target weight, right? I mean, that should happen. If you can do miracles in Jesus' name, you could make yourself lose 20 pounds, right? I mean, this isn't that hard, people. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I'm trying to find the verse so fast right now, but I can't because I need to translate it from
which one are you looking
Russian
for?
to English. It's from, I think it's John 21:27.
That you can do miracles in my name?
Check. No. I can't find it. Fuck. What?
Yeah, there's no 21,
Sometimes it's
27.
so hard. And it's no, it's not. It's not John. Where is Apocalypse? Is it
Where's what?
Apocalypse?
The apocalypse? I mean, that's Revelation.
It's a Revelation. Then it's Revelation 21:27.
Okay,
I
Revelation.
sometimes just miss I don't
I mean,
remember
anytime you talk
how
about
it's-
apocalypse, you're talking. I mean, even if you didn't remember the name, it's the last. You know, it's going to be the last of the Bible, right?
It might be Revelations.
But nothing unclean will enter it, nor anyone who practices abomination or falsehood.
Yes.
But only
It's really
those who
funny
are written
because-
in the Lamb's book of life.
This one in English sounds like unclean, but in Russian it uses another word that you can translate in context. It's unclean or bad. Nothing bad will come in, but also you can translate this word as nothing thin will go in heaven. So sometimes people joke that I eat a lot because nothing thin will go to heaven.
That's great. You need to be a little chunky to get into heaven. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yes.
Because we don't want these skinny people in heaven. They be making us
priests
feel
in
bad.
Russia joke like this.
That's great. I love it. That's really good. Oh, and that's that's a good point too, because really, I mean, being fit is a very selfish thing when you think about it. Because
True.
when you're fit, you're kind of like putting it in everyone else's face. You know, like if you don't want to make everyone else feel
why
bad.
why do you want to be fit? To attract people to sin with them?
That's true. That's true. And well, I mean, I'm an
Do you know
atheist,
who
so yeah,
else are getting fit? Other men. So are you attracted to men? Huh?
I'm not attracted to men, although I have it on good authority that there are a lot of men that are attracted to me. And I'm not saying like all men are attracted to me, or
Well,
anything like
yeah.
that, but I'm just saying
All
just
the
saying
important men are.
I've been hit on by a lot of men in my life. And it's probably exacerbated by the fact, and I don't mind. I'm I hopefully you guys know I'm not a homophobe, So it's like, if a dude hits on me, it's like, whatever, that doesn't bother me. How did I lose a whole bottle? Oh, it fell over. That's funny. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. But also keep in mind, it's probably exacerbated by the fact that I live in New Orleans now. And New Orleans is one of the, well, at least when you're in the downtown area, like, the quarter and the neighborhood I live in, etc. It's one of the more open-minded areas of the country that I've ever lived in. And I only bring this up because the closest bar to my house is a gay bar. Now, granted, it's not like a hardcore gay bar. It's more like a neighborhood gay bar. I don't know if you understand the distinction, but you know,
No, I don't.
well, I mean, like,
No,
so
in
like,
Russia we have just so many gay bars that I don't really understand.
oh, I
your
mean, so
difference.
well, we have. I mean, there's probably literally 10 gay bars within walking distance of my house, and there's like one that's, I don't know, half a mile away called the Phoenix. That one is more like hardcore gay, meaning when hardcore, what I mean is like if you walk into the Phoenix, there aren't any straight people hanging around. You know, there aren't couples hanging around. There aren't, you know, but like really close to my house, there's a place called the Friendly Bar, which is technically a gay bar, but it's also like the neighborhood bar, meaning, yeah, it's very, of course, it's very queer friendly. And it's technically like listed as a gay bar and everywhere, but I see straight couples in there. I see people from the neighborhood that I know are straight. The point is, it's kind of half neighborhood bar, half gay bar at the same time. So, and there are a few other places around here too. So I end up going to these places because it's like when I was watching World Cup, the closest bar to my house is Friendly Bar. So I go over there and I watch the World Cup, and I'm sitting there at the bar, and you know, there's other straight people there, but there's most of the place is gay. All of that to say that I probably am in more situations around gay people than most typical homophobic men in America are. Like there's a bar not too far away from us where they have burlesque shows pretty much every night of the week. And my wife is a burlesque performer. But the place where the burlesque shows happen,
Crazy. I have a friend who's a burlesque performer.
Yeah, and it's very,
Yeah.
it's very, all of the burlesque shows are very open-minded, so to speak. So you know, some of them are,
And not even open-minded, sometimes open a lot.
well, I mean, it's burlesque, so it's, you know,
Yeah.
it's pretty open everything. I mean, you know, there's pasties,
Yeah.
you know, there's little straps of fabric here and there, but I mean, for the most part, yes, it's a very, so my point is just, it's a very open-minded kind of place. And to be clear, there are bigots living around here, but this is not the kind of place, at least not in my neighborhood, where you should live if you're a bigot. Because if the sight of queer people walking around you, having fun around you, drinking around you, partying around you is going to bother you, then this is not where you should be living. This is not a good environment for you. You should go find some suburb in Houston where you can sit around with your, you know, conservative Christian friends and bitch about all the queer people in the world, and you know, you'll be much happier.
If you hate joy, go out.
But if you are, because I don't live in the quarter, but I live 3 blocks from the quarter, so I live in the neighborhood that's adjacent to the quarter. So the quarter, incredibly queer friendly. The Marigny, which is the adjacent neighborhood, very queer friendly. The Bywater, which is also adjacent neighborhood, very queer friendly. It's a very open-minded place. Let's just put it that way. It doesn't mean that everyone here is queer, of course, but it just means that if you are bothered by the sight of queer people living their lives and being happy, then maybe you should go find a place in Tennessee. You know, like maybe you should go find a place in Kentucky and be happy in your conservative Christian neighborhood. How did we go down that path? It was like a whole rabbit
It's just
hole.
Jeebus take the wheel.
Yeah.
We were talking about thin people not going into heaven.
Yes. we got off on tangents there. Ain't no one want no thin people around them. Like, don't be thin. You're just gonna make everyone else feel bad around you. That's
God
rude.
hate thin people.
Yeah, being thin is really thin is kind of inherently rude if you think about it. You know, like, why are you being so thin? Like, don't be like that. You don't have to be fat, but just be happy. You know, just stop being so
Be
thin.
gay. True.
Yeah, exactly. All right, moving on. New comments. Where are we at? Okay. I knew I would find where I was at eventually. Oh, I have to acknowledge the cool comment here. So, what's Cali like the state? LOL right. Okay, I had to look at that username. Like, what the hell is that? Cali like the state. LOL right says, is there a way I can donate to you? Well, thank you. I mean, it is a free show, and no one ever needs to donate a dime to me. But there are ways that you could donate if you'd like to. I'm certainly not going to tell you not to. So the traditional way in the YouTube live streams is that in the chat window there, you have like you should have like the dollar symbol thing that gives you a couple choices. Like you can send a super chat, you can gift memberships, you can send a super sticker. So those are all, they're different things, but the simplest way to put them is that they're all basically ways to donate to the content creator. So while I don't ever want to be the type of content creator that gets on here and is like, hey, you guys should send me some super chats, like you guys should send me some money.
I will be for him. You should send super chats.
Well, I mean, it's certainly, not, I'm not going to be mad at it. I always appreciate it. Now, the typical, I don't know, Cali like the state, LOL, right? I don't know if you kind of have been on a lot of YouTube streams, but the typical MO here is like, a lot of times people will donate with a super chat because it's a way to get your comment, because a super chat allows you to type in a comment, right? And the usual MO is that if someone sends you a super chat, you always make a point to read the comment on air and reply to it. Now, of course, I have been replying to some comments as we do the show without people donating to me because I would love to have so many viewers that I can only reply to the super chats. That would be great. like Justin at Deconstruction Zone. I mean, you're only going to get his attention if you send him a super chat. But that's not because he's rude. It's because he's got 300 or 400 or 500 people watching his show at a time, and his chat is constantly going with all his messages.
300 or 400? It's like more than 1,000 just on YouTube.
Well, on most of the YouTube ones I've been watching, he's had like 400 or 500 usually. Now I've seen it far higher at times.
I think now he's like averaging 1,000.
Okay.
Just on YouTube.
I'm just saying the last couple I've watched,
YouTube,
it's been
just
lower.
On horizontal.
Yeah.
He also has vertical and TikTok.
Well, that's true. So that's a good point.
He's suffering from success. He can't even read all the super chats.
I know, exactly. That poor guy. Also, we have a caller here, John Guy. Is this our John or is this a new John?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So
okay.
You sound like we haven't talked before, John.
No. What are we talking about here?
Well, I mean, we're talking about all things related to faith, I guess. But
Faith?
Are you at least 18?
Yeah. I'm 29.
Okay. Are you a believer?
I'm a believer. Yeah, I'm a believer.
Then I saw her face, and I'm a believer. Okay, so
the wrong believer.
Well, yeah. Are you a believer in the Christian? Are you a Christian believer, or?
Yeah, I'm a believer in God.
Okay, just any God.
Are you?
Or
Wait,
the
are you
Christian
not?
God?
Wait, are you not?
I'm an atheist.
Oh, what the hell? Okay.
Did you stumble into? You're like, oh shit! Like, what am I doing?
I don't know how I got here.
There I was doing drugs on the couch on the Tuesday night, and I woke up and I'm on some live stream talking to an atheist.
Yeah,
like, what the hell?
that's actually exactly what happened, word for word.
Okay, so I don't mean to scare you. I mean, was there anything about?
Well, what are we talking about? I'll talk. I'll chat.
Well, I have my little prompt on the screen, but we don't have to talk about that if you don't want.
Okay.
I have been going through comments that have been left on my videos over the last week or so. That's usually what I do if we don't have callers. But if there is a particular, I mean, I can kind of lead in a few directions, but is there any particular line of discussion you would like to dive down first?
I don't know, man. I think I think all atheists are gonna die horribly, horribly, and be tortured and murdered and killed in horrible ways.
Okay. I mean, I do agree with you that we are all going to die, atheists or not. But I mean, it sounded like you were kind of lighthearted, but do you actually believe in eternal conscious torment?
Yeah, I do. I believe that atheists will be stabbed a million trillion times until they're forever in pain. And dying.
Is it who's
In
doing
hell.
the stabbing? Is that like Jesus is doing the stabbing, or are there special demons that were created to do the stabbing? Like how does that work?
I don't know. I just think it's probably going to be like a bunch of demons stabbing you with swords in the heart, in the chest, in the head, maybe.
Okay.
Like a bunch of different demons. I'm sure they have names.
So here's the question I would have for you then. If you believe in eternal conscious torment and you believe in, and I mean, sounds like we're kind of lighthearted. I don't know exactly how serious you are on this, but
I'm super serious.
I will-
I just have
I
a
will-
big smile on my face right
Yeah.
now, so it sounds like I'm not.
I will run with it. So, does it not strike you at all strange that for an entire cosmological system that creates eternal conscious torment, that it wasn't even mentioned until Jesus came around the year 0 CE or so?
Yeah, that's probably just like human media suppression or something, you know. I mean, evil existed for a millennium, you know, since the dawn of time.
But you
So
do
it's
know
probably
you do
just
know
not
that
recorded.
Jews did not believe in, you know, the
Because you know about the
Hebrews.
Bronze Age collapse, right? You know about the Bronze Age collapse,
Mm-hmm.
where like a bunch of written word and stuff got deleted forever from history. So like, I don't know, man. I mean, that's kind of just where we started with was the Bible, right?
No.
Well, so we got a fresh restart. We got a fresh restart after civilization crumbled.
Well, I mean, what are we calling civilization? Because I mean, you have
Again,
clearly
the
established
Trojans.
archaeological evidence of civilization in North and South America long before the time that is supposed to be the time of Genesis.
Oh, I don't know
of
anything
Abraham.
about that. I just know about the Trojans and the big horse. I saw the movie The Odyssey the other week.
Okay, he sounds like that got you kind of excited. Like,
Yeah.
did they have
it
the
did.
Trojan horse in the Odyssey? I mean, I guess
They
at the
did,
beginning
yeah,
of the movie.
They did. They sunk it at the beach, and they all got wet.
Okay.
All
Okay.
the soldiers got wet, and they were pooping on themselves. It's not a joke. That's really in the movie.
I didn't know it was a scat film. I didn't know it was that kind of film. Like,
Yeah, Christopher Nolan's crazy. Yeah, I love him.
So I'm also assuming then that you probably couldn't actually hear the dialogue of any of the actors because Christopher Nolan doesn't really care about
No,
making
no,
sure.
absolutely not. It was mixed horribly, terribly. It was very
a bunch
loud.
of mum. See,
Yeah.
this is what I would consider eternal conscious torment. If I, for eternity, was trying to watch a movie I actually gave a shit about, but the director was Christopher Nolan, and for eternity, I could not understand for the life of me what the hell these people were saying.
Yeah, it's kind of like being in hell and being stabbed 1,000 million times by swords.
I still want to know more about like do you think that there are special gremlins or demons or whatever that whose sole purpose for eternity is to stab people?
I think so. Yeah. There's a bunch of what is it? Renaissance paintings where there's a bunch of demons stabbing people with swords.
Like a Dante's
think it's
Inferno
based-
kind of thing?
Yeah, I think it's based around. I think that's like real.
Really?
Yeah. I
So
think that's a great, accurate depiction of it.
you think that's real because the Renaissance told you so?
Well, the painting looks really freaking cool, but also, yeah, I just think it's real. I just think it's real because, yeah.
Okay. So do you think like I want to know more about like the fire thing though. Like how
Uh-huh.
does one burn forever without actually being consumed? Can you explain that to me at all?
Yeah, they just turn off collision in hell, and you don't you don't die.
Are you a programmer?
I just play a lot of video games.
Okay, because when you say collision, that sounds like an object oriented kind of.
Yeah. They just
Yeah.
they turn off. They put infinite life on, and you don't die, but you feel pain.
Okay, so do the people, according to your also religious beliefs, do the people in heaven actually get to see you being tortured? And then if
Oh, I
and
would
do
hope
they
so.
enjoy it if they do?
If I knew if I was in heaven, I would enjoy it. I know I'd be watching it. I hope so.
Would you be like pleasuring yourself to it? Like, yeah.
Well, that seems like something an atheist would do. I would probably just read a nice philosophy book or something, and maybe enjoy the warm sun.
Or enjoy the warmth of the burning bodies, like it's kind of
Yeah,
warming you
the
like a fire.
Or the beautiful grace and warming love of God that stands behind me
Okay.
while I watch everyone be tormented in hell.
So, are you going to heaven?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a good guy,
Okay.
and I believe in God and Jesus. Except
Well,
well,
accord-
my Lord and Savior.
according to the Gospels, I mean, the demons believe in Jesus and they tremble.
Well, they sucked. They were mean or something to God, and He sent them to hell. He sent them to hell. Put them in a different realm.
And where is that in the scriptures exactly?
Ooh. I can't tell you exactly where. It's a big book, man.
Well,
You ever read that thing? It's a big freaking book.
I've actually read it several times cover to cover, and my flagship
Wow, that's
series
amazing.
is that I read the book in front of you on screen. I mean, granted, in my Godfrey Bible Study series, we are currently only on 2 Samuel because, well, it takes a while to get through everything. But I read it all on screen, and of course, I interject my fabulous commentary on it as well.
Okay. So you've read it. I can't say I've read it as in-depthly as you. But I've seen movies and stuff about it, and that like kind of helps shape the picture.
I don't know. So answer this for me. If God's word is that important, I know that the scriptures don't say that you have to have read the whole Bible in order to get into heaven. That's never said
Yeah.
anywhere in the Bible. But let me give you an analogy. If you thought I was a fucking great guy, if you loved me and I'd written a book and you thought I was like the best dude ever, wouldn't it be weird if you loved me but you never read my book?
No, because you could love the vibe of someone. Like I like your vibe. You got a cool vibe.
I mean, that's fair, but I mean, keep in mind
God has a cool vibe.
does he? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, on textbook, yeah.
Wait, but he
But you haven't read the text.
Yeah.
You haven't read the text, so how do you know that he has a good vibe?
Oh, just based on what other people have told me about the text
Oh,
and movies.
well, so you're a really good Christian then.
I'm basically standard Christian.
Yeah. I mean, that's a very standard Christian. I mean, really. So let's talk about God's good vibes. So I'd like to get your take on this here.
Okay.
Um,
Don't mention the war in Lebanon. Just saying. I don't have any answers for that.
oh no, I mean, I certainly have viewpoints on that. Although I actually have never talked about that on my channel, and I don't know if I ever want to. Not because I'm afraid of political subjects. I mean, my listeners
Yeah.
know
Well, I know
that
if you're gonna ask me like, oh, if you believe in God, like, what do you think about the war in the Lebanon? I would say nothing. I couldn't speak on it.
I'd be the first one to tell you that one of the reasons I don't talk about it on my channel is not because I'm afraid to talk about it, but because I find that most Americans who think that they understand what's happening in the Levant don't
Yeah.
know fucking shit about what's happening in the Levant. They don't know
Yeah.
shit about Gaza. They don't know shit about Israel. They don't know shit about, Lebanon. They don't know shit about any of it. And
Yeah,
of course,
that's
they all
true.
think that they know a ton about it.
Oh yeah.
And there are other world subjects that I have no business talking about that I would probably arrogantly talk about like I know what I'm talking about. But on
We
this,
gotta move on. We gotta move on from this. We gotta move on.
yeah, exactly.
It's getting too spicy.
All right. So I don't know if you can see the screen or not.
Okay,
But-
I can see it.
Okay. So actually, I have 60. So this is from 1 Samuel, and we're going to talk about the good vibe of the Lord here. So this is talking about Saul, and if I'm over explaining, forgive me, but it doesn't sound like you've necessarily read all this stuff. So Saul was the first king of
I know
Israel.
about Saul. He turns to Paul.
No, but that's okay. That's fair. This is not the same Saul. This is like the OG Saul. All right. This is like the
okay.
old world Saul right here.
Okay.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head because yes, Paul was Saul of Damascus, but this is the OG Saul. He was the first king of
Okay.
the Israelites. And after God, the Lord, Yahweh, had chosen Saul to be the king, this is from scripture. He had actually
Wait, is this from
literally-
the Jewish Bible?
Well, it's from what Christians would call the Old Testament, what others would call the Hebrew Bible.
Oh yeah, I don't really read that one.
That's you are the best Christian ever. Like, no, I don't get down with that.
I like the New Testament, the one with Jesus, but the other one is a little iffy.
Okay.
It's got like magic and golems and stuff, and I don't know
It
about all
does.
that.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it has like talking to the dead
That
and
one seems
everything.
more like witchcraft or something. Seems a little more strange. I don't know, I
Okay.
don't really like that one.
Well, here's what we'll do. We will go to the New Testament, but since I'm here, I just want to hit this one first. Okay.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
So these are the good vibes of God right here. And at this point in the story, God's actually not really liking the choice that he made to pick Saul as the king. In fact, he kind of wants Saul to be gone, which you would think if God wants Saul gone, then Saul would be gone, except no, that's not what the story tells us. So here's how God deals with it. Now the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord tormented him. So
Yeah, that sounds about right.
God sent the evil spirit to torment Saul. Do you want to know why he was pissed off with Saul?
Why? What did Saul do?
See, Saul was kind of an asshole. Saul did some pretty bad shit. So here's the deal. So when they battled the Amalekites, God told him, kill everyone. The men, the women, the children, the animals, everything. Don't leave anything
Makes
alive
sense.
that breathes.
Right.
So because Saul is such a bastard, Saul didn't kill some of the animals, and he didn't kill the king. He killed everyone else, but he didn't kill the king, and he didn't kill some of the animals. So that was the
lot of people to
horrible
kill.
crime that Saul committed, that he didn't commit complete and utter genocide. He just sort of genocided.
Wait, is this back when genocide was legal?
Oh, at this point, genocide is God sanctioned.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I don't see a problem with it.
Best Christian ever. That's
I mean,
fair.
God said to do it, so
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can't argue with that, right? I mean, yeah. Okay.
that's a hard one to argue against. Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to ruminate on this one all day, but like since we'd already started here, and I was like, okay, the good vibes of the Lord. Well, the good vibe of the Lord was you didn't genocide enough, so I'm going to send this evil spirit upon
He
you
didn't
to
do his
torment
job.
you.
He didn't do
That's-
his job. He wasn't good at his job. And you know what happens when you don't do your job? You get fired. There's consequences.
Are you a floor manager at an Amazon warehouse? Because I think that might be a good career option for you.
No.
Okay.
I'm a school janitor.
Oh, okay. So
I like to teach kids my little theories in the halls. I like to tell them that whatever their teacher just taught them was crap.
So is this like a breakfast club kind of thing?
No, I'm just a high school janitor.
Yeah, I know. That's probably too old of a ref. Have you ever
Oh.
even seen the Breakfast Club?
No, I hate that. I hate movies.
You hate all movies?
No, just ones about breakfast.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Breakfast is a shitty topic. Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it sounds like Saul didn't do his job, and God told him to do his job, and then he got punished for it. I mean, other people got punished for it. I don't know. I think God is loving, God is caring, God is nice, but he can also be kind of freaking freaky, and evil a little bit. But I think it's justified sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's true that
I wish he was freakier to Israel, but he's not. Anyways, moving on.
You said we weren't going there.
Oh, I know. Sorry. Just move on. Let's go on.
Damn it, John. You're gonna make me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was me. That wasn't you. This guy doesn't reflect any of my ideas.
Damn it! Like now I'm gonna have to take out the Palestinian flag and shit. And I'm gonna get boycotted and everything.
It's okay. You're on a green screen. They can't see it.
That's true. That's true. Unless I pull up the green screen of people.
Well, don't do that.
I'll pull up an AI image of people swarming the temple in Jerusalem and tearing down the Knesset.
Oh yes.
You're getting a little excited with that, aren't you?
I also don't like breakfast at Tiffany's.
Well, I mean, did anyone after 1974 like breakfast at Tiffany's?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
Oh. But you just don't like it because of vibes?
Because of breakfast, yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay, so I'm sorry. I missed the breakfast connection there. So
Yeah.
I thought that we were doing just a second. Where was breakfast at Tiffany's? Mickey Rooney. I thought that's what we were doing with not liking breakfast at Tiffany's. So I'm probably
Oh
gonna,
no, I just have beef against breakfast. and
I'm
breakfast
probably
theme
gonna
in
get
movies.
banned even for putting this on screen. But this is the famous breakfast of Tiffany's. Where are we at here? This was Mickey Rooney as Mickey Rooney, the whitest motherfucker you've ever seen in your life, played Mr. Uni Oshi in Breakfast at Tiffany's.
motherfucker.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
he's crazy.
As if
That's
that
awesome.
one wasn't bad enough, there's also hold up, let me pull this one. This was also him in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Yeah, that's not racist at all.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, that's terrible.
Yeah. It's awesomely racist is what it is. It's,
Yeah, but that's why I don't like this movie. I mean, that's
Well,
not why, but
I
it's a
mean,
bonus to me not liking this movie.
I hate racist, but I have to admit, if you're going to be racist, be full racist. Don't be half racist. Don't be a quarter racist. Be full
own it.
on. Just put it out there. Just fly
and
your
drink the
racist
noose.
freak flag. Yeah, that's really.
In your front yard.
They were not subtle about that shit at all. And unfortunately, I have seen that movie, and as if the images don't even do it justice, because his caricature is.
Oh yeah, they say things like "Ooh, miso Chinese."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
That's crazy.
because that's how every Asian person actually.
Yeah,
talks,
that's crazy. That's crazy. They'd even try that.
Oh,
What
you
are
so
they thinking?
you so crazy.
Oh, you so crazy. Yeah, no. That's evil.
I'm gonna get banned. Oh.
Anyways, let's get back to the God topic.
Yeah, let's talk more about God. So you like some new? You don't like that Old Testament shit because that's the God of the
Hell
Old Testament,
nah.
right?
That's
Okay.
Judeo. That's Judeo.
Yeah. And you don't.
Yahweh. I cannot get down with the Yahweh. Yahweh's like a different God.
Okay, so you're not a Trinitarian.
If anything, I'm closer to Gnostic.
Oh, well, then I know a lot of Christian people would say you're not Christian at all. Then,
But I don't fuck with well, they're stupid. But I don't fuck with the Old Testament either. So.
well, then how do you deal with the fact that Jeebus told you to be down with the Old Testament?
I think that was just written in. I don't know. I acknowledge that things.
Well, it's definitely written in. It's called the gospel. You know.
No, I think it was written in by like the Pope or something, like years ago, like probably 10 years ago, or 10,000, 2000.
See, you think that Matthew 5:17 wasn't in there like in 1990?
No, I misspoke. I think it probably a couple hundred years.
So you don't think that Matthew 5:17 was there in 1700?
Wait, I'm sorry. I was I was on my balcony smoking and listening to a stream, so I'm like a couple seconds behind. But you know that Gnostics are actually believe in Yahweh. They just think he's a demigod, like, or
Demiurge.
Like he's not he is like a bad god.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if that really speaks for all Gnostics, because Gnosticism is a big umbrella. I mean, the Marcions absolutely believe that Yahweh is the Demiurge.
That's usually what people mean when they say they're agnostic. Maybe they like he's a different kind of Gnostic.
Gnostic.
Yeah,
no,
Gnostics,
he's saying Gnostic. Yeah, the Gnostic. So
When they are speaking about agnostics.
John, are you familiar with the Demiurge?
Yeah, I'm a little familiar with it. I like I like all the cool stuff about it, and I don't really know too much about it. That's why I say lean more. But
because you sound a bit like a Marcionite.
I like the idea that the devil created the world, the evil guy created everything, and that God is our savior. That's why I like Jesus. I feel like Jesus is our God and savior that was sent down to.
Well, we
save
can
us from the evil.
really easy understand if you're a Martian or not. Like, do you believe that Jesus was born?
Yeah.
No, so you're not a Martian.
Why? I mean, I don't know what you mean. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't understand that either.
Martians are believe that Jesus was ascended from heaven as a 30-year-old man and start doing miracles.
Oh, do they?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't,
he was like fully divine. He was never man.
Yeah, but you can be fully divine and still be born.
Yeah, but they don't believe that he was born. They believe that he was ascended from heaven. It's in their book of Marcion.
Okay. I feel stupid
I don't
because I did a video last year on Marcionites, but I didn't know that they believed that. So I've learned something new.
I mean,
It's-
if I hear some new information that sounds cooler than the last information I heard, I'll probably believe that.
That doesn't sound very faithful to me.
Well,
Then you probably believe
it's all about
in,
figuring it out, you know.
Then you probably believe in infancy gospel of Thomas, right?
Refresh me on that.
It's a story is about young Jesus when he blew up some kids and like stroked them down dead and like did some blood magic and make some golems from clay and stuff.
Ooh, I don't like those words you just said.
Yeah,
So
but
probably
that's
not.
like really cool stuff that Jesus did.
No, that's not cool. That's evil. That's evil stuff, and that was probably not.
So John,
real.
what does evil mean to you?
Just like fucked up stuff that's like not cool.
Wow, that's a very defined and scientific definition.
Well, I'm only 29.
So, what's it going to take till 39 or 40? Should we call you back in 20 years and see like if you
Yeah, maybe
narrowed
I'll
that
be
down a
more
little bit?
educated,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still technically a Zoomer.
Okay. So, I mean, are you just like taking that as license to be like, well, you know what, I can figure it out?
For sure, yeah. I mean, I think also being in a religion is you can be a little fluid. I don't think I think a thing, real serious moment here. I think a lot of atheists think that you have to be like a certain set and then you have to stick to that constantly. And if you change it, you're like an idiot or something. But I think if something else sounds different and it sounds more true and real to you, I think you can change your belief a little bit.
Well, I would argue with that slightly. I would say, I think that a lot of atheists, whether they want to admit it or not, are more set in their thinking than they should be. Because, quite frankly, humans are usually set in their thinking, even if they want to think that they're oh so open-minded. Because the ideal, the dream of the atheist is say, I just follow the evidence, right? I just look at the empirical facts and I adjust my beliefs accordingly, which, let's be honest, can be a little bit bullshit as far as the way that people actually act, even the most high-minded atheist, right? So I think that a lot of atheists are set in their ways, and I can hold up my hand and say I'm sure I can be that person too. But in ideally, if we were to look at things theoretically and not just say, well, how do humans actually act? Ideally, I think that the empirical atheist idea would be to always look at the evidence and say, well, if you have evidence for your God, then I would, consider your God. I would think about your God. Of course, in practice, the evidence that we normally get given to us for anyone's God is usually pretty laughable. So I think over time, even the most open-minded atheist tends to get more than a little jaded to the idea of theist evidence.
Yeah, all my evidence is antithetical. What is that? What's the word where it's
antithetical?
Where it's just where it's just from my experiences. Yeah.
Oh, anecdotal.
Yeah, anecdotal. Yep.
Actually, so I don't know if I've actually mentioned this on a live stream before, but since you kind of just led into that, I'll say it anyway. I actually believe that the most logical reason to be a believer of any religion is anecdotal evidence. Now, it's not because I think that anecdotal evidence is great, because hopefully you understand that anecdotal evidence, by its very nature, is deeply problematic.
Well, the fact that I know the definition should tell you that I know that.
Well, I don't know. You said antithetical and then antithetical, and then I said anecdotal. So I don't know if you know the
reading
definition.
Comprehension of a third grader.
So I'm kind of call you out on that one. But seriously though, like if someone said to me like, well, unfortunately I see too many like pieces of content online, for example, from apologists who want to make statements like, well, the resurrection is the most logical explanation of the evidence. And I'm like, then you don't actually know what evidence means. You don't actually understand what empirical means. You don't understand anything about actually breaking down.
Yeah, I think stuff like all those artifacts, like the Shroud of Turin or whatever.
Bingo. Yeah,
all that stupid. Yeah, I think that's all just mumbo jumbo garbage. Anyways.
But if you said to me, "Look, I had a dream last night and Jesus came and talked to me," of course I wouldn't believe you. Let's just be frank.
Right.
I would think, yeah, you had a dream. That doesn't mean anything. But I would also admit to you that I can't tell you that your dream was bullshit. I can tell you what I think about it, but I can't actually tell you that Jesus didn't come and talk to you last night in your dreams. I can't tell you that Jesus didn't, give you a vision while you were smoking way too much pot. I can't tell you what you have personally experienced. So as much as I will say that anecdotal evidence is by its very nature deeply problematic, this may sound weird for me to say, but I will also say that if there is a good reason to believe in not just Yahweh, but any God, it's probably just anecdotal evidence. It's probably just feels, because I can't argue with your feels. I can argue with your resurrection evidence all day. I can argue with your miracle claims from the Old Testament. I can argue with how you think that Jesus answered your prayer this morning for a better parking spot. I can't argue with whether you think that Jesus talks to you, you know what I mean? Or whether you think that God is present in your life. That's a feeling that ultimately is just...
Yeah, where are you located? Are you located in like the north or the south of America? Like,
are you trying to stalk me, dude? Like I'm trying to keep it really private. Like I'm getting really uncomfortable. No, I'm just kidding. I'm in New Orleans.
New Orleans? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's like deeper south.
I wasn't raised here. I was raised in the north, but I've been living in the deep south of the U.S. for a long time.
I'm in North Carolina. I'm in that little Bible Belt area.
Okay, my sister's in Nashville.
Oh, okay. That's like a couple hours for me. So yeah, a lot of the pastors around here, like their sermons are pretty much just their own. Like they'll read the Bible and segments from it, but a lot of it is just anecdotal. Like they just all talk about their experiences and stuff. And I think that's why it's so effective here because there isn't really room for you to ask questions. It's more just like I experienced this and then this happened and this happened. And then
So-
I want to hear.
so
and
do
then
you
they
attend
do these
church
things
on the
called
regular?
testimonies? No. I think that's also horse shit.
Okay. Have you
Yeah.
attended church regularly in the past?
Yeah, when I was a child up to 18, and I stopped when I had autonomy.
When you had what?
My parents gave me autonomy. They gave me a choice to go or
Got
not
it.
go, and I chose not to because I hated the. There was one time where I brought up, because I had an atheist arc too, and so I brought up one time. I said, "Hey, the Bible here I'm reading it says that Adam and Eve like had these two kids and then like one of them killed the other and then the other one like ran off to like a city and there was like people there already like
Yeah.
where'd they come from?"
Yeah, exactly.
And,
he was
and
he
they-
was cursed to roam the land, and then literally like 2 sentences later, it says he founded a city.
Yeah, and I thought that was crazy, and I was like, "Hey, what does this mean?" And they laughed me out of the youth room, so I never returned.
Was it like one of those polite chuckles, or what was it? One of those like
No, they
point and
straight
laugh
up were
at
like,
you?
"What are you talking about? That's nonsense." And I walked up to the podium and I pointed out the little line, and they just literally, I don't even know. It's like a surrealist dream. They just laughed at me, and I just sat back down, and I think I just left after.
Oh my
midway
gosh!
Yeah, it
Did
was-
that?
it was horrible.
I'm not trying to be, did that really happen to you? Like seriously?
Yes, yeah, that's a dead ass. I'm so dead ass.
Oh my gosh! Oh my
It was
gosh!
crazy.
That's great.
Yeah, that made me atheist for like 10 years, and then I had
Oh,
a heart
so you
transplant.
just came back? Oh, you had a heart transplant.
Yeah, I had a heart transplant, like a near death experience, heart transplant. It was very wild.
did a
All
lot
the
of drugs, huh?
circumstances. No, it was actually a birth defect.
I'm sorry,
Which
man.
is
I'm
crazy.
just being kind of silly.
No,
and
you're
weird,
cool.
but-
So I had the heart transplant, and it was so weird. And then everything after I had the heart transplant, I mean, maybe I'm just cognitively fucked up in the head from that, but definitely like everything in my life has kind of started to make a lot more sense, and I'm just seeing the strings and the path is laid out, and it's like I just kind of accept it, and I don't know, I feel this presence, I feel this godlike presence, and so I just looked into it more, and I kind of just like I said, I kind of vibe with Gnosticism more than anything else. And I
Okay,
just
I'm
fuck
going to
with it.
say this, and it's going to sound like we've had this really fun kind of rolling conversation, and it's going to sound like I'm making
Yeah.
fun. I actually mean this seriously. You had a heart transplant, you said?
Yes.
Have you considered at all, and this may sound funny coming from someone who's like an atheist, skeptical, empiricist kind of person, but I've heard a lot of these stories about like, do you wonder what the person was like who had the heart before you?
Wait, say that again. Say that last part again.
Do you wonder what the person was like who originally had your heart?
Oh no, I don't think about any of that stuff. I think that's all mumbo jumbo too.
I think it probably is too, but I couldn't help but. I mean, I'm very much like I'm really skeptical, but I couldn't help but think, or at least
That's the first
pose the
question I get asked. That's the first question I get asked. Did I retain any personality traits from this prior person? No. And also, I don't know who they are. And I never. You could meet someone. I could have met the family.
So
I chose
honestly,
not
you
to.
don't know if you've retained any personality traits.
I mean, I don't feel like any different.
I know.
I don't feel that different.
I mean, I'm the last person in the world to advocate for now you're a different person because
I
you have a
also
different
believe in
muscle.
I believe in astrology too. So I'm a weird case of Christianity.
Really, what makes you believe in astrology?
I believe that astrology is the code that God uses to write the universe.
Citation needed.
Well, everything's just I don't know. Just
To be
what
fair,
it
you
feels
said
like.
you started by saying I believe, so
Yeah.
there is no citation needed for your belief.
Yeah, I mean,
but-
I mean, I am into astrology. A friend got me into it, and it seems to line up perfectly well with reality. And you can actually gauge how your life is going to be in the future if you like accurately look at your star chart and every element of it. You can actually predict like what events are going to happen in your life. And we predicted the heart transplant thing and everything that happened after it for a few years until I stopped paying attention to it. Pretty much down to every single day. Everything was happening exactly how it would be told in through astrology. So therefore, this leads me to believe that astrology
tell me
is some
about
form
what
of
was
code.
predicted down to every single day. I want details on this.
Well, it was predicted that I was going to have a blossoming year after and there was a crossing of these planets that had something to do with a god of surgery and
God of surgery?
Yeah. There's like a sun god of surgery. I don't know. It's very complicated. My friend could help you.
The god of
understand it better.
surgery. I've never heard of the god of surgery.
Well, astrology, they refer to like stars as gods and stuff like that, I think. So I don't know. I don't really know get it too much, but I understand that it predicts things basically, and you just have to. It's not a perfect prediction, but it's pretty perfect. It's pretty good.
But you do
Apollo,
understand
I
that
think,
so far you've told me nothing that even indicates a mild proclivity to prediction.
Well, and then it was like I was gonna have like a huge change, blah blah. That happened. It was the heart transplant, and then it predicted that I was going to have like a prosperous year, and that year I became kind of famous on Twitter for having the heart transplant, and I met a lot of people, and I had a very prosperous year, and it's actually led me to have a good career ever since then.
Wait, so a good career doing what on Twitter?
Entertainment.
Okay, I'm not
I'll
trying
say.
to out you, but I mean, can you be any more specific than that?
No.
Okay. All right.
Just know it's prosperous.
So you do interpretive dance, and that gets you a lot of attention. So
Something like it's not sexual.
I mean, I wouldn't care if it was, but
Well, I know, but it's not.
actually, I'd be kind of impressed if it was. Like wow.
I would be too. I should get on that.
I mean, there's this little site that just got started. It's called OnlyFans. You might want to look into it.
I
Like, just-
should. I'm 6'4" and I weigh 136 pounds.
Whoa. So we
know.
were just talking about skinny people earlier in a not very flattering light. We were saying that if you're thin, it's kind of rude, really, because there's all these other people
No,
around
I heard
you.
That. I heard that. Yeah.
It's like, dude, that's not polite, man. Go eat a sandwich. Come on, man.
Oh, I know. I need a sandwich bad. I could kill a sandwich right now.
So Anka and I have been, I don't know if it was Anka that brought it up first or me, but Christianity, whether they realize it or not, whether they admit it or not, there is a deep kind of foot fetish thing going on with Jesus and the Gospels and everything. So,
Oh, I never thought about that, but that's so true. He's washing their feet a lot.
oh yeah, and I think that
Maybe Jesus was a little freak.
I think that, when
the
I'm not
low.
doing my Tuesday night live streams here on YouTube, I might be doing another night of the week my Christian live streams where I dress up like Jesus and I put a camera down and I wash my feet, spend a lot of time washing my feet for everyone who's, into that kind of thing or something.
Yeah.
I'll put oil on them.
They say imitation is the greatest form of flattering.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm
really, you're
sure that's
doing
probably how I'm
Jesus
going
a
to
service.
retire.
Really, you're doing a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think all of it's good.
And you're showing like pictures of like what heaven looks like in the background. These are accurate pictures of heaven taken with a heaven camera.
Here's what's really funny. I did not think that this background was a heaven background, although I see why you would say that. It to me, it feels like a prequel Star Wars background.
Yeah, it's a little prequel Star Wars, but that's based on heaven too.
Is it?
Well, yeah, it's based on real photos from heaven, taken from the heaven DSLR camera.
Is there an Instagram account for the real Housewives of Heaven or something like that? Or
Yeah, but it's on a completely inconceivable plane of dimension that we cannot ever see or understand.
that's so perfect. Oh God, man, I gotta get on those accounts. I gotta see what heaven is like. Maybe if I saw enough of it, maybe I'd go back to Christianity. Maybe I'd be like,
This
God,
looks just like heaven. This is exactly what I would imagine heaven would look like. Naboo.
Yes, exactly. Naboo, yeah. So, I mean, you have to remember.
Closest thing to heaven on earth.
But what's the closest thing to heaven on earth?
Naboo.
Is Naboo on earth? Like, what?
You got me.
Like, where are we going with? Also, remember that if I get to heaven, and of course at this point, if heaven's real, I'm not getting there. But if I were to get to heaven and I show up and fucking Jar Jar Binks is there, I'm gonna say, dude, send me to hell right now. I want my money
I'm gonna
back.
dap up Jar Jar Binks and I'm gonna say, dude, I'm so sorry George Lucas fucked you, bro. I wish you got the trilogy you deserve.
Well, let's be honest. I don't have church hurt, but I definitely have prequel trilogy hurt. Okay, I mean,
Yeah, well, if they just followed through on Jar Jar Binks being the Sith Lord Supreme,
yes,
it would have been perfect.
He needed to be super evil. That would have.
Yeah, they fucked it up. George got embarrassed by what he created, and he fucked it all up.
He definitely did. Well, when you inject your Dark Lord with, racist patois motifs, it tends to cause problems.
They're just crybabies.
Yeah, probably.
Jar Jar was awesome.
Oh,
I'm a
man.
Zoomer, so I love Jar Jar.
You were all like, did you show up to the shows like dressed as Jar Jar and shit?
I was freaking Jar Jar for every Halloween for 6 years straight.
Did you get egged?
No, people love me. No, dude, I'm telling you, the Zoomers love Jar Jar. We said Jar Jar Binks. That's our favorite freaking character. I love Jar Jar.
Gosh.
I was a kid. I was just a kid when the prequels came out. We loved Jar Jar. Everybody loved Jar Jar. The whole school was obsessed with Jar Jar. He was the funniest guy ever. When he licked that laser and it blew him up and he got shocked, that was the funniest freaking thing ever. I literally laughed and rubbed my belly and laughed.
When he licked that laser, I need to keep a running tally of amazing things that have been said on my live stream, and when he licked that laser is definitely just a quick little quote that needs to always be.
Or like when Jar Jar was stumbling around, he dropped those balls and it exploded a big tank.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. Freaking classic Jar Jar. When he said Misa, so I don't even know what else he said. He said
That's,
it's
you
great.
can put whatever you want behind it, like
Yeah. He said Misa so hungry or something. I laughed.
there has to be somewhere a Jar Jar 2 Live Crew mashup where it's like
I've
me
got
so
posters of Jar
horny.
Jar. I've got posters of Jar Jar all in my room. There's 16 posters of Jar Jar Binks in my room right now.
Right now.
Yeah, and an action figure.
Oh my God. Do you go to cons?
No, I'm just a huge Jar Jar fan.
Do you like dress up as him on just random days for the hell of it?
I would never go out in my Jar Jar costume, but yeah.
I'd love. See, we need to have another channel where we film you randomly going to normal everyday spots like the grocery store.
Oh no, my
dressed up.
social anxiety would never help. Would never let me do that.
Well, I'm sure you have a new heart, so that will hold up, right?
Yeah, but then I gotta jump around and freaking do Jar Jar stunts and stuff.
Did you have a near-death experience?
I got told I was gonna die. Well, I got told I was gonna die, and I sat there and I went completely silent for 24 hours until another doctor came in and said, actually, you're not gonna die, and we're gonna replace your heart. And I said, oh, okay, I'm fine now then. And then I started speaking.
How long ago did you get a heart transplant?
3 years ago.
Okay. Can I, if it's too
Epstein's
personal,
anomaly. Epstein's anomaly.
that's what I was going to ask. What caused
Yeah.
that? Okay.
1 in 200,000 is very rare. Makes your heart get all big and inflamed, and it starts pouring liquid in your tummy and makes you big fat, and it's real bad, and your veins poke out. You just have straight heart failure. and then it kills you at 25. But I actually managed to get past 25 all the way to 26 until I got help.
Wow.
Yeah, I was a survivor. It also helped that I didn't like run or do anything active. I'm just like a neat who stays inside and plays on the computer. So
Well, I
didn't really,
have a
stress
very
myself too much.
I have a very firm policy on this. Running is for criminals.
Yeah, running sucks.
Yeah. I'm not a criminal, so I don't want to run anywhere. Like, why would I do
Exactly.
that? Running hurts. Running sucks.
Yeah, and you know what? Even spiritually, I confront my own feelings
How so?
by not running from them.
Okay. I didn't know where that was going, but that's good. So, but your transplant seems, maybe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, it seems to have evolved your spiritual thinking.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
What were you like before the transplants? Well, personally or spiritually, but
Let me think. Probably just a drug addict. No, I was actually pretty productive. I don't know. I wasn't that much different. I'm pretty much the same. Except I just now am not as angry. I'm not as dooming. I have a newfound appreciation for life, which is weird because it's not like my heart was stunted. Like, it only started killing me at 25 to 26. So before 25, I was like just as normal as I am today. I don't know. I think honestly, just aging has changed me more than anything. I think not even the transplant. I think it's more just turning almost 30, 29, and becoming more mature in my later years, and then also just like seeing how miserable people are who don't cling on to a faith or something. Also, possibly maybe influenced me. Twitter influenced me too, big time. Right-wing Twitter.
that was quite a turn from you said, like, how miserable people are that don't have faith, and then you moved to right-wing Twitter. Is that, were those supposed to be connected or not?
Yeah, like the funny parts of right-wing Twitter where they just make fun of atheists and stuff like that.
Okay.
I thought that stuff was funny, yeah, so I related.
Well, that's fair.
I used to be an atheist. Yeah.
How long ago were you an atheist? Right before the transplant, or?
Yeah, probably my whole life up until the transplant.
Okay, so, and I'm not saying this as a motivated question. I don't know what your answer is, but is it possible at all that after having gone through a traumatic experience like that spirituality becomes some form of wish fulfillment?
Maybe, but at the end of the day, I think I'm happy, and if some people can't find happiness in their religion, I think that's on them. And I don't know. It's not my place to care about what other people do with their faith or whatever. Also, not my problem, and I don't really care. It's more just like my own thing. I'm not gonna argue with someone and say, "Hey, you're doing something wrong," because I don't really care. They can do something wrong. It doesn't affect me.
Do you still believe that, like, atheists in general are kind of miserable?
Just depends. I was miserable as an atheist, but I also had fun as an atheist. So I guess it depends on how you approach it.
What made you miserable?
Well, the fun part was debating people, but that was also the miserable part too. It was both a double-edged sword.
Yeah, that sounds kind of miserable. Like, and that's gonna sound funny from a guy who's you've accidentally or not, you've called into an atheist show, but it's like I'm not about trying to debate people about their faith. Like, that gets boring as shit.
Talking about you.
That gets really self-defeating
like a cool guy,
really fast.
You seem super chill. I gotta go actually because I gotta go pick up my cheating ex's sister from work.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a complicated white trash situation. But I've really appreciated this conversation, and I definitely will probably be calling back a later date.
You are welcome to call back anytime. I've enjoyed this very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, man. And you have a great day and a great rest of your show, and I love you, bro.
Thank you. I love you too, man.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye, man.
Goodbye, man.
Oh, first of all, I see we have John here. I'm unmuting you because I'm sorry we didn't have you. I had you muted while I was talking with the other John, but that was a great call. John Guy, I guess he was, but I could have sworn somebody called up with that same name before, but I'm not accusing him of, because I didn't even recognize his voice. So I don't think we've ever talked, but that was a great call. He was very fun to talk with and very much
sound like my other ego.
your other ego. I mean, he was fun. I liked him.
He sounds like he almost be close to being my son.
Are you like inferring something I should know? Like,
I don't know. He's from North Carolina.
yeah.
And I'm from North Carolina.
But you live in Kentucky now, right?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Okay.
Yeah, my son lives in North Carolina. So
Where's
I'm kind of wondering.
Where's he live in North Carolina? Your son?
Asheville, near Asheville.
Oh, my sister lives in Asheville. And
Yeah.
my uncle used to live in Asheville until 3 weeks ago.
So it's kind of interesting hearing him from North Carolina too. I was thinking, okay, I wonder if this is my son.
Did you really wonder?
I wondered. But he said his age though, and that's what threw it off.
Yeah, he said he's 29, and of course, not that we can believe everything that someone says, but if we take him at his word, he said he had a heart transplant.
Yeah.
You know.
Nah, as far as I know, my son didn't yet.
Well, I would hope you would know. I mean, we all have complicated family relationships, but if you're not even sure if your son has had a heart transplant, that's probably not a good sign for your father-son relationship, you know?
Right.
I like Callie Nuts in the chat here says, was he trolling? And then Emerson said, Color was definitely trolling. First of all, I think it's funny anytime we have these conversations online about like trolling, who's not trolling, etc. Do I think that everything that he said to me was God's honest truth about who he is and what he believes, etc.? No. And if we want to believe that a troll is someone who does not thoroughly 100% represent themselves on a online call-in show, then I guess you could say that he was a troll. But I didn't take that call as a troll at all, just because to me, we all have different definitions of what troll is, right? For me, a troll is someone who is just trying to get a rise out of people. Someone who's, trying to be confrontational for the sake of being confrontational. Someone who's trying to expose your worldview, even if they agree with your worldview. You know, I did not get that sense from him at all. Now, does that mean that I think that every word that he said to us on the call was God's honest truth? No, I mean, I don't know. But quite frankly, I thought he was fun, lighthearted, entertaining. He can call back anytime he wants to. I mean, compared to, even if we thought he wasn't entirely honest, which again is completely conjecture, but even if he's not completely honest, I mean, I would rather talk to him than talk to some hardcore theist who can't string together 3 cogent thoughts to make a successful argument for God. You know what I mean? Like that gets...
Well, at least he wasn't a pure slave, you know?
Damn it, Anka.
Yeah.
Oh, the slavery. It burns.
Got him.
You did. You totally did. What did you think, Anka? Did you enjoy John's call? Was he a troll?
He was for sure troll, but it's not about what he said or how he said it, but because he came with the company of his friends. They probably were on Discord just scrolling live streams to find like a call-in show and troll a little bit. But he also was kind of funny, so it doesn't really matter if he trolled or not, because like at least he wasn't like a rude or like insufferable troll. Like he brought us fun. That's
Right.
what matters.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I was actually thinking about this after the last live stream because that guy Daniel called in and he talked for a couple hours, and at one point he disconnected, like his connection got disconnected or something, and you had said to me, Anka, that he's a troll. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess so. Like, and you said he calls into all these shows, and you said sometimes he even like he runs the same arguments and everything, which I was actually thinking about this today before the live stream. It's funny to me how everyone has their own personal definition of troll, right? If you call in randomly to shows on Discord and don't know where you're calling, I don't call that being a troll. If you call in to all the atheist shows and give them the same tired arguments every time, I don't necessarily call that being a troll. For me personally, and I don't think there's an official definition of what is troll and what is not, but for me personally, trolls are the ones that's like they're just trying to piss you off. The ones that are like some of the worst trolls to me are the Phil bros. Not because every Phil bro is bad, but most Phil bros are, because you can't even have a cogent conversation with them. Even when you try to go down their philosophical path with their syllogisms, they won't answer a fucking question. They won't ever, just have a real conversation with you. It's always like a Justin Peterson, Jordan Peterson conversation where you can't even get them to agree on what any word means. That, to me, personally, is far more of troll than Daniel from a few days ago or from John, a few minutes ago. That to
There
me
are
is
different kinds of trolls, because Daniel from the other stream, he's a troll not because he is like actively going to like piss off people or something like this. He's a troll because he's running with the same theme, with the same arguments, with the same talking points to every single live stream, every single panel, and he's talking about the same stuff. He's getting told the same like reports. And he was called like on everything that he talked about, and he goes on another live with the same talking points without even like checking or like changing a little bit what he's talking about, or adjusting based on like what he get wrong the last time. That's what's wrong. Like that's why he's a troll. Like it's not because he's like actively trying to piss off. It's
right.
Because he just same stuff he's talking
and
about.
I know there aren't hard definitions for this, but I will highlight, like, I like Pinwheel's comment here. It says, I think trolling involves deception and like rage baiting and stuff. And I mean, again, we can there is no hard
that's like basic trolls. Like rage bait someone is like a basic troll. Yeah. And you can see how the other dude, Kelly, Kefi, like whatever the nickname, I can't pronounce it. Like he is from the group of these people, and he's saying they're 100% trolls, but like it's just you handled them well, and you're a cool dude, so you had a good conversation.
Yeah, I thought it was fun. No, so you have to educate me on something though, because you kind of highlighted something I hadn't even considered. Are you saying that like on Discord you can kind of like randomly pull up live streams and just join them at will? Because I didn't even know this.
If I would guess what I think they're doing, they're just sitting in a call together, and some of like one or a couple of them just streaming YouTube, and they're just going live to live and trying to find like something to look at, or someone to troll, or some live panels to join. And then their maybe main guy, who's John, like he's joining and trolling because he's like the quote unquote leader of the pack or something. Or maybe they like take in turns and joining like different lives with different points, like, and they're having fun this way. Yeah, but like that's how I think, like based on what I've seen in the chat, like how they're acting, what they're doing, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, that could all be true. I mean, I'm learning things too. Like, I mean, I don't feel like, I mean, I feel like I can handle my own stream, but also it's funny because sometimes I hear about these things. I'm like, I don't know people do this. Like, that's wild. I had no idea. Because sometimes I am reminded of the fact that I am old, you know, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with being old and not always being tied in to every trend that people do or every way that people use a tool like Discord. Like, if I'm a little clueless on things, I'm fine, you know?
I've just seen how people do it. Like, I've seen some people do it on a politics server, and I've seen some people doing the same with VR chat. So, like, it is what it is.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, let's be really blunt. Of course, I'm an atheist. You guys have seen my channel. You know what I talk about. In theory, my live stream is like, hey, let's talk to believers about, what they believe or don't believe, and let's have discussions or debates or whatever. But at the end of the day, I don't take myself too seriously. I actually believe deeply that all of this is just entertainment. Like, nobody is tuning into my channel because they think they're really going to learn deep lessons about life and about God. I mean, maybe some of you have, but I don't think most of you have. Most of you are like, this is actually entertaining to you to sit here on a Tuesday night and do this. And I'm only bringing this up because at the end of the day, I think it's easy to take yourself too seriously and think, no, we have to have a deep conversation about God and about atheism and about ontological reality and about empirical, what we can prove and not prove. It's like, or you know what? If we can have a fun conversation, and if somebody was just trolling through a bunch of shit, but if they weren't just, pissing me off or trying to show their dick on camera or something, then I don't care. Like, as long as we had fun. I mean, is that wrong? It's entertaining
sure.
to me.
I don't think like Justin would tolerate him, but I think, for example, Joel or probably Mezzo more. Mezzo would totally talk to him as well. Like, yeah.
Well, I also think. Go ahead, John.
Justin would have him for breakfast.
Well,
yeah, but like, he would not have like a long conversation with him.
Also understand where Justin is, and I have a respect for where Justin is, because if I had 1,000 people listening to this stream or watching the stream, and I knew that what drives the most engagement is to actually have, troll or not, someone who's truly gonna try to argue with me about Christian atheist shit, right? Well, then it's easier to be more discerning when you have 1,000 people watching or listening, and you know that if you don't get the next combative caller on the line, because Justin's actually said this. I've heard him say this on some of his live streams, where he said if he gets someone on the call who is not a believer and is not combative enough, he didn't use the word combative, but who's not combative enough, he can literally watch his viewer numbers drop as the call goes on. So
yeah.
For someone like Justin, I get it, because you've got 1,000 people watching. You don't want to see it go down to 500 or down to 300 or down to 200, because ultimately that's his money. And if I had 1,000 people watching right now, I might be in the same boat. I might have gotten John off the call, within a minute or two, because it's like, well, this is fun and you're being nice, but this isn't driving my engagement. But let's also be honest. I don't have 1,000 people watching. I don't have a queue of 20 people trying to talk to me. And it was fun. I just enjoyed the conversation. So
Justin just have other days for callers like this who are like friendly or a little bit trollish. Like, on the normal days, he wants to have like a deeper conversations with someone who actually believes in something, and like, it's not only about like money and like traffic to your page or whatever. Like, it's also about like actual conversations.
Right. Yeah. And to be clear, I mean, I think you guys know this already, but I'll say it just in case anyone gets the wrong message. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Justin, and I'm not saying this like, oh, Justin just wants money. That first of all, I don't think there's anything wrong with just wanting money, but the point is, I'm not even meaning it like as some kind of dig. I'm just meaning it like Justin. I mean, this is what Justin does. You know, he's got, I mean, how many times does he go live every week? And like 4 or 5 or 6 times a week he goes live on his channel and a bunch of other channels now too. So my point is, he has an audience, he has an objective, and I can respect that. Like, of course, if John, who called, not the John on the line with us now, but the previous John had called into Justin, I'm sure he would have gotten, Justin would have gotten him off the line in a minute or two, you know, because even though the guy wasn't being a dick, he's not playing into what is going to feed Justin's audience. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having a show, knowing what your audience is, and playing into that audience. I'm just, first of all, I'm not there. I don't have that big of an audience. Even if I was there, if we were to project forward, let's, you know, put on our magic dream hat and just say that at some point in the future, I have 1,000 viewers on a live stream. Even if I have 1,000 viewers, my live stream will not be a perfect clone of Justin's live stream. I mean, I admire him. I think he's a really good host, and he's incredibly knowledgeable.
Because you unfortunately don't speak Aramaic and Greek.
Well, exactly, and unfortunately, I didn't go to, you know, seminary or biblical. Yeah. You know, I didn't. I mean, I often say that I'm confident telling most lay Christians that I know more about their Bible than most of them do. But does that mean that I think that I'm a biblical scholar? No, I'm not. I don't speak Hebrew or Aramaic.
It's not a high
Greek.
bar. You know, that's like statistically 85% of the Christians never open the Bible. So if you open a Bible and read like a little bit, you're already more prepared than most of the Christians.
Oh, the bar is so low. Oh my God, it's so low. You know, it's incredible. This is one thing I will never get tired. I don't think this will ever stop amazing me that, you know, I spent 40 years as a Christian, and even though I read the Bible, because at one point I thought I should read this thing because the first time I read it, I think it was 16 or 17. I can't remember. Whatever, you know, teens. And even then it was weird to me because I'm like, I don't think all the other people around me who are into this religion have read this. I really didn't think that. And then I read it a few more times before I finally said this is bullshit. But the point of that is to say that I don't know if it'll ever stop amazing me how many people truly will profess this deep, dying belief in Christianity, and yet they don't know what the fucking holy text says. And I don't mean that to say that, well, if you read the holy text, you have to become a non-Christian or you have to become an atheist, because I think it's possible to truly read all of the holy text and still be Christian, but it's harder. It's more difficult. You have to think more deeply about it if you're going to really actually read the text, internalize the text, and still square your faith with it. And, you know, maybe that's why they don't read it.
I have to wait.
I'm about the text.
I hear you, John. Give me a second. I need to do my second potty break of the night. So I'll be right back. And
Gotcha.
both of you guys are on standby duty. So if you see anyone leave, I want you to take names. And I will actually send Satan to come by their house tonight and, you know, torture them for the rest of the night. I'll be right back.
Justice for Snap. Satan was not doing anything bad in the Bible.
I don't know. According to some of it, they say that he did. I just can't find it. I just can't find it yet.
Show me their faces.
Yes,
Lying faces.
That's the problem I have. I can't find the proof. From what I can see,
Yeah,
he
that's
tells
what
the
they
truth.
say.
I see him telling the truth. That's what I see. That's what I see happen. Because if you go back to the Garden of Eden, I know they say he's not there, but to me, he told the truth.
He
But then
did
go
tell the
further.
truth.
He did. He did tell the truth.
Yeah.
And then if you go further in there, I see other parts where he told the truth at. But I don't know how the other people take it. Me and
By the
it's all
way,
about
if you
the
guys
difference.
want to find like a good Bible contradictions, you can go on lyingforjesus.org/Bible contradictions, and you can find a really nice graph of all the contradictions in a Bible. It's like really nicely organized. Some of them are kind of weak contradictions, but a lot of them are really, really nice. So yeah.
Cool. I need to look that up.
Yeah, you should. Because, for example, we can find verses where they all formatted as a question with answers that contradicts and verses that supports the answer. Yeah. So.
That would be good. That would be good to look up.
Yeah, for example, does God forgive sins? Yes, verses that support it is like Second Chronicles, Jeremiah, First John, and no supports Joshua. And the Joshua said unto people, you cannot serve the Lord, for he is a holy God, he is a jealous God, he will not forgive your transgressions nor your sins. So there is a contradiction of God not forgiving a sin. So yeah, that's kind of funny.
I guess I'm going to hell anyway.
Well, there's also I'm jumping in halfway through this after having gone to the restroom, but there's also what I always find to be fascinating, which is that if God won't forgive your sins, then of course, what does that say about God? And what does that, or even worse, if God needed to sacrifice some weird physical manifestation of him, temporary manifestation of himself in order to forgive you, then he's not an omnipotent God by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, because there's one that gets me. He said he saved us for our sins. Well, if there ain't no more sins, then why are we still sinners?
So it's funny you say that, John, because I don't, for all of the time now that I spend in apologist circles online, which, why did I sign up for this? But, but I do now spend a lot of time consuming apologist content online. But when I was a Christian, this was never truly fully explained to me in a satisfactory way. And even now that I'm an atheist and have been an atheist for a long time, this has never been truly satisfactorily explained to me in any fully consistent way, which is this, like you just said, John. I hear these phrases from Christians like, it is finished. Jesus defeated sin. Okay, if he defeated sin, then I guess none of us sin anymore. Like, there's no more sin in the world. Of course, every Christian will say, well, no, there's still sin in the world. And they'll say, oh, Jesus defeated death. I'm like, oh, so we're not going to die? There's no one's going to die anymore. Of course, they're not going to say that. And it's all...
That's a good one, too.
Yeah, it all comes down to their fantasy bullshit about, no, after you die, now you don't have to worry about your sin anymore after you die. And you don't have to worry about death anymore after you die. Yes, process that one fully. You don't have to worry about death anymore after you die.
Why did my mom die?
Exactly.
And technically, if he paid for your sins, it means that you can actually sin, and because like he already paid for it, like it's
Right.
paid forward.
Right. I mean, and to be fair, there are I don't know what the denomination or denominations are called, but there is a scant sliver of Christianity who actually believes that because Jesus died on the cross, it's done. Like we're all forgiven and we're all going to heaven. Now that is a very small percentage of Christianity. In fact, not only is it a small percentage of Christianity, but most traditional Christians would tell you that those people aren't even Christians. But
Yeah, but Christians would, like Protestants would tell that Catholics are not Christian. Catholics would tell
Right,
you that Orthodox aren't Christians. Orthodox would tell you that other Christians are not Christians. So it's not even funny. Like they all would tell you that Jehovah's Witnesses are not Christian, and Jehovah's Witnesses are going to tell you that everyone else are not Christian. Like,
Bingo.
it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Muslims are going to tell you that everyone are Muslim, actually.
But I can't remember which denomination or denominations believe this still because they're a very small minority. But you know what I'm saying? Like there are some Christians who actually do hold to this idea that it's done, that the cross was, the crucifixion was the end. Like Jesus truly did win. Now, they won't tell you that he won as far as like we're not going to die anymore, but they'll tell you he won as far as like we're all saved now. We're all saved because Jesus died on the cross. And now, of course, obviously I don't agree with that. And hell, even when I was a Christian, I didn't agree with that. But I will say that there is something logically consistent about that position, because if you want to tell me that this so-called sacrifice of God, which wasn't even a sacrifice, but that's a different discussion. If you want to tell
by
me
the crazy name Christian Universalism or Ultimate Reconciliation.
right, but it's yeah, that's right. I was gonna say universal Unitarianism is a different thing. But yes,
Yes, but this guy's Universalist church, they merged from Unitarians
okay, yes,
and from Unitarians and something else.
right. So
said.
universalism, yeah, that's. Thank you for pointing that out, because universalism is the belief, the Christian belief. Although again, a lot of Christians will say this isn't Christian. It's the Christian belief that it's done. That Jesus died for your sins and it's done. Now,
1793, kind of young.
yeah, it's not old at all. Now, even in my most atheist moment, I will tell you that I still, if you wanted to believe in Christianity at all, I would tell you, well, it can't be done as far as like, it still has to be somewhat contingent upon your actions, right? Like you can't tell me, well, maybe you could, but it wouldn't make any sense to me to say that I'm saved even if I don't care about Christianity and I go out every day and I kill as many people as I can and I hurt as many people as I can and I try to do the worst things in the world. Like if you told me that universalism saves Hitler, that doesn't make sense to me. And it doesn't just not make sense because, oh, Hitler's bad and I hate Hitler, but it doesn't make sense to me from a theological level. Like how could there ever be someone who did something 2,000 years ago that truly just saved everyone for eternity? Because that makes it sound like we are now free of any consequences from our actions, right? But if you told me, but I do think it makes logical sense to say, look, if I'm a good person, if I'm trying to operate in a moral way throughout life, right? I'm trying to be good to my fellow man. I'm trying to help people, etc., etc. Then I think it makes sense to say then it shouldn't matter if I've accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. It shouldn't matter if I've repented of my sins, because I'm trying to do good. I'm trying to be a good person. And oh, by the way, Jesus died on the cross for me 2,000 years ago. Why do I have to jump through all of these other hoops in order to still be saved?
I've been wondering that myself.
All right, so I'm going to hit a call. I'll leave you guys on. I'm not hanging up on you guys, but I'm going to pull up Noah here. We'll see if Noah has something to add. Noah, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Noah, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 32.
Okay. And are you a believer?
So I wanted to do some opening clarification real quick. So that way you can decide if you actually wanted to talk to me or not.
Okay.
I think that Christianity is a false religion, but I believe in the Bible and God and that there's a Messiah. So I'll leave that up to you if you want to,
No, I mean, first of all, at this stage in my embryonic stage of my channel, I'm kind of taking all callers. But I mean, that being said, and I'm not saying that as damning you with faint praise, because actually, I feel you. Like I think from that little sentence that you just gave, I don't want to over classify you based on that one statement, but it sounds like you are a believer. It just sounds like you're not a believer in Christianity as we know it today. Am I saying that correctly, or do you want to fix my statement on that?
Yeah, well, can I run a little and I'll take pauses and
Of course you
I
can.
wanted to say this first. I just found your channel like a couple days ago. So I've been watching some of your videos and stuff. And I truly believe that all religions are bad news. I think that, you can trace them pretty closely to the Pharisees, this and that. What I really found a lot of interest in when watching your videos was I watched one in particular where I don't remember the exact title. I'm sure you'll be able to catch me up, but it was about, I think it was like something about, it was like verses that you felt shut the brain off. And it was a lot to do with like, don't trust any human. Is that sounding familiar?
Yeah, I did that like a month ago. It's like basically verses that tell you not to trust yourself. I can't remember what the actual title is. I could pull it up in a minute if you wanted me to.
So basically, I did have one question to ask you. It was in that video because I just didn't know the answer. Before I say anything, I do want to just put some grounds out because I'm sure you've talked to a lot of Christians and people in religion and faith, and people get pretty crazy and stuff. And this is all just trying to be respectful conversation, which I feel like you're also trying to do as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we won't agree or we will. It doesn't matter, So just to lay that out on my end, at least, you know what I mean?
I mean, at the end of this call, we're going to force you to accept atheism. And if not, we're going to show up at your house and burn your front lawn. But if those terms are okay to you, then we can continue.
I'll take my chances. My chances. Can I ask you a question real quick, and then like you can ask me anything. I don't know where to lead exactly, but I did have a question about that video in particular.
Okay.
You had made a statement, and you're like, one of it might have been about the same video, but one of the videos you had, you were like, Christians in general. There's certain words they don't understand, and one of them was atheists. And please pardon my ignorance because I pondered on this, and I probably fall in this category. So I'm trying to better understand your view because you didn't exactly give a definition. So I'm just kind of curious, and I'm completely from the side of ignorance. So please, but when you had said that,
first of all, I appreciate you being really cool. And normally I would say continue with the apologies because I tend to talk the same way sometimes, but it seems like you're talking in good It seems like you're talking in good faith. So I'm saying to you, go ahead and say it. I'm not going to try to crucify you if you've gotten something a little off.
My question, you had said that a lot of people believe that if you're an atheist, that you believe something came from nothing. And so I was just kind of curious, what do you believe as an atheist?
Okay, great question. So first of all, I mean, there are, I'm sure in the big wide world, I'm sure there are atheists who believe that something came from nothing. And I don't have a report or statistics to give you on this. I can give you a cool survey from actual physicists.
Can I pause you for 2 seconds? I'm going to put my Bluetooth in so I can hear you better because on this call it's a little, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
1 second. Go ahead and talk. Let me see if I can hear you now.
Can you hear me? You good?
It's not going. It's not going through the headset.
Testing.
I don't know.
Testing.
I'll deal with it. It's okay. Sorry. Thank you. Go
Well,
ahead.
I mean, within reason, as long as it's not a 12-minute thing. I mean, I can hang with you for a minute while we get the audio right. 'Cause
No,
I
I
wanna
don't.
make
Want,
sure
it's not worth the hassle. I can make this work. I appreciate it though. But please
Okay.
go on. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. Because I spend enough time doing sound checks with my own audience, so as long as it's not crazy annoying, we can work with you, within reason.
Yeah. No, that's okay. Maybe next time if I come back.
Sure. So a couple thoughts here. First of all, being a physicist or a cosmologist does not, by definition, make you an atheist. Okay, I don't want to conflate those two, but and I can pull this up if you want to, but I'm not trying to show you stuff on screen if you don't want to. I can show you. There's a really cool survey that was done by Phil Halper and a couple other leading physicists that shows that the state of cosmology in terms of top physicists and who actually people who study the science, not the atheists, but I'm saying the actual scientists, most of them do not believe that the Big Bang was the beginning of space and time. They don't believe, they're not sure, because if we're being really honest, no one really knows it going back to that far back in history. But the point is that amongst scientists, there is not a lot of times, not putting you in this bucket, but a lot of times theists will try to say, well, physicists now acknowledge that the universe began with the Big Bang. And it's like, no, they really don't. They really don't. In fact, the majority of physicists don't believe that. But stepping away from the physicist argument, because you weren't asking about physicists, you're asking about atheists. I can't speak, of course, for all atheists. Are there atheists on the planet who believe that something came from nothing? I'm sure that there are. I'm not the avatar of atheism, but I can tell you, for me, and I will just try to speak generally about what I see out there in atheism in general, that there are a lot of different ways to skin this mental problem of where did the universe come from, right? For me personally, I certainly do not believe that the Big Bang was the beginning of space and time. Now, the Big Bang may have been the beginning of our space-time. That's a whole different conversation. We can go down that rabbit hole if you want to, but I'm not trying to go off into tangents unless you want to.
I'm just more curious, kind of like your soul beliefs, because I do understand that just like religion, there's a lot of different views about a lot of different things. I was just really trying to figure out where you were coming from and also get a new insight into what atheism can mean as a whole.
Okay, so taking that license that you've given me, I'll just kind of give you my views. Okay, I'll try not to speak up because it can get a little tiring trying to speak for everyone. So my view is this. All right, the Big Bang happened. I think that's almost certain. We can just look at the empirical evidence and see that if you can roll the clock forward on the universe and see that the universe is expanding right now, the fact that if you roll the clock backwards, it is contracting is almost irrefutable. Now, we can argue whether it was always contracting, whether it contracted all the way down to a singularity or not. And even if it was a singularity, which we can argue, what does a singularity really mean? I would argue that a singularity is not a actual thing in space-time. A singularity is a breakdown in our mathematics, in our physics. It's a place where our physics breaks down and we don't know how to describe the state of this strange thing with our current science. Okay. So, but I'm talking in circles a little bit. I really believe that if I'm being really simple, just trying to give this most straightforward answer, I believe it's most likely that the universe, well, I don't even like saying the universe, space-time as we know it has always existed. And I know that for some people that leads into these questions of then what about infinite regress? It's like, I think infinite regress is the wrong question. I think that as soon as you start trying to fall back on, but what about infinite regress? You're not understanding the nature of space-time. And so that being said, I'll devolve. I don't want to go forever on a tangent here, but just to give you a little bit of what I think, since you asked. I think that there are
reasonable questions about whether there's a multiverse. I mean, mathematically it works, but there's, of course, no empirical evidence for it. So this is getting it really into theoretical shit, right? There's a reasonable case that maybe the universe has gone through periods of bounce and expand and bounce and expand, and maybe it is eternal in that regard. Even if we just said, look, there's nothing but a singularity from which everything expanded. Well, the simple fact is that there's a reason why Einstein told us that there's not space and time as separate entities. There's space-time. So if we look at it from the perspective of general relativity, then what that means is that it's the I didn't come up with this analogy. This has been talked about many times by physicists. Trying to ask what came before the Big Bang, if we assume that is all of space-time, which I don't grant, but if we assume that, trying to ask what came before the Big Bang is like trying to ask what is south of the South Pole. It sounds logical until you understand what a globe is like. And then you go, well, there's nothing south of the South Pole. And it's not even a contradiction to say that there's nothing south of the South Pole. Space-time means that our universe does not exist on an independent timeline. It means that the space, which means matter and energy is space, the space is the time. You can't separate the space from the time. And I didn't make this up. This is Einstein talking. So you can't sit here and say, like when you say, but when did everything start? It's really missing the point. Because to have space-time means that either there was nothing before that space-time, or here's the second option. If there was something before that space-time, it means that this ball of space-time is living in another ball of space-time. And I know that brings up questions of infinite regression, but the simple fact is that if you want to ask me what happened before the universe started, by definition, you are creating or implying another space-time that is outside or encompassing of our space-time. I know I've talked for a minute, so I'm going to shut up and see if...
No, you're okay. Can you give me 1 second? If it's okay with you, I'd like to invite my friend to watch the stream. I'm pretty close to him. Give you a viewer as well, and that way I'd have something to talk with him about later, if that's okay with you.
Of course.
And then if you'd like, I got something I might add to it. Give me just a second, okay?
Sure.
This almost sounds like the chicken and the egg question.
It is partially, and that's why I say that I don't want to make it sound like this is an answer to the problem, because that sounds overly simplistic. But just like with the chicken and the egg, asking what came first is really the wrong question. Similarly, asking what came before the Big Bang might be the wrong question. Now, there are other things like, for example, this is getting off on tangents. This is very theoretical and it doesn't have great empirical evidence, but I love the theory, which is supported by some physicists, by the way.
Am I still on the call?
That we are. Yeah, you are. You there?
Oh, whoops.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
1 second.
You there?
I'm still here.
I got 3 callers now. I got our caller, and I have John, and I have Anka. And Noah. So there's Noah again. And I assume Noah has brought in his friend.
Yep. Well, it looks like.
Let me unmute Noah here, because
Nicole,
Noah,
sorry.
I'm sorry. You had disconnected and reconnected, so I had to unmute you again. So, all right.
Whenever I'm on the phone, so whenever I tabbed out of the screen, it disconnected me. Sorry about that.
That's
Cool.
I'm glad you say that, because it's funny, because I've had multiple people before call in, and this may sound weird to you, like you don't care, but I have this panel in front of me where I can see like a card for each of the callers, right? Sometimes when people are talking to me, they'll disappear and they come back. And I always think like, oh, did we lose them? Are they gone? But then I've learned from experience now that if I just keep talking to them, usually they're still there. I think
Have
you
you,
just answered a question
ever-
for me, because I think
have
that
you ever heard
normally.
of-
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry, go
I
ahead.
just want to finish this really quick.
No,
I
you're
think
good. Sorry about that.
I think that if they tab off, maybe that's when I'm seeing them disappear off the screen. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Probably. Have you ever heard of Discord before?
Yeah, we have a Discord server.
I mean, look into it, but it probably a little more organized, a little easier to join and leave or whatever. But anyways, besides all that, would you, may I just, it's not a rebuttal, but could I just add to the conversation?
Of course you can.
So,
I mean,
actually,
you've been
I-
really
I-
respectful.
but-
Even if you're going to tell me it's bullshit, I mean, within reason, tell me it's bullshit. Tell me what you feel.
Well, I think that both of us have pretty much made known, man, that that's neither one of our intentions. So just like
Yeah.
you said, no worries. So actually, dude, so here I want to give you a little bit of background so I can kind of see where I'm coming from. I'll be quick. You know, I study the word a lot, man. I read the scripture a lot, and if I'm going to be clear, the more I read it and the more I get into this, the more I realize that like I also look into history and I check roots, man. I go back as far as I can. I'm on it 24/7. I'm really into this stuff. I do look into like text dates, all this stuff. And the more I look into it, man, the more, you know, Christianity just becomes this glaring, complete false setup. But you were talking about multi-dimensions. And like you said, we can't prove it. But I mean, I lean towards this belief system. And at the same time, I feel I can reconcile that with the word. And then when you were talking about how, and you know, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm only going off of my understanding of what you were saying, but it kind of seemed like you're saying like, well, we can't pinpoint when it started, and it probably started before it started for us. Is that fair wording?
yeah, you're fair.
So I kind of believe that as well, to be honest. Can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure, of course.
So as far, I mean, this can mean so many different things. So, you know, feel free to say whatever you want to say, but understand as I've made complete grounds, dude, I don't believe in religion. I mean, I believe it's real. Obviously it's a real thing, but I think that's where the man starts entering the spiritual zone, right? What do you believe in any sort of like spiritual nature, or do you, well, I want to assume, but do you believe anything about like a spiritual type of side of things?
I don't believe in anything that any lay person would call a spiritual nature. I mean, as a dyed-in-the-wool skeptic at this point in my life, sure, there are aspects of reality that, of course, we don't understand and we can't quantify. So I would like to, whenever possible, keep open a healthy, you know, curiosity about things. But that being said, because I feel very comfortable in the skeptic space, when I say curiosity, like if somebody says to me, you know, I saw a ghost last night. I mean, I'm not going to tell you I can disprove ghosts, right? I can't. At least
Right.
not in any incarnation that I've ever heard of them. But that being said, even though I want to be open-minded about things, do I actually believe that ghosts exist? No. And I could go down that rabbit hole and explain to you some more specific reasons, but that's not what you're asking. But I'm just trying to give you this answer to say that I would like to think I'm not completely naturalistically, empirically closed-minded, but I am one of those kind of people where if you say to me that my cancer was healed last year because of crystals, of course, I'd be happy that your cancer's cleared. But if you wanted me to believe it, I'd be like, can I get a citation? Can I get some evidence? Other than the fact that your cancer went away, because that's not evidence of the crystals healing you. Is that helpful at all?
Okay. No, that's good. I'm going to throw out a few like heavy statements and then I'm going to pull it back to a topic if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, so, and obviously take it or leave it. You've kind of already gone over that. And it's so hard. I got to be honest. It's so hard to talk about certain things because we have labels for so many different things. Like what one person calls a ghost, another person's going to call a demon, another person's going to call a spirit guide, another, you know how it is. Like there's like whatever somebody's going to say, no, that's a figment of your imagination. That's your mind, whatever. Whatever labels we use, people will give an example for what that experience was, whether it's mental illness or it was something spiritual. And even if we get into the spiritual, you got 100 labels, right? You got to get the concept.
Totally.
So what I'm about to say, I'm going to use a lot of buzzwords that I'm going to be straight, man. In the mainstream, I don't even know if I found the underground where this changes. That's the weird part about it. I'm going to use a lot of words that are very polluted in the mainstream.
Noah.
I can get a little. I can get what I'm about to say is going to get into that conspiracy zone, but I'm guessing
Noah,
that's okay, right?
Let me interrupt you really quick because I love your tone and I'm loving the conversation. I don't normally do this with people because normally I'm on the opposite side of the fence of like, dude, give me some fucking citations. You're driving me nuts. But in this case, I'm gonna give you license. Okay, I'm gonna say you have been very respectful. We've had a good conversation so far. Now you may say something that I think is total bullshit. Okay, but
sure,
I'm also gonna say, just tell me. And okay. Yeah, I might give you pushback.
All I ask is that just if you need some clarification, it's probably better to, hey, what do you mean by that kind of thing?
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyways, so like I said, I'm going to throw out some pretty crazy stuff and then I'm going to pull it back to the center of the conversation. So in my lifetime, I'm going to give you a few things that I have witnessed. And this is before I ever started reading the Bible and stuff like this, right? And you know, take it or leave it. Maybe I witnessed it. Maybe I didn't, whatever. I'm going to throw it out there. I've seen a person teleport. I've seen somebody kill a kitten and then bring it back to life. I spent like 6 months where I couldn't read other people's minds, but the people around me that were in this particular group, I would just talk with my mind and then they would audibly reply back to me. There's a whole lot more of, if you're familiar with Carl Jung, he calls it synchronicity, all sorts of that synchronicity stuff. And all of these events and stuff, you're like, okay, what was that? What the heck, you know? And I know what I was doing to get into these areas or whatever. It is what people would call the cult, right? Now, the problem with that in mainstream is people will associate an occult with New Age and tarot cards and this and that. Well, in this particular realm, nobody did any of those things. They didn't they didn't have to use anything. Like there was no need for any ritualistic anything in particular. No, it's lots of crazy stuff. Now I'm going to pull it back a little bit. So all that stuff happened. I'm going to leave out a lot of details unless you ask or whatever. And it got a little too scary for me. So I was like, nah, I'm out. So I left. I moved away probably for about 2 more years. I did the regular 9-to-5 thing. And I was, after I left, man, I got into the addiction stuff, you know, drinking and I was on probation. So all I could do was really drink, get away with it, whatever. And that led me to this place where I'm like, I'm going to die. I was pretty numbed at that point. I'm like, I'm going to die. So talking to some people, I came to this place where I looked up at the ceiling and I was like, hey, God, if you're real and you make yourself known to me, then I will serve you with every fiber in my being. And my life started changing. It started going. Well, initially, of course, you find yourself in the Christian realm, right? Because that's what it is, right? And I'm around all these Christians, dude, and I'm reading the Bible. And I'm like, dude, you guys are not doing what this says. Oh, no, it's fine. We're in perfect people in perfect places, you know, you know, eventually I'm giving you really short snippets of long stories, but I have to break out of there. And I'm reading this. I'm reading, man, but I'm praying. And, you know, I would tell you that God talks to me and he communicates to me. You know, and again, please ask questions. Please, I know these are very bold statements. I understand. A lot of things that are just not normal for the average person start happening. This and that. Dropped a bunch of my problems. This and that. Start searching this and that. Well, I start reading the scriptures, and long story short, again, man, I start coming to this conclusion. I see, like, wow, I'm pretty sure that religion is the very thing that the Messiah in the Bible was like talking against, and this is bad. And so it's like very anti-establishment, this and that. I just wanted to kind of put all that background out there. I don't know. Sorry. I'm trying to catch the flow as we're talking.
You're fine.
Is there any of that maybe you'd have questions? I feel pretty confident and ready to talk. And actually, I would, if you ever did catch me in a corner, that would be very helpful for me. Cause I do want to say I'm a person that I'm a skeptic of everything, man. I'm ready to question any of it. I've gone through Paul, like, oh, this guy's contradicting this. You know, I'll go through, I don't have any problem questioning anything because I kind of live in this realm that says the truth has no problem being questioned.
Okay. Well, First of all, I respect the hell out of that, because that is essentially the opposite of Christianity, or the opposite of most organized religions, if I'm being fair. And I know
they're pretty indoctrinated.
You've already, made your healthy perspective on religion clear, which is cool, because, so much of religion is about don't question us. They'll accept questions as long as it fits within their stock answers. And then if you go beyond those stock answers, they start getting pissed off. Right.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. Here's a couple thoughts that I would bring up for you. First of all, just as a blanket statement, I'm going to say this. I've said this before on this live stream, and I'll say it to you, that I think, you seem pretty emotionally mature in this. I think you can understand what I'm saying, that I can not believe in what you are telling me happened while still believing that you're giving me an authentic report of an experience that you believe. Meaning,
it's pretty unbelievable.
Well, right. Well, so for example, just to give you a secular example, right? You didn't say this, but just to give you something outside of religion or whatever.
You're good.
If someone tells me I was abducted by aliens last night, and they're sweating and they're crying and they're telling me about the horror, this horrible, scary experience, I would believe that they are relating to me something that mentally is a real experience for them. Does that mean that I think that they were abducted by aliens last night? No, I don't. But I respect, of course, with some people you don't, because some people feel like grifters. Some people are like telling you a story on the Tonight Show, and you're like, this feels like you're just trying to sell books or something. But you're not that person. So generally speaking, when someone tells me that they had a supernatural experience, all right, I never want to be that guy who sits there and says, no, you didn't. You didn't see anyone teleport. You're fucking lying. You didn't see someone resurrect a kitten. You're fucking lying. I mean, first of all, it would be rude. Second of all, I can't disprove your statement any more than you can prove it. So what's the point of it? And third of all, even if you're completely full of shit on an empirical level, even if you've never seen a kitten get resurrected, there's a reasonable question to ask, but why would you say this thing on a live stream unless you at least felt something about it internally? So that's my blanket statement about respecting people's stated experience, whether I believe in the actual veracity of the experience or not. All right.
Sure. Could I build off of that?
Sure.
So can we find common ground in the idea that there are obviously things that are, let me be very careful with my words. I'm sorry. Let me think about this. I'm trying to be really precise here. And I appreciate your nature of that. I think this is a pretty fair statement, that there are things that are not explained, whether yet, they could be yet. And maybe it's just science.
That's
maybe I had a schizophrenic breakdown. You know what I mean?
But that,
whatever.
I mean, I feel you, but you know what I'm saying? That's always going to be. There will always be something at the frontier of science that we don't understand.
I was trying to build the common ground. Exactly. Always, right? Always. No matter what. I'm not trying to lead you into anything. I'm just saying I'm trying to find certain common grounds. We agree there are unexplainable things.
Of course.
Okay. You do seem like a person that is like, a lot of your belief system is pretty based in science. Am I wrong?
No, not at all.
Okay. Would you also agree that science is a very varied, just like Christianity, right? It's a general term that has a lot of different avenues, because there's going to be some people that at least claim science. I don't know what you consider absolute silence, and I'm not trying to assume, and I'm totally open to hearing what you got to say, but just to get it out there. What one year, put your baby on its side. The next year, put your baby on its tummy. Wait, we were wrong. Put your baby on its back. Always, just there's certain aspects of science that they come up with these new results that change and change and change. You kind of get what I'm saying? I'm not claiming this for all science, but that avenue of science. Are you familiar?
Let me tell you what science is. And I
Sure.
know that sounds like an arrogant statement.
No,
I
that's
know
okay,
that
go
there
ahead.
is like 1,000 different definitions for science,
Well,
but
I'm trying to understand you better. That's all. So every input is helpful.
science is a methodology by which we discover techniques for modeling reality.
Ooh, I think you nailed that.
So, and
You
I
nailed that.
well, and I mean, I'm not trying to like, oh yes, give me the praise, but I've spent a lot of time working on that simple sentence because there are so many different, even amongst scientists, there are different definitions. But I'll say it again: science is a methodology by which we discover techniques for modeling reality. Now, any really honest scientist will say we never truly know what reality is, but we have to be able to operate within our reality. So we have to figure out, and science is not just finding facts. Okay. I'm 5'10". That's a fact. It's not science.
Depending
just-
on what language and geometric system, right? But
Right.
yeah.
But it's just a fact of my body,
of
but
English
it's not
standard,
science.
but not metric. But I know what you mean. But I'm
But-
bringing that for a reason. But go on.
But science would be like, well, if we found that, everybody who had these three variables, we could multiply them in a certain way and then figure out their height. That would be a scientific formula that we could then use to model reality. And of course,
Certainly.
when we are trying to model reality, sometimes we find that our models need to be updated. Sometimes our models are incorrect. And thankfully, because science is not the empirical body of true knowledge, but science is a methodology by which we discover techniques to model reality, meaning that even when our current models are wrong, science has the ability to self-correct and figure out, we had that model 100 years ago that seemed to be right, but now we have more information. Now we update our model, and now we can model reality more effectively than we used to be able to do. So,
I'm with that. Can I branch?
sure.
Okay, so would you agree though that there are different sects of science that will go, it is this way, and then enough study, wait, we were wrong, it was the way we did it the first time. They can regress and go forward, and then they can even go forward again. But there can be a back and forth between.
I don't disagree with you, but I also want to be very clear that that's actually all encompassed in that sentence that I said. It's a methodology.
Yeah, within the methodology. Yeah,
There's
yeah.
actually a second sentence. I didn't say it because it kind of, it might be a little too much too fast, but I'll say this. It uses intersubjective agreement built from empirical evidence gathered in repeatable tests to calibrate results across time and communities. In other words, there will be people or groups or whatever that sometimes are wrong. Sometimes on a small level, science does regress, although I would argue at the macro, science has almost never regressed. But sometimes in small communities, we're following the wrong path. Like a famous example is 100 years or 150 years ago when they were searching for the luminiferous ether, which now we know the luminiferous ether does not exist. But it wasn't wrong for them to search for the luminiferous ether because it seemed like a reasonable theory at the time. But then when they kept trying to test it, eventually they had to admit, we can't find it. And then,
so I'll use. I'm not as versed in scientific history, so that'll be your strong suit on this. I have been looking a decent amount into quantum physics and stuff. And so correct me anytime I'm wrong, but it seems to me that quantum physics starts questioning all base science in the sense of you got ones and zeros, but then when quantum physics comes in, it's 1 and 0 at the same time. So like you got the slit experiment and this and that. It really challenges a lot of the previous thoughts, and it may not be initially looked at
Some
as
of the
regression.
previous thoughts. I mean, there
Sure,
are
sure.
whole
Well,
fields of
there's
science
always
where
gener-
quantum
there's always
mechanics doesn't
absolutely.
really have much to say. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
Absolutely. But in a sense, at least from my perspective, it almost seems like, I mean, you can call it advancement and you can call it regression at the same time. It seems as though they just like, oh, let me rewrite this whole thing. And we could go into that or not. But the thing I want to build on is, like you said, it models our reality. There's a particular scripture I think kind of goes into this exact topic I'm leaning towards, which is, as a man thinks in his heart, so it is. It's one of the Proverbs. There's this thing about whatever you believe to be true becomes your reality. In the same way that a man who might be under what people would call psychosis, I'm in World War II, PTSD, that's a good example, right? They're reliving these moments and they're as real for them, but not for the others, right? Like the person himself is reliving this moment. It's very real for him. Anybody witnessing him sees he's not reliving this moment, but for him, he's reliving it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I propose this. In that sense, I do believe in the multi-dimension thing in more than just this sense. I do believe that there's so much to wrap around it. I'm trying to be precise and careful, but
That's fine. You're good.
what you believe creates your reality is what I believe. And what you are stating about the hypothesis of science kind of promotes that, in my view, is because if somebody does put faith in science, then their view is going to create the reality for the person that is invested in that stock. In the same way that if there's somebody who's like, I don't believe in any science, whatever, like a complete opposite of that, then they might take everything they say and be like, no, anything they say, I don't believe. It's a flat earth and whatever else, you know what I mean? So like their views are going to be counterintuitive towards whatever view the other person holds. But whoever believes in these things, I call it faith, they have faith in these things. This is the reality that they live in.
So I hear everything you're saying, and I don't disagree with you, but I also want to be very careful, or there's a key that I want to make sure that you always have in mind. And I think that this is incredibly important for anyone who wants to think empirically, whether you want to think empirically about science. Or
Can you define what empirically means? I don't actually know.
Sure. So empiricism, empirical data just means data that you can measure. It's a fancy word for like I can actually touch and feel or measure it, or so empirical. Okay. How I felt this morning after eating breakfast is not empirical. That's a subjective thing. But I'm 5'10". That's an empirical fact. Yeah. Where was I going with that? I know where I was going with this. It's important to remember when trying to think about the possibilities of things, to remember the null hypothesis.
So tell me what that is too.
So, I know what it is, but let me give you a dictionary definition to make sure that I don't, give you the best possible meaning. A null hypothesis is a default statistical statement asserting that there is no real effect, relationship, or difference between variables. Even that may sound too esoteric. So let me just put it to you in more layman's terms. Anytime you want to start pursuing knowledge that does not explicitly follow a established scientific norm, which is fine. Okay. I'm not saying that everything that you pursue has to be in the realm of true science. Okay. But then if your pursuit of knowledge cannot be defined by a significant null hypothesis, then you have to question, how do I even know if I'm gaining knowledge at all? In other words, to put it into even simpler terms, are the things that I am pursuing in any real demonstrable way falsifiable? So let me go back to somebody like your example, right? Again, I'm not saying that you didn't see someone teleport. Okay, I'm not
worried about it, man.
No, but I'm just saying in good faith, I'm not doing that. All right. But I am saying to you this. If you believe that teleportation is possible, then I would say to you, not just as an atheist, but as an overall skeptic, I would say, okay, how would I disprove your theory? Is there some way that, and of course you can look at a physical thing sitting here and you can disprove whether it is teleported. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm not asking whether we can disprove whether the teleportation happened, because I could just do measurements on something sitting on my table and say, okay, I measured it all night and it never moved, therefore it didn't teleport. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, we wouldn't know the proper circumstances as to how, and I can't explain them to you either, to be fair, but
right.
Yeah, go on.
So the deeper question, the question that is more important to me, not as an atheist, but just as a general person seeking knowledge, is to understand, okay, maybe teleportation is real. Maybe it can happen. But if it's wrong, how would I disprove it?
You cut out.
I said,
Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry. We must have lost connection there a little bit.
No, you're
but
good.
The more important question to me is, if it's wrong, how can I disprove it? And I'm not asking you to answer that question with regard to teleportation.
Well, I got an answer, though.
Well, but that's actually, I mean, you can answer it. I'm not trying to cut you off, but that's actually not my point. My point is more epistemic to, in general, whenever you encounter in your real life or talking to friends or talking to someone on the internet or whatever, whenever someone says something to you that sounds supernatural or fantastical or whatever, I'm not telling you that you should out of hand dismiss it. That's not true. But what you should ask all the time is, if it's not true, is there a way that I can disprove it? Because if the answer is no, you can't disprove it, then you've fallen out of the realm of empirical knowledge and you are sitting squarely in the touchy-feely world of...
You said if I can't disprove it?
If you can't disprove it. I don't mean can you disprove a single instance of teleportation. I'm saying the deeper question is, if this phenomenon that I experienced is not true, how can I verify that it's not true? If you say, well, there's no way to verify that. So, for example, I mean, I know you're not a traditional...
I got to wrap up if that's... I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
My battery's kind of low, but I got a circular reasoning.
Okay. I mean, so, that's not a good selling point, but go ahead.
We're both pretty... We'll find the common ground. Since we're both pretty agreeing on Christianity being pretty false. I don't know your channel well enough, and I do plan to watch a bunch more of your videos, man, and maybe I'll come back on a call and we'll have a better conversation after I get more. But since we're both on the agreement, so Christianity, they will 52,000 different denominations, different interpretations, different views, this and that, right? And you'll pull a scripture up and you'll be like, and in a way, dude, anybody that pulls a scripture up and starts disagreeing with them, it just becomes another part of the cloud of opinions and views, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So you got a bunch of people that say, no, this means this, no, this means this, no, this means this. And then you got some more scholarly people. Let's look at the original text, look at the Hebrew, let's look at the Greek, let's look at the timelines, let's look at this and that. Let's pull all this up. You got 100 different views about 100 different things. And so nobody, I can disprove a lot of different things, but at the end of the day, the reason why they believe what they believe is because somebody told it to them and they just believe it, right?
Partially,
there's not a way to I'm not going to say it's definitively, but for the cases in which it applies, there are a lot of cases in which it applies that people are just believing things because they heard it. And then you can go back to the text and like, no, this is wrong, this and that. And maybe they'll fight whatever. But there are definitely a group of people that just believe things because they heard it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Well, I could argue in the same way that unless you know the exact same amount of education that the astrophysics, and I want to be clear, I'm not claiming all science is false. It's not like that. But you have to put faith in people that you've never personally met that are interpreting data sets, telling you that, oh, the sun is this far away. Again, I'm just bringing up examples. I'm not saying I disagree, but they tell you this, they tell you that. And so all the science that you study in the same way, you're just taking you're taking your belief system that, okay, this is true. But then,
Not true.
and I'm going to give you a
Not
personal
true.
example real quick.
That's not true.
No, but you've never met the people, and you've
No,
never studied
but-
the exact same science.
So
do you
I-
know
I-
the exact?
I
Go
know,
ahead, sorry.
I know. You said that you're getting a little short on battery life, so I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I
No,
have
you're
to stop
fine. You're
you
fine.
here
Go ahead.
and say
You're okay.
that that's not true. So here's the thing about science. So theists, and I'm not saying that you're one, but I'm saying theists in general love to pounce on this and say you have faith in everything. You haven't personally tested the distance from the Earth to the sun. You haven't personally tested Einstein's theories of relativity. And they're right. I have not measured these distances. I have not tested the theories of relativity, etc. But the
Right.
key thing with science is that it's falsifiable, which means that the means by which you would falsify these claims are clearly spelled out and public. And
Okay, and can I pause you there for a second, and we'll go back and forth a little.
go ahead.
So, in the same way that the average Christian or any person really reads the scripture and says, this means this, another person can come through and be like, no, that's false, and let me explain why. For example, I have strong beliefs on Torah versus not Torah, whatever. I can get heavily into the original text and about how they removed the name of the creator 6,000 times, and that changes the context of nearly
Yeah, because it
thousands
says
of
Lord
verses.
instead of Yahweh. I did a whole
exactly.
video
so
on
you're
this.
familiar, right? And that
Yeah.
alone just creates this big problem where
It
tons
does.
of theology,
Yeah.
So, but my point is to say that these are instances where you can go back and you can I falsified this. How is that different unless you have personally gone back and checked these numbers? Isn't it the same kind of playground?
No,
Or help me understand now.
no, it's not because when it comes to here's what we get with science versus religion. Okay, first of all, perfect example with religion is someone says, "Hey, I prayed to God because I wanted a new job, and guess what? I have a new job," and that is an unfalsifiable claim because there is no reason to believe that they wouldn't have otherwise gotten a new job otherwise. In fact, if you talk to them, it's almost
okay.
certain that they were already applying for new jobs. And
Got you, okay.
so in their mind, they're like, but no, I prayed to God and he got me this great new job. And, maybe you did get a great new job, but I cannot disprove your claim that God got you that, even though I think your claim is bullshit. I can't disprove your
I
claim.
will admit, I heard what you were saying invertedly, not on purpose, obviously,
Yeah,
but
right.
I'm understanding your clarification. now.
But I'll give you a counterexample to this. Okay, I forget who it was, a famous Greek scientist and philosopher who, a couple thousand years ago, within an insane degree of accuracy for his time, actually figured out the distance between here and the sun. Now, I mean, when I say degree of accuracy, it was probably off by like 3 or 4%. But given what they had at the time, that was insane because he drew angles on the Earth from different points to the sun, and he figured out how far we were from the sun. And no, I have not done that experiment myself. I will freely admit to you I have not done that experiment, but I could, and other people have. So do I have a certain degree of faith, if we want to call it that? I hate that word, but like if we want to play up into theist memes, right? Do I have a certain degree of faith in the scientists who say, yes, we've done the experiments and we've figured out this actually is how far we are from the sun? Sure, I guess you can play that card if you want. I'm not saying you are, but you could play that.
For
But
sake
the
of
point is
battery,
that
Go
I
ahead.
could actually go out tomorrow and I could do that experiment myself, but I can't go out tomorrow and falsify your claims about prayer. Not saying that you were making that claim.
I understand now, and I appreciate the clarification. Could I ask, I got a different topic. I'm kind of bouncing around. Again, my goal was never to try to prove you anything. I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, good. You're good.
Okay, placebo effect. You're familiar?
Mm-hmm. Very.
I'm sure. Okay, so very. So you don't do. So you got people. Oh, take this sugar pill and it'll cure your tumors, and then they believe so strongly that it'll cure their tumors. And this is all science, I'm sure, as you know. And then they believe, and so therefore it is. But then there's instances where the doctor goes back and says, "Oh, you know what? That pill actually wasn't very good," and then boom, their tumors are back. And so there's this power of the mind to create at base level, at least I would call it a reality, but at base level, a molecular change within their body because of their belief system.
Okay, what's your point?
So we have this. I would call that faith, because faith is, for me, dude. Faith is not defined
But
as
scientists have
I
already
believe in
defined
God, or
it.
I
It's
don't
called
believe
the
in God.
placebo
Faith-
effect. So when
okay,
scientists talk
we
about
can
the
use, we can
placebo,
use placebo, but I'm trying to clarify to you that I would label that as my definition of faith.
you can
and
call
I
it
understand you
whatever
don't have
you
to agree,
want, but you
which is
understand
fine.
that scientists don't discount the fact that the placebo effect is real.
Right. I understand that. I'm saying that if I was to interpret, when you look at scripture and see somebody calling faith, that faith is as a man believes, so it is in his heart. As a man believes in his heart, so it is. That your belief can change aspects of your reality.
Which is an assertion.
Well, I mean, if they can believe that the sugar pill is healing them and it starts to heal them, then it does affect them within their spectrum.
First of all, your reality, by definition, contains things that are under your control. So, like, whether I choose to wake up in the morning and feel very happy about my day or very sad. I mean, I know there are certain things that can happen in my day that will drag me down or make me happy, but I can, to a large extent, decide to wake up tomorrow and be happy. Or I can decide to wake up tomorrow and be pissed off. In other words, that
somebody
is
could
my
argue
reality.
That is a person. Yeah, that's a personal thing, right? Like whatever you got going on, there's lots of gears and cogs.
A placebo is
it
a
is
personal
definitely
thing by
possible for a
definition.
person to believe that. Like, they could live in an awful situation and say, "No, I'm going to wake up happy tomorrow," and then they do, because they can decide that for themselves, right?
But a placebo, by definition, is personal in terms of its
Is what?
effect.
I'm sorry.
Every placebo effect is, by definition, personal.
Okay. Yes, exactly. Right. But within the limiting factors of the placebo effect, the person would have to begin to believe past their personal boundary to see the effect go forward.
But that's where
Like
the placebo effect always dies, is that beyond their personal boundary, it never does go forward. The placebo effect
Well-
is very well determined, but there is nobody in the history of Earth that has ever had stage 4 bone cancer and been given sugar pills and been cured because of the placebo effect. In other words, the placebo
Well, I
effect.
don't know if that's a
while the-
definitive statement, because they could
Oh, it's
believe
very much a
on their own
definitive
without the sugar pills. I mean, I don't have Google, but we'd have to go down
You're
the
just
roots of that.
confirming what I'm saying, though, that if they recovered, I didn't say that no one has ever recovered from stage 4
Well, you said
bone
that
cancer.
nobody. I thought you did, but go on.
I'm saying that no one has ever recovered from stage 4 bone cancer as a result of the placebo effect.
I mean, we don't know that definitively.
Yeah,
to be
we
honest.
do. We absolutely do. Through multiple clinical trials, we know what the placebo effect is. It's a very real effect, but it's also a very discrete effect, meaning that it's an incredibly well-studied effect, but it's also an effect that is very limited in its nature. So while we can define the placebo effect, we can quantify it. It is not something where, we started giving people sugar pills, and guess what? 10% of the people recovered
let's
from
be clear,
stage 4
though.
bone cancer.
Placebo effect does not always dictate sugar pills, right? Placebo effect does work beyond the means of sugar pills. So,
Well, whether
that's
it's
the thing I'm
sugar,
trying to get at.
so the placebo effect it requires that the medication is completely inert. So whether it's
Well, it doesn't always
sugar
have- my
or whether
point
it's
is placebo
flour,
doesn't have
it
to do
doesn't
anything
matter.
to do with medication in the first place inherently.
But the point
Are
of the
you familiar?
placebo
Are you
effect is that
familiar with Plato's cave? Are you familiar with that?
yeah, very familiar with it. Yes.
Okay, so would you not call that at least an allegory, or it is at least associated with placebo?
Not at all. It has nothing to do with a placebo.
Well,
effect.
listen. You, I'm not cutting this off out of any kind of antagonism. This is the battery thing. I will respectfully disagree. I think that there is strong correlation between placebo and Plato's cave. But another time, possibly, maybe after I do a little more research on your channel and get to know you, I want to say that I greatly appreciate your you're having this conversation with me, and I hope everybody in your chats having a wonderful day. And I just want to say thank you. I'm sorry to cut it off so abruptly. I wasn't really as prepared, so
that's fine. Okay.
Well, thank you again, man. I hope you guys have a great stream, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Noah.
Bye.
Noah had a really good conversation, although I will say this, and I don't normally like to sit here and just trump people after a call, but I will say definitively that there is no correlation whatsoever between Plato's cave and a placebo effect. They are two very different concepts. I think what he was trying to triangulate towards is that Plato's cave is ultimately a thought experiment about what happens in our mind, and placebo effects happen in our mind. I mean, I guess that is the connection that he's making, but that is the limit of the connection. I mean, that's as far as it goes. I mean, just because something happens in your mind doesn't mean that you can absolutely draw some kind of reasonable analogy between everything else that happens in your mind. There's no connection there at all. I don't know where he was going with that. But anyway, I had a good conversation with him. I mean, I definitely didn't mind talking to him. And I certainly had some other things I would have loved to have gotten into with him on some other things that he had said about his experiences. But everyone has to deal with the tyranny of their own cell phone battery. And I know I saw a few comments up there. I guess some of you were bored with that conversation. And sometimes I don't know. I mean, I was enjoying the conversation, so I was taking it for as long as it would go on. So MC Time says, let me highlight this up here. It says, I wouldn't waste that much brain power on that shit because apparently he doesn't either. MC Time, I think that's unfair. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that you have to agree with him, but I thought that, I don't know. I thought that we were trying to have a nice conversation, and I don't think that he was intellectually disconnected. I don't think that he was trying to throw stupid woo-woo shit up there. I mean, he did throw out a bunch of stuff that I actually wanted to get into in more detail. The one thing that I did not actually bring up with him, it probably should have been the first thing that I mentioned with him, but I did not. Anytime someone says that God has talked to you, this is a little confrontational. Some people take it a little confrontational, but usually one of the first questions that you should always ask in return is, tell me how he talks to you. Do you literally hear a discorporate voice outside your head? Is that how he talks to you? Because usually if you ask people who, I don't even know if we want to call him a believer, because he certainly wasn't a Christian, although I guess he believes in God-ish, right? But as soon as you ask a believer, they say they've talked to God, and we are trained in our society to accept that statement without much pushback, right? But the flip side of this is if someone says that they do or that they have talked with God, if you immediately ask them, well, tell me, how about that experience? Do you actually hear a voice outside your head speaking to you? They know immediately what that sounds like. They know that is a fast train to Cuckooville. I'm not saying that Noah thought that, but I'm saying that a lot of times people who believe in supernatural stuff, when they start saying that they talk to God, they think that they're having a perfectly sane conversation with you until you ask them about the specifics of this conversation or conversations that they've had with God. And then when you ask them about the specifics, then they start immediately realizing, oh, wait, this doesn't sound right. And they'll either change their story or they'll say, well, no, I didn't hear a voice outside my head. It's a voice inside my head. Oh, so it's a voice inside your head. How do you distinguish that from God? If it's a voice inside your head, and I'm not going to be judgmental about voices inside your head. I mean, I think if we're being honest, most of us have at some point in our life had some kind of voice inside our head. Unless you're one of these people who lacks an internal dialogue, which is, those are interesting people. But nevertheless, other comments about this person here says, hold up. Demented Engineer says, no other explanation than insane. Insane, no other. I don't think he was insane, but I don't know. I'm not a clinical psychologist, so it's kind of hard for me to say. And then MC Times says, I won't try to talk about him behind his back, but he said his reasoning is circular, and he seen a resurrected cat. By the way, call me Mac Time. Okay, sorry, Mac Time. I will call you Mac Time. Thank you for that. I appreciate you correcting me on that. But yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it is funny because I remember when he started saying, like, I'm going to give you this thing, but it's circular reasoning. And at that point, he had already given me like the heads up, like, oh, my phone's about to die. And I'm not saying this to try to wallpaper after the fact, after I've already, after the call has already been finished. But yeah, if we were having a more confrontational conversation, I would have said immediately, like, wait, what? You're admitting to me up front you're going to have a circular conversation or circular reasoning. That's not cool. But I mean, I thought it was reasonable within kind of the context of the ending of the conversation. And yeah, he said he's seen a resurrected cat. I mean, of course, I think I made it clear to him, Mac Time, that I don't believe he saw a resurrected cat. I don't believe he saw anyone teleport. I don't believe that he has experienced actual telepathy, talking to people inside his head. If we had gone down that path a little further too, I mean, I don't want to play psychologist or psychiatrist or neurologist because I have no qualifications in any of those arenas and don't want to pretend that I do. But I will say this, even as a complete layperson in this area, anytime someone actually communicates and admits that I was talking to someone else telepathically, I mean, you're saying that you've had voices in your head. I mean, that's what you're saying by that statement. We can argue whether it's possible. We can argue whether you have evidence for it. But you're admitting that you have voices inside your head. So that is problematic as well. So I don't know.
It's almost like saying, okay, can you guess the number in my head?
That's fair, John. And I guess maybe that's part of why I didn't. I mean, if we had talked longer, I would have pressed him on that point, but we kind of went down other paths. Mm-hmm. It depends on the nature of the conversation. If I was talking to Matthew Marshall from a few weeks ago, like I probably would have gone into him really hard on that because it's like you are just basically admitting that you're fucking woo-woo. And it would have been almost fun in, quite frankly, a somewhat mean-spirited way to dive in on that. When people are having a more reasonable conversation with me, I sometimes tend to filter their words through a certain, mindset. Like, I don't know, when you say that you were hearing someone's thoughts or they were hearing yours, I mean, what are we talking about? Because empathy in some scenarios can explain a lot.
Yep.
You know, I mean, you could be, I mean, I could be in a room with my wife and we can kind of know what each other is thinking. Does that mean it's telepathy? No. Does that mean I literally hear my wife's voice inside my head or that she hears my voice inside her head? No. And it just comes down to how comfortable you are having a conversation with someone as to whether or not you're gonna admit these things or not. So I mean, I could have been harder on him. I don't, you know, but I'm, as you guys know, I'm not. I mean, I think out of a few callers that we had, not tonight, but on other shows, I think I've been pretty hard on some people at times, but I'm not, generally speaking, trying to be like, let me pounce on this thing that you just said. Like, I thought it was a reasonable conversation, but I guess some people were bored. I don't know. One last thing I will say on this. I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
Oh, I just had one question. Could the guy from Russia, could he put that thing back on the screen?
He's not on the call anymore, but what were you looking for?
Well, he sent a thing through the messenger at the bottom, and I tried to click on it, and I went to go back to write it up, and I messed the whole thing up.
Oh, yeah. So let me, and yeah. Oh, this is great. The Bible contradictions thing. Here.
Yes.
I'll actually put it in the chat because.
Yeah. Put it in my chat down.
No, I put it in the whole channel chat so everyone can see it too because it's a great link, and it's.
Oh, I missed it somewhere then.
It's such a fucking ridiculous piece of apologetic bullshit, and I'll tell you, I don't normally get up in my feels about every apologetic argument, and I've been doing this already long enough that I've seen a lot of these things over and over again. But this chart. Let me put this on screen here as we're talking about it. This chart has actually started to get me feeling a certain kind of way. Like every time I see this chart, or let me rephrase that. Every time I see somebody in the apologist sphere pulling up this chart, I immediately know that I'm about to get hit with a huge degree of bullshit from people who want to pull up magical woo-woo connections as though this somehow proves their point. And I never want to be in the position of killing information. I mean, even if I could magically make this chart go away, I probably wouldn't do that. But there are certain pieces of just really bad, blatant misinformation that when I see them, they make my blood curdle because I know that they will be used and misused and abused by a certain segment of people who will wantonly pull this shit to try to pull whatever intellectually bankrupt ideas that they are trying to sell at the moment. And this link, I need to put this link on, I don't think I have this link on skepticus.info. So I need to get that on there as well. But this chart, I have seen this referenced in so many bullshit, intellectually bankrupt, apologetic videos over the last year that I really just want to grab everyone by the neck who pulls up this chart and thinks that it proves something about their morally, ethically, and intellectually bankrupt God man. That, like, dude, you have no idea how badly you are spreading misinformation every time you parrot this chart as though it proves something. I mean, I know that this link here is actually, I want to be clear too. I'm sorry. I went off on a tangent on this. This is showing Bible contradictions. What I was actually going off on is that there is the very similar chart, which this is playing off of, which is beautiful. But there's the very similar chart where they have created the same exact kind of chart for Bible connections. So I just realized I went off on a tangent there and then I misrepresented what's actually on screen. This is a beautiful chart showing Bible contradictions, which is hilarious. But you have probably seen in apologetic spaces where there's a very similar chart that they keep throwing out with no deeper information behind it. And in that chart, they keep trying to show all of these bullshit made up connections between these verses in the Old Testament and the New, and the Pentateuch and the prophets and the ass end of the New Testament, etc., etc. And it becomes absolutely ridiculous. So you guys are probably wondering, why did it go off on that tangent? But I was actually reacting mentally more to the original thing that this chart is playing off of. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So that means I can go to this chart and pull some of this stuff up.
You can absolutely. Well, first of all, you don't need my approval, John. But yes, you can absolutely pull it up. So, but I know why you're asking, because it probably sounded, as I started talking about how this is complete bullshit. And what I was really going off on a tangent on wasn't this page. It was the fact that, let me pull it up for you so you know what I'm talking about. This page is kind of riffing off of this other bullshit, which has been just absolutely flogged to death in apologetic circles. This is what I'm talking about. This Chris Harrison Bible cross references bullshit. And you'll see these apologetic sites or apologetic videos where they pull this chart up as though the chart alone somehow is this amazing proof about God. And they'll be like, oh, look at all the connections between all these different verses in the Bible and the Old Testament and the New. And they'll sit there on screen and verbally jerk themselves off to the idea that this is so amazing and it could never happen without divine intervention, and this proves God, and nothing could be further from the truth. So you can see when I saw this, I was reacting to this, even though this site is using the same visual methodology to point out all of the contradictions in the Bible. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So sorry for being confusing there on my rant. I did not mean to be.
Oh no, you're fine. I just saw the little blue highlighted letters down there in that box, and I went to go write it down, and I totally missed half of the show there.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I was trying to get the link.
This is hilarious. I love this. I don't know if I have this on. I don't think I have this in skepticus.info. Let me see here. I think I need to add this to our source library, which is. Yeah, I need to add this to our source library on skepticus.info. And while I'm saying that, let me, because I haven't said this since the beginning of the live stream, but let me mention really quick for anyone watching now or anyone who watches the replay that I reconfigured the Discord, and I created several categories in here which are designed with the intention of like, hey, if you want to help me create content, whether it's creating content for videos or creating content for skepticus.info, or just creating content as far as like what I'm going to talk about in the next live stream, I've created these Research Hub channels on here. It's really, really, really hard to see in the window, but so you just have to kind of go with. But the idea here is this: like if you want to give me video ideas, get on Discord and put them in this channel here. And if you want to point out biblical contradictions that I don't currently have on skepticus.info or that I haven't discussed in a video, get on Research Hub and put it in this channel here. Or if you want to discuss, certain resources or links that we should all be sharing, put them in the source library here. So that is another, I think, good, meaningful use for our Discord as a place to share information and to ultimately serve as a bit of a prompt for me if you have information that you think I should be using in other places in the channel or on the site. I assume Anka went to bed.
Probably. So all I have to do is type in Bible contradictions and I would get that information?
Well, once I put this in skepticus.info, but bookmark this. I mean, so the link is in the chat for the live stream.
Oh, it's in the live stream chat. Okay.
Yeah. So put that there, or yeah. I mean, I can put it back here in the chat here as well, under.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, there you go. Check that out.
All right. Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Cool. All right.
Only problem is when you hang up, it goes with it.
Oh, does it? Okay, I didn't realize that. So I still had it in the chat, so I didn't realize that it went away for you. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I'll try to write it down real quick.
All right, guys. So still going here. I'm still have energy, so we're going to keep rolling here for a little bit. If anyone else wants to call, they are welcome to call. I'll try to not bore too many people with callers that are pissing people off. I don't know. But if someone wants to call and argue with me or give me counterpoints or whatever it is that you want to do, you can either hit me up on TikTok with the join button, or you can hit me up on the call link, which is at the bottom of the screen everywhere. So check that out. And if no one calls in, I will continue to go through more comments. We'll go through more comments and we will figure out where we're going from there. Let me do a little housekeeping here really quick on my screen. Make sure that we have everything here where I want it. Okay.
Anything after the 3 dots?
What?
Is there anything after the 3 dots?
Well, can't
When it
you
says
click?
Bible?
Can't you click on that and just go to the link?
I probably could, but then I'd lose the whole thing because I'm working on my phone.
Yeah, but if you click on it, it'll open it in a browser and your phone, and then bookmark it.
Okay, let me try it.
I mean, I've put it in the chat for the channel or the live stream, and I put it again in the chat for the. So, hey, we have Anka back as well. Hey, Anka, I thought you went to bed.
Hello.
How you doing, bro?
Yeah, I will go to bed in like a couple minutes. I just circled back. I was on another stream, just a small, even smaller channel.
You went to another stream. Have you cheated on me, Anka?
Yes,
I thought we
was
had a
cheating on
thing,
you.
man. I thought we were like really good, you know.
Yeah, it's just you were talking with a dude, and it was kind of boring. So I went to another stream and talked to another dude. That was nice.
There were a few people in the chat who I guess were kind of bored by him as well. But actually, I'm gonna hit the next caller here because we have Mac Time calling in, so I want to hear what he has to share with us as well.
He's funny. He's a nice guy.
Cool. Well, so
I
you
know
come.
him.
Mac Time, you come highly recommended. Anka says you're funny and you're a nice guy. I don't know if I should believe him.
Can you hear me? I'm trying to turn you down right now, so I won't miss the stream. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
All right. I don't need to turn. I got my fan air conditioner on. Is a hum in the background? I don't need to turn anything down or off.
No, you sound good from my end, bro.
All right. Well, I was I mean, I it seemed like you was pretty much open. What's up, Uncle?
Sup?
What's up, man? How's it going out there, man? That's
It's
my
going
boy. We
okay.
talked to. Yeah, that's my boy. I talked to him on Discord a couple of times. He was teaching me cuss words in Russian.
True.
I love it.
Well, I mean, I seen you had pretty much had an open panel. Do you have any topics that you're trying to discuss? Anything? I'm sorry, I just called you. Just seemed like it was an opportune time.
No, you're good, man. I'm all down for the conversation. I mean, it's the normal MO is that I usually throw up a talking point, but I mean, other than that, it's open conversation. You tell me what you want to talk about.
Well, I mean, it's not really in your chat earlier. Guy by the name of Barack Obama asked a good question. What do you think the intention of the Bible was? And I mean, what I said to reply to him was, I think it was it was just a wide range of reasons. I think it was everything from some primitive science that got misunderstood. They called it like interpretive drift to manipulation, true believers, and every other reason in between. Be honest with you, because I look at it like in ancient times, magic and mysticism would have been the best explanation they had for the unknown. They didn't know what germs was, what air was. You know. I mean, and you could tell they was starting to hit at things like with the teeth worm remedy, with using some kind of toothpaste to clean the teeth worms or whatever they thought it was back then and cause your teeth to go bad. But and then you think of words like spirit and respiration. You could see the word spirit and respiration, and they got other things like dust devils and stuff like that. So I think basically what I'm getting at is my thinking is the Bible was just written by a whole bunch of different people with all kind of different ideas, and later on, like the state realized how it can be used to manipulate people. And so they started using it to make state religions and people known by a deity, like for a whole nation and stuff like that.
Okay, so let me give you a few thoughts there. I mean, I totally hear what you're saying. I don't disagree with you. We're gonna basically be saying kind of the same thing, but I'll give you a little bit of a different take on this. So, why was the Bible written? Is the same to me. Is the same question and answer is why do we have these larger organized religions compared to like the religions of our ancient ancestors, which was basically animism. Okay, hunter-gatherer groups in ancient history, in antiquity, they used to almost all have religious beliefs that we would call today animism, meaning that they saw spirits in the river, in the animals, in their deceased relatives, etc. But modern religion, and by modern, I'm referring to everything from like the last 4,000 or 5,000 years, okay, is a product of our migration to an agrarian society. Specifically, that when we started moving out of hunter-gatherer groups and we started settling, people started doing farming, and we had specialization. So you had farmers that grew a bunch of food and, ranchers that, handled the livestock. And then you had other people that could specialize in doing other things. Here's what happened. People started settling into more urban environments. And as they settled into more urban environments, the reason that this is significant, Mac Time, is because suddenly you had the ability to support a much larger group of people in one concentrated area. Here's why that's important. Because when we were all in hunter-gatherer groups, most hunter-gatherer groups never grew much larger than 50 to 100 people tops. Because if it got more than 100 people, you had to break off a separate group that would go, forage somewhere else for food, and find and make their own way. Here's the reason why that's significant. Because if you're working in small groups, let's say there's 50 of you, right, in your tribe, then I don't need to explain to you why we need to go attack the other tribe or why we need to defend ourselves against the other tribe. Because we're such a small, close-knit group that if there's a threat to our group, we all feel it. We all inherently understand the threat. We know that, man, if we don't defend ourselves or maybe even go attack that other tribe, we might not last through the winter. People that I know around me in this tribe might die of starvation, or maybe I'll die of starvation. So you don't have to explain to each other in that small, tight-knit group why you need to fight for each other. Because if it's a real threat, not just a made-up one, we will all feel it. Now compare that to, let's say you live in a city, even in ancient times when the cities were small, okay? But let's say your city has, I don't know, 3,000 people in it, right? Which by today's standards would be a very small little village. But, you know, a lot of the cities at that time had 3, 4, 5, 6,000 people. That might be a decent sized city. But even at that level, even with only 3,000 or 4,000 people, the fact is that you don't know everyone in that city. You don't feel personally connected to everyone in that city. So when the king or the judge or the warlord, whatever we want to call him, whenever the leader of that city says, hey, we need to go attack this other city for our survival, you may not feel it as personally because you have your food. You know, let's say you're the farmer in that city, right? You're one of the farmers. So you have your food. You're harvesting the food. You're growing the food. You're not going to starve. So why am I going to go possibly risk my life for this dude on the other side of the village that I really don't know? I've never met him. I'm not personally related to him. He's just someone I might have seen in the town square, but I don't really know this dude. So I don't feel personally like I want to or need to go fight for his safety, right? You follow me, Mac Time?
Got you.
So
Yeah, I got you.
right. So as we coalesced into larger urban areas and as we specialized, what happened anthropologically is that, I'm not saying that this happened by design, like nobody sat down and thought of this. I'm saying it just kind of emerged naturally, that if you're the leader of some small city that has 5,000 people, right? I need some way to inspire a good portion of my 5,000 people to get up and fight for the whole city, even if some people in that city don't feel personally threatened. So you need to look for other ways to build identity as a group. And this is where religion, and the Bible specifically, of course, comes in powerfully. Because now, that guy who lives across town that you've never met, you might think, well, fuck him. I don't need to go risk my life so this guy on the other side of town might live. Like, I don't care. I've got my food. I grew my crops. I'm good. But you start creating other totems by which we identify ourselves as a group. So now you don't know that guy on the other side of town, but guess what? He worships Yahweh. You worship Yahweh. And the guys in that other dirty city across the valley that want to attack you, they worship Baal, or they worship Asherah, or they worship
the devil.
Or well, in their mind, anyone who doesn't worship our gods is worshiping the devil, right? They're worshiping Dagon. So it becomes a rallying cry that you can use to hold people together when the natural boundaries of your little societal group are too big for you all to know each other. And I think ultimately, I know that was a long diatribe, but I think that ultimately that's why the Bible and most religions, most of what we would call in a modern sense religions, evolved, because they become ways for people to have this broader sense of identity. It becomes a way for you to rally people in a big, broad geographical area where otherwise you wouldn't be able to get them to feel like they're the same people. I know that was a long answer.
I agree. I agree with you. I really just want to just because I know you said you're kind of tired, you about ready to go to bed. Just call you and while you still was up and doing the show, you know, just talk with you a little bit.
Yeah.
But let me run this idea by you. I had looked this up because I had brought this idea up in front of some other atheists and they just totally shot it down and they disagree with me. But I looked it up and at the time I didn't know the name and I wasn't saying it right, but it was called this notion I'm thinking about is called interpretive drift. And like what you were saying, like when everybody these beliefs originated, like when we was in the hunter-gatherer phase and we was in small groups of people. Right, and they had some kind of function and meaning and it worked to some degree of predictability. Now it probably don't work as good as science because you know it had a lot of woo mixed in with it, but it did have it did serve some kind of function and meaning. And then like as we moved in the city and got started giving rule to a dictator or whatever, the interpretation drifted because that function and meaning wasn't needed anymore as much because now we was all working together, and so we didn't need whatever function and meaning, like just for instance, like words like spirit and soul provided, didn't really need it. It wasn't needed, and it just drifted into more ritual and ceremony type of things. You see what I'm saying? What you think about that idea?
Well, aside from the societal aspect of protecting your society and attacking other societies, I mean, religion also, unfortunately, provides a really central tool for identity politics. So those rituals that you're talking about, I mean, if you're not in the religion, those rituals might feel like whatever. It's a ritual. Who cares? But the simple fact is that if you are in that society, that ritual is a way of signaling to other people in the society that, hey, guess what? I'm one of the group. You can trust me. You can trust me because, hey, you guys all go to this church on Sunday. I go to that church too. You guys all, say these certain prayers before you eat. Guess what? I say the same prayers too. It's a way of signaling to everyone that, guess what? I'm part of the group. And I think that is, unfortunately, a very powerful aspect of religion, not just in America, anywhere that religion is prominent, which is most of the world. It becomes less about an ontological truth of a supposed creator, and it becomes more about showing my neighbor that, guess what? I'm one of you, So think about it. Let's take it out of the hypothetical. Let's think about it in more practical terms. And I don't want to play off of anyone's, prejudices, but let's just say that I live in a good Christian neighborhood, right? Everyone goes to Christian church, right? And I walk out my door one day and dressed like an imam. I got the head thing and my wife has a hijab and, I would like to think that in a perfect world, we'd say, who fucking cares? Who cares if my wife wears a hijab or not? I mean, it's an article of clothing. But if I'm being realistic, I know what the answer is. The answer is that you are signaling to everyone else when you walk out of the door in your traditional Muslim garb or your traditional Jewish garb or whatever, that, you know what? I'm not really one of you. And that causes problems. And conversely, a way to combat that and show that you are one of them is to perform acts that show that, hey, no, I really like your religion. I like your God. I dress like you. I act like you. Of course, this isn't just religion because there are other ways to signal that you're part of the group other than religion. But religion is a very powerful way to signal consciously or subconsciously to the rest of the group that, you know what, I'm one of you. You should protect me and I'll protect you. And we're all like three musketeers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Well, see, not to disagree with you, but I think we kind of drifted off the point I was trying to make. Like, for instance, like, I did a little, like I was doing research on interpretive drift, and some of the function I was talking about, like when they was cauterizing wounds, they would say a prayer to cauterize the wound, and the prayer really served as a timer, because if they did it too little, you would bleed to death, and they did it too much, they would burn, they would cook you. So they had a prayer, and the person with the right cadence and say the prayer right with the most, with the most even amount of time would be the one that be known as the healer, and the one that is holy and all that type of stuff. Like and that's the functionality that I was talking about. And then as more modern techniques came with things like medicine and stuff, then the functionality of that prayer got lost, and the prayer still stayed as a ritual. And that's the type of thing what I'm looking at as far as just focusing on this aspect of the Bible's intent. It's like there's some functionality that was lost in ancient time, like through war, people dying, all kind of things happening, signs, terms misunderstood, where people may have began started worshiping this stuff instead of thinking about it critically.
Well, MacTime, I don't entirely disagree with you. I mean, there are certainly aspects of the Bible that are incredibly practical. I mean, one of the most, it sounds silly, but I'll bring it up anyway. One of the craziest examples is from the Pentateuch, where there's a command from God that you should cover up your shit when you take a dump outside the camp. Now, as stupid as that sounds, that's a very, that's a very practical command. Like, dude, don't shit on the ground and leave it there. There's a whole bunch of commands about. I know it's silly. It made me laugh too when I did God-free Bible study. I'm like, really? We have commands from God.
That's not
about,
a joke. That's like
right.
That's
but
Deuteronomy 23:13.
Exactly. And there's a whole bunch of other examples from the Pentateuch, for example, where they talk at length about how you should not touch corpses. Now, some of that is, superstition, and some of that is just ignorance, but some of it is practical. Some of it's practical because guess what? A dead body starts to rot and it gets gross and it carries disease and all this other stuff. But I also want to be clear, MacTime, that while I do believe that there are numerous aspects of the Bible that have practical roots to them, the reason why I went down the path that I did when you said to me, like, you said, like, why do I think the Bible was written? Think about this. As far as we know right now from sociological and archaeological evidence, there is no practical reason to believe that the Israelites and the Canaanites were truly two entirely separate people. The simple, I'm not an anthropologist, but as far as I understand, the simple fact is that the Israelites and the Canaanites shared many of the same gods. They were basically genetically the same people. They shared many of the same customs, with one big exception. The Hebrews/Israelites were the outcast group. They were the nomadic group that was kind of wandering around the wilderness and the hill country, and they didn't like being the other group. They wanted to assert their dominance. They also wanted to assert their otherness. They didn't want to be Canaanites. They wanted to set themselves apart and show that they were better. So how do you do that? You take the same pantheon of Canaanite gods, you pick your one god out of that pantheon, and you say, you know what? He's our God. He's the best God. And then you start building your own mythology around that God being Yahweh. And then you write this book and you start teaching all of your religious leaders to preach this book, because this cements in the minds of your own people that we're not Canaanites, we're not Jebusites, we're not Amalekites. We are our own people, and oh, by the way, we're better, and we're destined to rule, and it becomes a way of cementing your own creation mythology for your own people.
Oh, Skeptics, I totally agree. This may make you laugh, but me and Demented Engineer was talking earlier in your chat about it, and I almost said it the exact same thing. I said, it seems to me that the Israel/Hebrews was incel Canaanites, and the Bible is like their Reddit page.
They
That's
totally
what it
were.
feel like to me. You know, they're just talking shit on other people in their country or culture they didn't like, because they seemed like to me the Canaanites were the cooler Israelites. They had other nations would come and visit them and all this, which made them get conquered more and stuff too, because they dealt with the other people more than Judea did and the Israelites did. But yeah, I totally agree, and that's what it feel like. The Bible feel like a Reddit page. They just incel Canaanites that was just talking shit on them because they wanted to break off and do their own thing.
Oh, bingo. I mean, there is so much of the Bible, especially the early parts of the Bible, like the Pentateuch, where if you read it outside of a traditional Christian lens, you can actually see the shit talking going on in the Bible.
I do.
Here's a perfect example of this. So after Sodom and Gomorrah, Lot escaped Sodom and Gomorrah, and he was holed up in a cave with his 2 daughters. And according to the story, according to the legend that we get from the Bible, his 2 daughters said, damn it, we're not going to be, there are no men around here. We're living in a cave with our father. How are we going to have any kids? Oh, I know. We'll get dad drunk and we'll have kids.
And rape him.
Yeah, they basically raped him. They got him drunk and raped their own dad. So
what you need to do.
So in those 2 groups were the Moabites.
When you're telling this story, I'm sorry. When you're
Go
telling
ahead.
this story, you must open Joel's channel, go in the shorts, sort them by popularity, and find the short with a song about it. Like, you just must do
Okay.
it, because Joel made like the greatest song about it.
I will. I mean, I'm not going to do it right now, but I totally understand what you're
should.
saying. So the story tells us about, if we are to believe the story verbatim, this story tells us where the Moabites came from, because they were supposedly from one of the daughters, and then the other. What's the other group? There's another group that supposedly comes from the other daughter, and the point of this story is it's essentially a polemic for them to say, ah ha ha, you stupid Moabites, you're all the result of incest. It's a way of them talking shit about their neighbors and, quite frankly, their cousins, and saying, ah, you stupid Moabites, you see, you're all the results
I think the other ones were Levites.
No, Levites are a tribe. Just a second. I'll find it. So it's Moabites and just a second. Yeah. Oh, Moabites and Ammonites. That's it. So it's a polemic. That's what the whole point of, if we're being realistic, if we're taking off our stupid Christian glasses and not assuming that this is just hardcore history, what it really is it's a story telling the Ammonites and the Moabites, ha ha ha, you're all the products of incest. And how do we know that? Because our holy book says that that's where you came from. That's the whole point of the story. It's not.
And
Go ahead.
One thing, and surprisingly, the people who wrote the story are the God's chosen people. They are the ones that's proper and right, and everybody else has got something wrong with them. It's just surprisingly.
Right.
The people
Right.
tell them.
Well, actually, that's a great point, Mac Time, because, like going back to the original question, like, why would you even write the Bible? I mean, think about this for a second. And I'm sure you thought of this about this before, but this, as someone who was a Christian for 40 years, I got to admit, this still blows my mind that this didn't properly set into my brain until I became an atheist. For Christians, they are following a religion where supposedly the one true God had for most of human history a chosen people.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we take out the global Christian foo-foo bullshit, if we just assume the story is what it is, which is that it's a story about a local group in the Levant trying to talk about their local God who protected them, that at least makes sense from an anthropologic perspective, okay? But then if we try to extend it to this Christianity is a global religion, why would you ever think that any God truly loves the entire world and wants all of us to be saved and loves every person if your own holy text makes it painfully and explicitly clear in book after book and chapter after chapter that he fucking hates the Amalekites. He fucking hates the Canaanites. He fucking hates the Ammonites. He fucking hates the Moabites. You know who Yahweh loves? The Israelites. And even then, I would argue he doesn't really love
He
them.
loves
Because
himself.
he kind of bitch slaps the Israelites over all the time. But if he has to pick amongst some human group, according to Scripture, he'll pick the Israelites. Although you're right, Anka, that ultimately he loves himself. But, I mean, just take yourself out of the Christian paradigm for a second. Let's just say I came up to you and I said, I've been living in Antarctica my whole life with some small group of people in Antarctica that we never knew were there. And hey, we always had this religion about the God who only cared about the people who lived in Antarctica. And he purposely struck down everyone, according to my tradition, he purposely struck down everyone who wasn't in Antarctica. And now that me and my people have moved off of Antarctica, don't you want to follow my God? The same God that never cared about you and only cared about us down in Antarctica? That sounds stupid. You know? That sounds so stupid.
What you just pointed out just now highlights my reason why I think calling Jesus the Christ would probably offend him, because like you said, that them people and they God hated all the other cultures. And I realized that the Christ is a Greek translation of Messiah, but it's still Greek. And I think that Jesus would be just as offended of you calling him Christ as probably Trump would if you called him El Presidente.
Well, I agree with you. You know who else would be offended? The entire civilization, which had already taken root and was flourishing in South America, who had never heard of an Israelite, had never heard of Hebrews, had never heard of Jesus. They had never known anyone from across the ocean. And yet those people, the Incas and, you know, everyone else living in South America and Central America and North America, those native peoples, we're supposed to now tell them all that your God was a God of some people that were literally on the other side of the world that you've never heard of, a God who never even bothered to come introduce himself. You know who else should be offended? All of the Aboriginal people from Australia, who once again had a civilization that is one of the oldest civilizations on the entire planet. The Aboriginals, you know, the Aboriginal native peoples in Australia, they are an incredibly old, you know, society-wise set of people. And Jesus didn't come talk to them. Yahweh didn't come talk to them. Yahweh didn't give a flying fuck about them. But they're supposed to believe that Jesus was here to save you. Just hearing that makes me angry, you know?
Well,
I'm sorry, you cut out there, Mac Time. Say again.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
My
I
screen
just
is blinking.
yeah. I just heard you say can. It looks like your battery's dying, but I did hear you say can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm at 17%. I'll find my charger in a minute.
Okay.
But yeah. Oh, here you go. Yeah. What I was saying is, it seemed like it offended the Jewish people because they rejected the Christ too. They don't. Jesus Christ. It's a Greek. That's a Greek contraption. It's like they try to make a Greek Jewish. A Greek Jewish God hybrid. Because I mean, if you look at the whole arc of Jesus, he was born like Hercules. He lived like Perseus, and he descended like Hades. You know what I'm saying? And the Jews never believed in any of that, none of that stuff. They never believed in none of that stuff. And now, I try to. This is one of my little talking points. Like when I'm in the chat, I try to tell them if you Christians can't respect the Jewish autonomy to have their own religion, then no one should respect your autonomy.
Bingo.
And therefore, I don't care about the Mormons and Joseph Smith.
Bingo. So I love that you say this because I've talked about this in some of my video on demand stuff, and I think I've even mentioned it in live streams before, that most Christians, and of course this doesn't apply to all Christians around the world, but I'm just going to be frank. I'm living in the South in the United States. So when I say most Christians, a lot of times I'm talking about white folk. Okay. So I know that, Christian goes beyond white folk, but in my world here.
Yeah, I can tell you about the black Christians. So I'm in Texas. So
okay. So I'm in New Orleans, and so most Christians, they don't even for a second acknowledge the insane ethnocentrism and arrogance that comes from their interpretation, massive interpretation of the Hebrew Bible. And here's why I say this. I'm not mad that you could read the Hebrew Bible and maybe say, ooh, I read this passage, and to me, there's a little bit of a different meaning. Everyone can read Holy Scriptures and come up with their own interpretation. That's okay. But when a hardcore Christian, like an evangelist Christian, reads the Hebrew Bible, they act like the people who wrote the fucking Bible had no idea what they were talking about. They act like, well, I know this is what all you Hebrews wrote, but guess what? Even though you Hebrews wrote this, you don't actually know what these texts mean. I know what they mean. You don't know your own religion. Right, exactly. Like, think about the fucking arrogance of that. The arrogance to take
every day
an entire other social group's holy text and to paper your own theology over the top of it, and then to basically tell that original people that you don't know what your own fucking holy text says. Oh my God, that's arrogant. So arrogant.
And I'm glad you call it the Hebrew Bible instead of the Old Testament. I think that's one of the ways we have to break this lie, is that we got to keep calling the Hebrew Bible and stop playing into their hand, and calling the Old Testament and stop basically playing on their turf. Because it just, if you call it the Old Testament, I see it as perpetuating their lies.
I agree with you. And I admit sometimes I spend too much time saying Old Testament, but you're right. Hebrew Bible is so much more effective. I mean, the only downside to that statement is the fact that the term Hebrew Bible is a very undefined statement, but that's another discussion. Yeah. But I totally agree with you. Another thing that I love, that I do routinely in this regard, is I greatly prefer to say Yahweh and not God or Lord. Because when you say God or Lord, it whitewashes it. It makes it generic, like we're talking about any God in the world. And I'm going to tell you this straight up. I was raised a Christian for 40 years. My mom to this day is a devout, Jesus-loving Christian. And I don't think my mom actually knows what God's name is. I really don't. No, I'm serious. I think she thinks that God's name is God or Lord. Like, I don't even know if she knows the name, what Yahweh is. And the only reason that I say I care about it, I mean, because we could argue, well, what does the name matter? It's a label or whatever. But the reason I think it's significant is because if I go on Google and I Google God, of course I get the whole Google verse of whatever comes back for God. But if I Google Yahweh, Now I start getting a whole bunch of information that is very specific to a polytheistic religion from the ancient Levant that was specific to a Hebrew nation, or to at least the people of the ancient Levant, and literally has little or nothing to do with white Western European type of people. You know what I mean? Like just Googling Yahweh, one of the first things that comes up is Yahwism, because Yahwism predated Judaism. Yahwism was, depending upon how you want to define it, either the polytheistic or the henotheistic version of worshiping Yahweh out of the Canaanite pantheon. But I never knew that growing up, because I never knew what the name Yahweh was. I just knew God or Lord.
Well, you just opened my eyes or something, because I didn't think about that Yahweh and God thing. I think I'm going to start saying Yahweh too, because I want to make sure that whenever I talk to them, there's bright and bold boundaries between all these different religions. Because they try to, it seems like to me, they try to hide, they try to mix and mash everything together and hide in the confusion.
Bingo.
You know what I'm saying? And about that, how you were saying, Yahwism is older than like the Hebrew God. I agree, and I want to, but I'm afraid I might quote him wrong. I was watching the Bible guy Dalton earlier today, and he was saying that I think it was the Pharisees is what evolved into Judaism, into current Judaism. So, but I could be saying it wrong, but I know you were talking about that earlier today. I was half waking up, half asleep, so.
Well,
I'm sure.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, Judaism was a thing before the Pharisees. So the Pharisees were so during the time of Christ, for example, you had the Pharisees and the Sadducees, right? And they were both of those were a religious class. The Pharisees were the more formal, supposedly like the keepers of the law, and the Sadducees were more of they were more amongst the people. But the Pharisees and the Sadducees would have both called themselves Jewish. So I just want to be clear that I think it's inaccurate to claim that Judaism evolved out of the Pharisees. It's more like the Pharisees were a formal group that evolved out of early Judaism.
Okay. Well, let me just say this: the inaccuracy is probably on me, because, like I said, it's probably something missed in translation. Me going from between him and you. So it's probably with me. I don't want to make it seem like he's over there talking inaccuracies.
Sure. Yeah. And I'm not gonna sit here and hold your feet to the fire. And I'm not a religious or biblical scholar either. I don't want to misrepresent myself. But you had so at the time of Jesus, you were already, when Jesus walked the earth, and for what it's worth, I'm not a mythicist. I think that there was a Jesus, separate conversation. But when Jesus walked the earth, not only was the idea of Judaism already a thing, but you were already into what was called Second Temple Judaism. So meaning, and it literally means the time of the Second Temple, but you can also think of it as major periods in Judaism. So Second Temple Judaism is post-exilic, meaning after they got out of exile from Babylon, they came back, and I forget, was it Cyrus? I think it was Cyrus who commissioned the building of the Second Temple. But even before that, there was the First Temple. The First Temple was also in Jerusalem. And even at the time of the First Temple, they would have thought of themselves and called themselves Jews. So the idea of Judaism is significantly older than just the Pharisees. Now, to be fair, I don't know when the first idea of Pharisees came about, so maybe I should be careful how I'm saying this. But if we think about like the Pharisees at the time of Jesus, well, the Pharisees had already been in place for a while, and the idea of Judaism had already been in place for a while. In fact, not only had it been in place for a while, but because of the exile, because Judaism had actually been on some level spreading throughout the Mediterranean, this is why you had the Septuagint. So at the time that Jesus was born, I'm pretty sure that there were more copies of the Septuagint than there were of the Greek, or excuse me, than there were of the Hebrew Bible, because the Septuagint was the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. And there were more people. Go ahead.
No, finish your thought, man. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say there were more people living throughout the Mediterranean at the time of Jesus who identified either as Jewish or they at least identified with Jewish traditions, but spoke little or no Hebrew and spoke mostly Greek, which is why they created the Septuagint as a way for those people to read the Torah, to read the law and the prophets.
Well, I mean, and well, I two thoughts on that. One, do you think Jesus was a Judaist? I don't know how would you say it? Was he in the Judaism religion? And the second thought is, my best read of the Bible seems to me like, especially in the Gospels, Jesus seemed to be like and I don't want to sound racist, but this is the best way I can get this idea across. He sounds to me like a Mexican that don't speak Spanish. You know what I'm saying? Well, that's my best read of the Bible. I mean, of Jesus.
First of all, I don't know if this is where you're going with that, but there are native Mexican peoples who were there. Their people were there before the Spanish got there. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. That's why I added that caveat in, because I know that all that is complicated, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like he's a Jewish person that didn't know Jewish culture. I mean, the man was teaching mistranslations of Hebrew from the Greek Septuagint. He rode 2 donkeys, man. That's not that. Them people didn't believe none of that stuff.
So a couple thoughts there. First of all, Jesus was 100% a Jew. I mean, I have actually heard, and I didn't think that these people existed until the last 6 months, but I have actually heard in the last 6 months some ridiculous, hardcore Christian apologist try to make some kind of claim that on some level Jesus didn't qualify as being a Jew. And I'm sorry, it's just the dumbest historical take that you could ever present to somebody. I mean, yes, he is the progenitor of the Christian faith, but he absolutely identified with Judaism and lived his life as a Jew. I mean, that shouldn't even be in doubt by anyone. But the second thing that you bring up, as far as...
I'm sorry, Adam, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm going to go sleep because it's nearly 7 a.m. for me. So I'm going to get my 4 hours of sleep. The last thing I want to say is, Adam, great retort, but have you considered magic? You pure slave, phone card. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Uncle Bless, Uncle Peace.
Thank you, Uncle. I appreciate you, bro. I've appreciated it so much.
I try to curse him out in Spanish. I mean, in Russian. I say Spanish, Russian.
I love me some Uncle. He's great. So
yeah, that's my boy too.
So, like I said, Jesus was absolutely a Jew. That shouldn't even be in dispute amongst anyone. But the second issue that you bring up is was Jesus like a Mexican who can't speak Spanish? Okay, well, you got to think about a couple things here. When you talk about the extent to which we think or know that Jesus knew about Jewish traditions, what I presume you are basing those ideas on are the words and actions that you read about Jesus from the Gospels.
Exactly. I know where you're going with that.
Now, remember, there's 4 Gospels.
It's just
so
more stories.
Why do we have... if this is the inspired word of God, why do we need 4 different stories to tell the same story about what is supposedly God's most incredible moment after the creation of the universe, which is, the sacrificing of his son. Now, the short answer that I will give you is this, because while the four Gospels, of course, tell a lot of the same story, in fact, in some cases, they tell the same verses word for word over and over again. But if you read the four Gospels in their entirety, and then if you also stack them up in chronological order, you can see a clear progression about what the Gospels are trying to tell you and how they are trying to portray Jesus. So, for example, if you look at the Gospel of Matthew, I think a reasonable take on the Gospel of Matthew is that Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew is not a Jew who didn't know about Jewish stuff. In fact, he seemed to know a whole lot about Jewish stuff, because the author of the Gospel of Matthew is is incredibly understood by most people as being a known Judaizer. In other words, the author of the Gospel of Matthew is putting words in Jesus's mouth and writing actions for Jesus that very clearly support a Judaic view of the world. Now, let's take the opposite perspective here. Let's look at the book of John, the last gospel written.
The Michael Bay version.
Yeah. John is exactly the opposite of it. John is, or the author of the Gospel of John, I should say, is very much anti-Semitic. So, and he's very much sucking up to Rome. He's kissing the backside of Rome, because it was written much later at a time when Christianity was starting to get a broader foothold across the Roman Empire, which means also across the Mediterranean, which means that at this point, they're trying to convince the Romans that, hey, you don't have to worry about this Christian faith. We like you. We like Rome. Rome is cool. So look at the Gospel of John, because, hey, the Gospel of John says that Jews are bad. And the Gospel of John says that Romans are good people. So if you look at the portrayal of Jesus from Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, that's the chronological order that they were written in. I know that in the book they're presented as Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but chronologically they're written from Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. If you look at the portrayal of Jesus chronologically between those four Gospels, you see a pretty clear evolution of the Christology that they're trying to present for Jesus. And this is, and it may sound like I'm just trying to preach, but getting back to your central point, this is why when you read some of the Gospels, it feels very much like he's a totally observant Jew and he knows everything about Judaism. But when you read other Gospels, it feels like the dude doesn't seem to know much about his own culture.
Exactly. Did Jesus ride the two donkeys in Matthew?
I think it was in Matthew. I'd have to look it up.
Well, we spun. I don't know how much time you want to keep going, but I can keep going with you, man.
We're good, man. We're good. I'm all good. So you want to get into the donkeys?
Yeah. Well, do you think that was donkey theft? Because I believe, and I don't know if you know about Thinker. She's a TikTok streamer, and she presented the case of Jesus and the stolen donkey. And I do believe it seemed like to me, because and she got a good point. She told them that if anybody asks why you taking this donkey, tell them the Lord has need of it. And back then, even if he is God or was God, nobody knew that back then. And so them telling them that it's like they telling them some kind of passphrase so they think like maybe the landlord is letting them come and get this donkey, or somebody in charge let them this donkey. And it seemed like he sent two people, one for the lookout and one and the other one to go muscle the donkey. So you know what I'm saying? That's what it seemed like to me, because he could have just sent one person to go get the donkey if it was cool.
Well, a couple of things to think about. First of all, I want to acknowledge here, I'm not going to pull them all up just because I want to make sure we keep a flow in the conversation, but Demented Engineer has some great comments about this. So I recommend, check out what he's talking about in the chat too.
Okay, well, I can't see it right now.
Yeah. Well, the primary thing is he's talking about how the author of Matthew, claimed Judaism, but he didn't necessarily know everything about Judaism. And that's a really, really good point. I want to acknowledge that very well. So that's really cool. But I also want to bring up...
The engineer needs to call in. Call in, man. You way more knowledgeable than me. Y'all probably have a better conversation.
He definitely knows a lot of what he's talking about. I've never talked with him personally, but he definitely knows his stuff. But I'll bring this up. So whether we're talking about donkeys, whether we're talking about anything about what Jesus said or did during his life. So there's two ways to look at this. And I think that neither one of them is very flattering for Christianity. One way to look at it is that according to what we understand from the Gospels, Jesus was not a rabbi or a Pharisee or a Sadducee. We're not even really certain if Jesus was literate. But if we're to give some credence to the Gospels, it seems to be clear that Jesus would have been pretty knowledgeable about the Hebrew Bible. And if he was knowledgeable about the scriptures, then that means that to a certain extent, if you think that you know what was predicted, and if you can make it happen, well, then you can do that. I mean, imagine there's a prophecy that says that the second coming of Jesus will include some old ass white guy walking down Bourbon Street. Well, guess what? I can walk to Bourbon Street right now, and I'm an old ass white guy. So I could walk down there right now and say, look, I fulfilled the scripture. In other words, there are some scriptures or some supposed prophecies like the donkey thing where even if we assume that this wasn't manufactured by the authors, it's still not very impressive because anyone who knew the prediction could have just made it happen. But there's a more But there's a more
finish your thought.
There's a more important, more critical aspect of this as well, which is that ultimately, how much do you really want to believe that the four Gospels are the 100% perfect representation of everything that Jesus said and did? Because unless you are a hardcore fundamentalist who believes that every word of the New Testament is actual literal truth, well, then it opens the door to understanding that the authors of the four Gospels, notice I say authors because I'm not saying Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but I'm saying whoever the authors were of the Gospel of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they knew about the Hebrew scriptures. And they could, in fact, let's just be frank, they did actively craft stories for Jesus. They crafted stories for Jesus. They put words into the mouth of Jesus for the express purpose of trying to draw connections with the Hebrew Bible.
Oh yeah, Matthew messed up a lot. He misquoted chapters and then put the wrong name on people, sites and stuff. And then what I call what you just described, I call that acting the Hebrew Bible out like a play. They already knew it. It was written down. They just acted it out like a play.
Yeah.
But I would like to point out this: even if you do believe this stuff and you think it's true, how is this stuff? This stuff is so silly, confused, and petty. How is this worth your entire life, your foreskin, 10% of your income, and then you let them, you give them a chance to molest your kids at church? How is this worse? It's still not worth it, even if you do think it's true. I don't understand it. It's not worth what the ask.
I agree. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, a couple thoughts there. First of all, there is no reason, if you read, fully back from the Hebrew Bible, there's no reason to believe that tithing is even still some sort of requirement for Christians today. That's completely made up, and it's inferred from things that were in the Hebrew Bible, which themselves are pretty much deprecated. So the idea that to be fair, if you really like your church and if you get something out of your church and you want to give them something in the collection plate, then even as an atheist, I would say, fine, give them, if that makes you feel good, give them a collection. But if you think that you are tithing because this is the command of God, then you need to learn how to read your fucking Bible, because you are just working off of the cherry-picked verses that have been fed to you from your pastor who wants that money. That's just plain and simple, And then, as far as other things,
take this time.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say.
I wanted to say real quick.
Yeah.
Just real quick, I like to give a shout out to any Christians or anybody out there giving to charity, doing good work. Even though I disagree and I kind of think you're part of the problem that you trying to help. I appreciate you people out there helping.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I of course appreciate anyone who will contribute to charity and try to help their community. Unfortunately, I find that so many times Christian initiatives at large are so misguided. And I'll give you a really cynical perspective on this. Years ago, there's 10 years ago, me and my ex, we were in Montreal, and Montreal has a cathedral there. I think it's called Notre Dame. Obviously, it's not the Notre Dame from Paris, but I think it's also called Notre Dame, although it could be wrong. But it's a beautiful old style kind of Gothic looking cathedral in the middle of Montreal. And as a tourist, I like to go through these churches because they're beautiful. I'm kind of an architecture nerd. I love old architecture and ornate buildings and everything. But I remember standing in the cathedral in Montreal with my ex, and I said, wow, this is so cool that when they built this, they must have already solved hunger and homelessness and unemployment and everything else. And because they had solved all the other problems, then they decided to spend this incredible amount of money on this cathedral. And then I said, oh, wait, no, they didn't solve any of that. They just wanted to build a big fancy cathedral, so every time I see a fancy church, I've been over Europe, like Venice, for example, is just full of beautiful cathedrals, and they are aesthetically amazing. But every time I see these edifices, I think, wow, you built these edifices which cost incredible amounts of money, and they were undoubtedly hungry people in your own city as you were building these cathedrals. And that's disgusting to me.
I've been to New Orleans, and I'm pretty sure that you probably been through all the neighborhoods out there, and especially in black neighborhoods and stuff where I'm from, like down south, there's almost a church on every corner.
Yeah,
and they're often the most nicest buildings and nicest houses in those neighborhoods. And it just looks like to me they just leeches. Because while everybody else's house is falling apart and everybody else is living in squalor, and it's not, I don't want to say everybody else, but you understand what I'm trying to say. These churches, they are just soaking up all the income from the people in those neighborhoods. And I mean, they do offer some assistance through charity and whatnot, but they don't help everybody. And the people were to spend some of that money on their own houses and stuff, their house could be look just as nice as a church.
I have, I've lived in the South for actually the majority of my adult life now. But it doesn't matter whether you're in the South or the North. This point still applies. And I'm going to try to be really careful how I say this, because this is the kind of thing that could come across really wrong coming out of the mouth of a white guy. So give me a little grace here. But, you know, I've had so many black friends in my life who are religious, and I respect their religious convictions, but I would always in the back of my mind have this thought that said, this was essentially white folks' religion. Like, you know, the black folks that I knew, my friends and everything, of course, they weren't brought over here on boats. They weren't, you know, slaves and all this shit, right? You know, but still, I'm sitting here thinking, if we're being realistic about this, the only reason you're even in this Christian church right now is because your ancestors were dragged here brutally against their will and treated like absolute shit for hundreds of years. And now you're worshiping our God, you know, and I know that can be brutally overly simplistic, because, you know, just because white folks ran the slave trade doesn't necessarily mean that Yahweh is wrong. It doesn't necessarily mean that Christianity is wrong. I mean, it's theoretically possible that me and my God could be enslaving you and your people. And in theory, you could argue that my God is still real and exists. But in practice, I'm like, really? Like, some of the most religious people I've known in my life have been my black friends. And again, I want to be very careful how I say this, because, you know, trying to make broad generalities about race is really, really, really delicate when you're talking about religion. I get that. But I couldn't help but think, all those years when I was a Christian, I would, you know, be hanging out with my black friends. Sometimes I would go to church with them because I was a Christian too. Sometimes I'd go to their black church, you know, majority black church, whatever. And I would think, how did this happen? You know, how do you enslave a population, drag them across the ocean, treat them like shit, and then a few hundred years later, they're worshiping your God? If I'm being offensive, please stop me here, because I know that this is very sensitive territory.
You're not being offensive, Skelly, because number one, I opened the door to this conversation put right here, and number two, you're not alone. I've been thinking the same thing too. But I would like to add this caveat in. It just seems to me that slavery, it was a primitive practice. It is not Christianity didn't invent it, or Islam, but it just seemed to me that they was the ones that took it up, and it just became a religion endeavor. Because if you look at it, the thing that probably that something similar. I mean, even though white people had it easier to go of it than black people, like the Jews, the Celtics, and all those, I'm pretty sure if you were to trace that Christian back in your family, it'd probably culminate with your ancestor tied to a tree too.
Oh,
somewhere
sure.
down the line, this is further back in history. Just further back. Now, it probably wasn't as dramatic, because I had looked into it last night, and it seemed like what happened with white people and Christianity was, as the Romans pushed north into the Germanic tribes and in the northern, in Britannia and all that stuff, they took over from the top down, and it was more like the people just integrated, but they still had laws against it, and they burnt witches at the stake, which was like people that were still trying to practice their ancient religions and stuff. And so it just would seem like to me, this is a religious endeavor, man, that where they just forced it on the top down using the power of the sword, basically. Yeah.
I mean, and ultimately, that's what it comes down to. I remember, you know, kind of going full circle on the conversation, and you were asking, like, why was the Bible written? I mean, ultimately, what I was probably saying in a very clunky way, in a long, overly detailed explanation, is ultimately what it comes down to is power. You know, I mean, I could argue that all religions have an aspect of power, but going back to theoretically, like during hunter-gatherer days, when we were all somewhere in the world in tribes, right? You know, from what I understand, most early tribal cultures were animistic. meaning they did have religious beliefs, but they saw it as more of this kind of, just like spirits are everywhere, like God's in the river and God's in my ancestors and God's everything. And at some point when we started consolidating into, cities and, nations and cultures and shit, then at the same time that we're consolidating as people, we're consolidating power. And one way to continue to consolidate your power, if you're someone who's already in power, is to try to make sure that everyone has a consistent, coherent religion that acknowledges me as somehow speaking for the divine, right? So going back to, I know this sounds like I'm not trying to stretch, but kind of tying back to what we talked about originally, in animistic religions, it's hard to consolidate power because and I'm not saying animistic religions are right and Christianity is wrong, because, I'm an atheist. So like, I actually think it's all nonsensical, but in animistic religions, it's harder to consolidate power because the general idea of the religion is that the spirit realm is everywhere. It's not channeled through one chosen leader or, through one king or, it's like, no, the spirits are everywhere. The spirit is in the river. The spirit is in my dead ancestor that's buried in, in the house behind, in the yard behind me, or it's channeled in the bear that walked through my camp last night. And it's hard ideologically to consolidate and control that. But if instead you say, no, there's one true God. He's the only God. And here's his one temple, which, by the way, happens to be in the city right next to my palace. And the only people who can actually talk to him are, the top priests who, by the way, are under my control,
Exactly.
Then you have consolidated, in theory, the power of the divine under your arrogant ass. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. What I was about to say was there's only one true God, but you can't see him, but I can, so you got to listen to me because they telling me to tell you what to do.
Bingo. Yeah. Yeah, trust me, bro. I can see him. You can't.
But you... but see, and you brought it back full circle because the thing about the spirit world that I think the functionality in the spirit world that I think that because if you look throughout the most cultures and throughout history, they had some notion of the spirit world, and this is a simplistic view of it because it was more to it than just that. But one of the functions I see in it is germs. Germs was everywhere, and I think that was part of the spirit world they was talking about. Because just imagine not knowing what germs is, how they might change your behavior, and then you see somebody doing things that you don't like, and then one day they get sick, and then like the next day they get sick. Well, you sin, right? You know what I'm saying? And so you don't if you don't do these things, you won't get sick. And it did, and now now all them words kind of lost. Well, they have lost their meaning. That's why a lot of people who read the Bible say words don't mean words, because they really don't. None of them words mean anything anymore, because now we have functionality where we don't have to worry about sin, not to get sick or any of that stuff. We just wash our hands and cook our food right and stuff like that. We ain't got to say God bless you no more when you sneeze. So because the germs not going to get in your body and make you sick, you just, just cover your mouth, stay away from these 12 functionality where we can predict the world with, to a desired outcome. We don't need the religious words anymore. So the words in the Bible don't mean anything. Like, look at Leviticus 14. Leviticus 14 describe a way to clean your house with a dead bird. Dead bird. With dead bird's blood. Yeah, with the blood of a dead bird to kill leprosy and mold. And they spray. They got this one Christian that be in the chat a lot. It got crazy names. It look like it say capital 3. It got a whole bunch of 3s, and I don't know what the name say. And I think it's a she. And she's always asking, but can you cure COVID? What solution in the Bibles do they have to cure COVID? They don't have no solution.
Sprinkle bird blood around.
you get the bird flu. You
No,
want us
no,
to-
it gets better. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we got to
Go
get
ahead,
it
go
right
ahead. It's your show, man. They
because
can't see you.
if I'm remembering correctly, it's been a minute since I read it, but you got two birds. You kill one bird. You don't kill the other bird,
Yes.
but you kill one bird. And then the dead bird bleeds all over, and you dip the live bird in the blood of the dead bird, and then you spray all the blood from the dead bird around by moving the live bird around. Which, by the way, I mean, I'm not a huge animal rights activist, but that sounds traumatic as fuck for that poor living bird. You know, like I almost feel
It's bad
worse.
for everybody.
Yeah, I almost feel worse for the living bird than I do for the dead one, because at least the dead one, he's dead. Like, he don't care anymore. But the living one is like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, you were dipping me in the blood of my buddy? Like, what the hell are you doing? It's the stupidest
Yes.
shit ever. And I'm glad you bring this up, because, you know, there are, as you had alluded to earlier in the conversation, there are practical things in the Bible, especially like in the Pentateuch and such, that, yeah, they make sense. Like don't go fuck around with a corpse. Don't touch it if you don't need to. You know, like you know, it's kind of gross unless you're burying someone or whatever. But there's also a bunch of other shit in the Bible, especially those same early books, where this don't make any damn sense, man. It literally doesn't make any sense at all. Like, at least with the stuff that kind of makes sense, I can say, okay, maybe you were trying to give people good advice in a very primitive way, and you just didn't know how to explain it, but okay, you were trying to help. But, you know, like a perfect one that I always bring up is Genesis, like 38 or 39, I forget, where Jacob is trying to get, he's got a deal with his uncle Laban.
Yeah. The striped sheeps.
Yeah, exactly. And Laban's like, fine, you know, like you can have the striped sheeps and I'll have the regular sheeps, right? And then so Jacob, because according to the story, Jacob's like all super wily, like, how I got this figured out. So he puts striped rods in front of the sheep as they fuck. And apparently, according to the logic of the Bible, which by extension is the logic of Yahweh, the logic of God, putting striped rods in front of your sheep as they are getting down somehow will make them have sheep of a certain color because they were looking at the striped rod while they were fucking, which is the stupidest shit that anyone could ever imagine. And yet this is what of course I'm not speaking to you personally, but this is what your God wants me to believe I should follow, you know?
Oh, exactly. And in the meantime, the Christians in current day, well, not just the Christians, just theists in general, in the current day want us to abandon all reason, science, and technology, medicine and stuff for their ancient solutions.
Right.
I see the Bible as a first century anchor, man. It's like it won't let us move past the first century because it got 2 billion people that's advocating for to cut the electricity out. Really?
I mean, the whole thing. I mean, how you could read that book and come away with the impression that I should ground my morality and my logic in this book makes no sense to me whatsoever. I mean, you know, I talk a lot about queer LGBT issues because I like to consider myself to be like a serious ally, right? And regardless, I don't know where you stand on these issues, but I will say regardless. So here's the deal. If you think that the same book that tells you that you can determine the color of your sheep by putting different colored rods in front of them as they fuck is the same book that should tell you what consenting adults can do in the privacy of their own bedroom, then you have something wrong in your brain. And you should not be qualified to make adult decisions. You can't adult properly if you can't see the disconnect between thinking that sheep will be determined by color if I put different colors in front of them as they fuck, versus maybe I shouldn't follow what Leviticus says about whether or not two grown-ass people, consenting grown-ass people, can do shit in private. Like, how do you not understand this? It's the same paragraph. I know the original Hebrew did not have paragraphs, but it's the same paragraph that tells you that you can't fuck your woman while she's on her period. Which, to be clear, like, you know, I know a lot of men and women who are like, yeah, I don't want to have sex when, you know, someone's on. That's a personal decision, okay? I mean, if you don't want to, that's fine. I don't care. But the point is, it's not a sin. It's not wrong. It's just like, well, if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. And if you do want to do it, then go wash up afterwards. Like, who cares? Like it's a personal choice. You know, it's the same paragraph. You know, like one paragraph, they talk about whether or not you can screw your woman when she's on her period, and whether or not you can lay with a man as with a woman, and whether or not you can do bestiality. And somehow they think that all three of those belong in the same category, the same paragraph together, as though they're related.
I agree. I agree totally. And it's like the reason why we don't need circumcision anymore, because I mean, we just know that just go wash your ass, man. If you take a shower at least 2 or 3 times a week, you ain't got to worry about spreading sexually transmitted disease as much. And then like what else I was thinking of? I forgot. But yeah, go ahead. When I remember, I'll let you know.
No, I mean that was basically it. Like just like. Well, I'll go off on it a little bit further and say this. I did a video on this earlier, you know, like 6 months ago or something, where I was saying, there is a lot of time on my channel, I do what you would call internal critique of the Bible, right? Which is that, of course, I don't believe that Yahweh's there. I don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God or whatever, but it's still sometimes very fun and instructive to do internal critique, which means, well, even if we assume that Yahweh is real, even if we assume that Jesus is the Son of God, this is still internally incoherent. It doesn't make any sense. But when it comes to issues like a lot of issues about morality, especially sexual morality, then on those issues, I refuse to even do internal critique, because to some extent, if you do internal critique, you are on some level admitting that maybe we should be looking to the Bible as some kind of guide on these things, right?
Instruction, yeah.
And I've just come to this point in my life now for a while where I'm like, well, I can sit here and point out to you how the Bible is morally horrific when it comes to slavery codes. I can point out to you how the Bible is morally horrific when it comes to rules of warfare. But I'm not even going to have a conversation with you about what the Bible says or doesn't say about queer relationships. Not because I can't have that conversation, because I can, but because I refuse to acknowledge that the Bible should even have anything to say about what consenting adults do in the privacy of their own bedroom. And even for straight people, like straight people think this is just a gay issue. And I like to ask straight people that are religious, if you really thought that ancient Hebrew men understood the full range of what modern people like to do from a kinky perspective, do you think that they would have been okay with everything that you do with your partner? You know? I mean, I don't care what anyone does, but I mean, there are some men who like to get spanked by their woman, you know? I mean, and I don't have an opinion on that either way, but my point is, you think that the only reason that ancient Hebrew men did not write a verse about whether you can be spanked by your woman is because ancient Hebrew men didn't even stop to consider that maybe some men like to get spanked by their women in the bedroom. Because if they did, we would have a verse about it, and it would ban it.
Mm-hmm. Well, two thoughts on your current your internal critique comment. Hey, I like internal critique. And cosplay. I could sit up here and talk with you about Star Wars all day. I can tell you about how Yoda was a fool for letting the Jedi get destroyed in his prime and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and all that stuff. So I understand the concept, and the thought that I forgot was I want to know your opinion on the Anointed One. To me, the Anointed One reads like the one who had lotion. Like if you had lotion on most of the time or all the time, then you would be more protected from germs and bacteria, and so that way you wouldn't get sick as much as everybody else. So I read it the Anointed One as the one with lotion on, with oil, basically.
So Mac Time, are you trying to tell me that you're kind of ashy? Is that what you're saying?
Right now, but that's why I got the camera cut off.
I just had to throw in that joke. I don't entirely agree with you. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't think that the Anointed One is about health per se. Okay. I mean, there were a lot of ritualistic reasons why, because the Anointed One, first of all, I'm kind of picking nits here, but anointing wasn't about lotion. It was about oil. I know you can argue, well,
yeah.
In ancient times, they didn't have, modern lotions. They had oils. Okay. But I think there's a couple things to keep in mind. One is that oil in ancient times, it sounds weird to modern ears to say this, but it was more of a cleansing thing, which you could argue is still health, but not health in a lotion way. It was health in a way. So like, I don't know if the Hebrews did this, to be frank. I want to be clear about what I know or don't know about this. I know very well that the Greeks and the Romans would, a lot of times instead of bathing, they would put oils on themselves, and then they would take like a knife, not a sharp knife, but like a dull knife, and they would scrape the oil off of their body, right? Mm-hmm. So that was like you were oil, because you know how oil is. I mean, even if you scrape it off with a knife, you're going to end up with some oil on you, right? Like you're not going to come out of that experience being completely oil free. But it was really more about cleansing than it was about keeping your skin moist, right?
But see, my point was that when I try to, because you got to keep in mind, without the knowledge of germs, it seemed like all of that would have just been like one blur. Like it was all mashed together. Health, happiness, spirituality, the spirit world. It seemed like they would just been all just mashed together in one thing. Ritual, ceremony, all of it just mixed up together. And it did that, separate these things and take the stuff.
I mean, I'm not going to say that it didn't have a health aspect to it, but I personally think it was more about ritual than it was about practical health. So like when you look at the rituals of like what it took to anoint a king, for example, it wasn't like they would just take the oil and rub it all over the skin. They would pour it over your head, if I'm correct. And it was, I don't know all of the spiritual reasons why that was significant, but it wasn't about like getting into your skin or anything like that. It was more like, I think maybe it had something to do with the fact that oil's hard to get off. So when you were anointed, it's like we are putting, of course you can eventually get oil off of you, but especially back then, because remember, they didn't have soaps. They literally did not have soap. So if I poured oil on your head, in some respect, that oil was going to be on you for a minute. Even if you went and jumped in the river, you were still going to have some residue of oil on you for a while. And I think it was more about a ritualistic thing. It was more about, when I say ritualistic, I mean like representative. It was like saying this is the person, because keep in mind too that oil was expensive.
Exactly. I was about to bring that up.
Yeah, so to waste any oil by pouring it over your body or whatever was kind of like a luxury, like saying, look, you have indulged in this oil on you, when in fact it's kind of, back then it would have been hard to come by oil. I mean, I want to be clear how I say that. I mean, olive oil was a major currency in the region at the time, but just because it was abundant doesn't mean it was cheap. Those are two different things. Like, you know what I mean? So I don't entirely disagree with you, but I just don't think that it was as clearly tied to hygiene as you seem to be implying.
Well, I think you are agreeing with me, because that's the whole point. It's just not. It wasn't clear to them. All this was all mixed up. And like, if you factor in, like you said, the expense, and then the fact that, like, like when you feel clean, you feel better. And then you just imagine the ones who can afford it to afford that still live longer and help their life. They felt better because they was cleaner than the other people, and it smelled better, and stuff like that. And so it just like, and then like I said, all this stuff is not clearly defined, especially back in those times. So it's just like a wash, really, of just everything was just mixed up together into this word called anointed one and spiritual and stuff. Because I think you are agreeing with me. I just think that it's just so unclear. And it's just so unclear to try to get in their heads. And on that note, I hope that in the future people talk about us the same way we talking about them. So that means the society has progressed. I hope that we still not doing the same stuff in the future, like how Christianity wants us to stay in the first century.
Well, we're definitely not agreeing, we're definitely not disagreeing much. I would add one thing though, that maybe you're thinking of, maybe you're not, I'm not sure. But when you hear, so all over the Bible, especially in the Hebrew Bible, we hear over and over and over again the term unclean. And to modern ears, that has a certain distinct feel to it. So I'm not trying to steer you into anything. I want to ask, without trying to poison the well first, what do you think that means when they say that something is unclean?
Say it again.
What do you think, especially in the Hebrew Bible, what does it mean when they say that something is unclean?
Unclean. Now, what I think. Everything stuff in the wash. I'm thinking like sin.
I'm sorry, Mac time. Mac time. Can you please start again? Because when you started answering that, you cut out for a while, and I think I missed most of what you're saying. So I don't want to miss what you're saying. Can you start again?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can. Yes.
Okay. What I was saying was, I'm trying to like erase the knowledge of germs out of my head. So without that knowledge, I think it means unclean means everything from being dirty, like you need to take a bath, to sin, to having a bad attitude, to maybe even incurring some kind of wrath from the gods or whatever. Because I'm trying to be I'm trying to think like an ancient person, and I know that without having the knowledge that we got, because this is another point I want to bring up, is I'm trying to do a push to use the information system definition of knowledge, to that way we can eliminate what religion called knowledge. Just eliminate, because they define knowledge by the predictive value that it brings. So without predictive value, you also say knowledge, you just really just doing stuff. It's like you just trial and error doing things, and then whatever works kind of to a certain degree, you accept that as some kind of knowledge. So unclean to me, from an ancient perspective, is a mix between getting the wrath from God, being dirty, you need to take a bath, to sinning, to your attitude being funky, to your behavior, to just everything just mixed all in together, because they don't really have any knowledge to really predict anything. So that's why I try. That's how I try to answer it. If you
Okay,
can understand
so
what I'm trying to say.
So it's very cool. So you and I are basically, I think, in pretty much total agreement here. I asked because a lot of times for modern people, modern Americans especially, when they hear unclean, they just think you dirty, you know. And unclean in the Bible does on some level mean dirty, but usually, and you hit this, so I'm kind of preaching to the choir here, but usually when they say unclean in the Bible, it doesn't just mean dirty. They actually made very little or no distinction between being sinful and being dirty. They saw them often as being almost the exact same thing, which is why if you were unclean on any level, in theory, you had to atone. You had to, make amends for the fact that you were unclean. To modern ears, that sounds really weird, because if I go work out in my flower bed and I come in the house and I'm dirty, I mean, yeah, I need to take a shower because I'm funky, but nobody thinks that I need to atone for having worked in the flower bed, right? Like, that sounds silly to say you need to atone because you were working in the flower bed and you're dirty and sweaty. And like, no, just go take a shower, just go clean off. But to ancient Hebrew ears, unclean and sinful were in many respects kind of the same damn thing, Yeah,
Agreed. I did this thought experiment for about a week. Well, really, I'm still doing it. I've tried to like think how my behavior might change without the knowledge of sin. I mean, not sin, I mean germs. Without the knowledge of germs, and you just imagine, like, you see, you smell, you can smell stuff getting bad, but you don't know what it is, but you know that when you smell that funny ass smell, that people tend to get sick. You know what I'm saying? So then people dying and stuff. And somebody came at you with a funky attitude one day, and then they got sick. And so it just seemed like all of that stuff would just mix together. It just seemed like it just be a blur. Because I wanted to touch on that. Data information systems define knowledge as use of data/knowledge to predict the behavior of a system to a desired outcome. And so without predictive value, your knowledge is really useless to us in this modern era. And this is the same knowledge that these people is advocating for out of the Bible. This knowledge is without predictive value because they don't have the ability. Well, I'm not talking about the current people today, but in ancient time, they didn't have the ability or the knowledge to separate things into distinct things, like how you get dirty, you go take a bath so that way you can keep the germs off of you. They didn't know that all that was just mixed together. It was just all just in one thing to them, and they labeled it as God in the spirit world.
I don't think you're wrong. I'm certainly not arguing with you on any level. I would just kind of throw in, here's my commentary on that. I think strangely enough, when I was a Christian, I definitely tried to look at all of the archaic stuff from the Bible, especially the Hebrew Bible. And I would say, well, this all sort of maybe kind of makes sense if you think about it from a health perspective. Okay, I did the same thing. And again, I'm not saying you're totally wrong, because like I said earlier, like there's a command in the Bible to cover your shit outside the camp. Well, that's clearly a hygiene command. Okay, I mean, there's no other way to put that command. It's about hygiene. But I also, while I don't think that's a wrong interpretation, I will add this. I think that it can be overly simplistic to glom too heavily onto that description. Here's why. For example, when I was a Christian, I always thought that the reason that kosher law said you couldn't eat pigs was because of trichinosis. But here's the simple fact. First of all, they didn't have any fucking idea what trichinosis was back then. Second of all, trichinosis, while it is a very real health concern, it's not the crazy level concern that we like to think it is in modern times. In other words, most people in ancient times could slaughter their pigs, eat their pigs, and eat them their whole life, and usually they would never get trichinosis. Okay. So, so the idea that you were putting yourself in some sort of, health jeopardy by eating pigs was pretty much overblown. The bigger reason why you couldn't eat pigs was because Gentiles ate pigs, and it was a way of separating yourself from the other group. Also, another good example here, even more tactile example, is shellfish. Why can't you eat shellfish? Well, guess what? The Israelites were originally they supposedly came from the hills, from the wilderness. In other words, they were never coastal people. The Canaanites were coastal people. The Philistines, who lived in what we now call Gaza, were coastal people. So saying you can't eat shellfish really wasn't about the danger of shellfish going bad and keeping you healthy. It was more about saying, you know what? We don't live by the sea. We don't have easy access to shellfish. You know who has easy access to shellfish? Our enemies, the Canaanites and the Philistines and those types of people. So don't be like those people. Be like us. So all of that to say, again, I'm not arguing with you, because there are practical health benefits to some of the biblical commands. But I also think it is at least feasible that you can overplay that card if you're trying to figure out why each one of these laws in the Hebrew Bible were put into effect. Some of them were for health reasons. I don't doubt that. But some of them were about establishing a group identity, and more, just as importantly, establishing that those are those people and we're not like those people. We're different. We're our own people,
Oh, Skeptic, I totally agree with you, and I would like to add this too. It didn't help for a group of people that wasn't familiar with those type of animals and that type of stuff. Didn't have any built up procedures or known methods of cooking and stuff. When the stuff went bad and it made some of them sick, they were like, "See, you ate them Canaanite food. See, you sin because you ate them other people food." You know what I'm saying? That didn't help either. So I totally agree with you. That's because I don't think it was really because they really didn't have the knowledge to have borders on this and categorize things in distinct packages like we do today. It's like we have ways of doing things to just get right at the problem more so than they did way back then. Like we know to go take a shower and it's just not and it's not even just health issues.
Wash your ass.
Yeah. Wash the ass. It's just not that though. Skepticism. It's also building procedures, like the way we build stuff and stuff. Some of that stuff they would do things and with rituals and prayer that I can't think of. One of the ones I could think of, and I hadn't been able to verify it, but I was querying at the AI, and it told me carbolic acid is another one of them type of things where they did a prayer over it, and as they was mixing the chemicals together, and the prayer is basically like the cauterizing the wound served as a timer, to where if you said the prayer right at the right cadence, the right prayer with the right cadence, it'll be the right amount of time for the chemicals to mix and not overmix or undermix. And then you can get at to medicine and people will heal. And this is a more sort of healing thing, health thing issue, but it's still a procedure about making something. You know what I'm saying? And the way and when they did it right, they said the prayer right, and it was the right amount of time, which we would just use a time or a clock now. But they didn't have that back then. They gave it to God. This was God the reason why you was healed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I agree totally. I agree totally with you. It was just all mixed together, from building stuff, making stuff, to health issues, to everything was just all mixed together into the spirit world and sin, because they didn't have no way to separate the issues. And I mean, don't get me wrong. As time progressed, we learned more and more things, and got those methods and procedures, and that's where those theistic words like spirit and soul, for instance, but not limited to, it just became more of a ritual and ceremonial thing. You know what I'm saying? Because the meaning, the functionality behind it just was lost as we got meaning and functionality from, a known proven procedures.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. Yeah. I think we're kind of saying, same things here, but I mean, there are
from different angles.
I think that ultimately there are a lot of different reasons why some of these, laws and rules and guidelines end up getting put in the book. And, we can reference to certain themes, but, they're not all the same reasons. Some of the reasons are simple hygiene. Some of the reasons, like you said, are, well, there's kind of like a little bit of wisdom cake, baked into this. Like, hey, if you say this prayer for long enough,
you got to separate it from the womb.
Yeah, exactly. And some of them, like I said, are about, like, don't be like those other people. There's a lot of different reasons. But all I was saying earlier was just like, it could be a little, not saying you were doing this, but it can be a little problematic sometimes if we reach for universal reasons why, like, these are why all the rules are there in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible. Like,
absolutely agree.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different reasons why, some of these are there, and some of them will know and some of them will never know. Some of them, even when we know the reason, they're still gross.
Exactly.
Like you can tell me 50 reasons why you should murder all of the Amalekites, and I'm still going to say that's a gross commandment. Like, you should, I don't care what the reason is. I don't care what the justification is. It is morally and ethically disgusting what's in the book. And you can tell me 10 different stories about how you think this sort of makes sense, but no, it's gross. And you should never, ever condone any religious, moral, or ethical system that holds this up as somehow being the commands of your omnipotent, all-loving deity. It's disgusting.
I mean, the God is too petty to. He didn't. At least one of the. If that God was real, I think the least thing he could have done, or it could have done, was give us a concept of zero. Because it's just amazing how much more advanced our civilization would be if we would have known about zero way back then. Or at least gave us vowels. He didn't have vowels in his names for at least 100 years, hundreds of years.
Yeah.
It's just simple stuff like that. All that stuff got omitted. It just shows you that this is just some men writing and trying to give you the best explanation they had at their time. Which is what science is doing now, and hopefully, like I said, in the future, people will look at us and call us primitive. I hope they don't still be living like how we living in the future. That means we're not progressing.
Mac time,
and that's why
I gotta give you like mad credit, mad props, man, because I think that's gonna be one of my favorite quotes. I'm going to ask your permission to reference this on a very regular basis going forward.
Anything I say, you're more than welcome to say.
Because if God really existed, he could have told us about the concept of zero. Like, holy shit, man.
And at least he could have did. Or at least tell us how to predict eclipses, something, man.
Yeah.
Teach us shit, man. Conflict resolution, well-being, any kind of concept, but we looking at it back from the modern lens and laughing at it. But back then, in those times, to be honest, a lot of that stuff was just reasonable. You didn't have any other way or any other explanation that was better. And I mean, I probably think that I would have been, if I'd been in that time, whether I would have been an atheist or not, I would have had some notion of the spirit world or some kind of. I just think that's just the way it is, and like I said it again. I hope in the future the people look down on us and say we are primitive. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, of course. Do you know who came up with zero?
I think it was the Arabs, the Islam.
A lot of times, the reason I asked was because a lot of times it's attributed to Muslims, and I used to say the same thing, but the fact is it came from India.
India?
Yeah. Now there were other systems before, like in Mesopotamia, where they would have like a symbol that would indicate there's nothing here. But as far as in arithmetic, as far as being able to say, here's the number 0, that actually did not exist until about the 7th century CE, and it came from India. I think it spread a lot because of algebra, which of course is Arabic, but it came from India. And I'm only sharing that with you because I only learned that recently. I used to always tell people like, yeah, we got 0 from Arabs, like from Muslims, you assholes. And then it's like someone told me like, yeah, that's not quite right. And I had to Google it and I was like, ooh, okay, not quite.
Well, I mean, the Muslims, they tied the ancient world together because they was the go-between from Rome to China with the silk. So it makes sense. They had the Silk Road and they kept it proprietary because they didn't want anybody getting in on their hustle. And so it makes sense. They put together a lot of ideas that probably didn't start with them, but they would have known about it because that was along the Silk Road.
Yep. Mac time. I am turning into a pumpkin. I'm getting tired.
Oh well, I was about to say the same thing too, sir. Hey, I had a great conversation with you, man. I hope you enjoyed. Hope your audience enjoyed it. I want to let you know that I come to see you, so I was glad to talk with you, man. Yeah, you have a good night, man.
Thank you. I've seen you in the chat before. I'm glad you called in. I've appreciated it, brother. Thank you so much for the conversation.
All right, you have a good one.
All right, thanks, man. All right. So I have said on numerous occasions before that, hey, if anyone else wants to call in, we'll keep going. But I don't think that applies anymore. I think that if anyone else calls in, I'm not going to handle the calls because I'm getting tired. It is almost midnight here in New Orleans, and it's Tuesday. It's not exactly long party night. It's just the middle of the week. But I have enjoyed greatly the conversations. I have enjoyed chatting with many of our regulars like Anka and John. Enjoyed talking greatly with Mac Time. He was cool as hell. Had a number of other good conversations tonight. I actually had a ton of crazy comments to get through tonight, and I didn't even get through a good portion of them, which is great. I mean, I always start off with my notes about all of these comments on the videos from the last week. And although I like talking about the comments from those videos, it's usually a good sign if I can't get through all of my comments on Mac Time. He says, I hope I didn't seem too stupid. Shut your mouth. Of course you didn't seem stupid. It was a good conversation, bro. I appreciate it. Of course you did not seem stupid at all. It was fun talking with you. I mean, it was kind of cool night too, because I can honestly say every conversation I enjoyed. I know some of you guys said that some of the guys I was talking to earlier were trolls, and we talked about what is the definition of a troll. Here's the one thing, this isn't a complaint, but the only thing I still need to actually get rolling, I went through all of this shit for a while to try to get TikTok set up, and I only cared about TikTok because it seemed like the other live streamers, the other content creators that get a bunch of live callers are all on TikTok. So I thought, well, maybe if I get on TikTok and I can dual stream to YouTube and TikTok at the same time, maybe it means I'll have more live callers. And like I said tonight, I mean, we had a bunch of good calls. I was very happy with the conversations tonight. So very cool. Not complaining at all. But I still haven't had even one person try to join the stream from TikTok. I mean, I've had the TikTok stream going at the same time as the YouTube stream all night. So maybe that will bear fruit in the future. Maybe I'll just, I mean, I know I'm going to sound like an old man when I say this, but like, I don't give a shit about TikTok. Like I did not start this channel to have a big following on TikTok. I never even cared. But like I said, the only reason I started trying to get the TikTok thing set up at the same time, because I'm like, well, maybe I'll get more callers from TikTok. And some people told me, yeah, you'll get more callers because on TikTok, there's just like a join button. You know, it's very easy. They just hit the join button and then they're in the waiting room and then they can talk to you live and all of that. So maybe in the future that will be a major source of calls. I don't know. But so far, I did the first TikTok joint YouTube stream on Saturday? And I got no callers then. And now tonight we've streamed for 7 hours. I've streamed for 7 hours. Gosh, it almost sounds sad. It almost sounds like, what the hell's wrong with you? But I've streamed for 7 hours. I've had great conversations on YouTube. It has been a good night. I just haven't had a single person try to join the conversation from TikTok, which is fine. I don't care that much, except that I just, I always, in theory, the only part about doing this show is that it'd be cool if you had always like a lineup of callers, right? Which obviously takes time because you have to build an audience, because you don't really have a lineup of callers if you've got 10 or 15 or 20 people watching you at a time. But anyway, we'll get there. It's a process. Next year at this time, Justin at Deconstruction Zone will be shutting down because I will be taking all of his traffic. Just kidding. All of the other atheist streamers will be shutting down because I will have taken everyone's traffic because, I will just dominate this space. Not really, but we'll get there. We will keep growing the channel. Now that I have it set up, even if no one ever calls in from TikTok, you might as well set up both streams now because it works. So we'll keep doing that. We'll go through more comments, of course, next week. I have another video that I'm almost done editing. Not going to do that tonight, but it'll be up for members tomorrow-ish, sometime tomorrow. And we'll keep doing the live stream. This is fun. I appreciate everyone joining. I also have to give... I got to give a mad shout out because I'm just looking up right now at the the chat, and I'm seeing Dale. Dale just put something in the chat talking to Mac Time, and I have a lot of great people who join all my live streams, but I'm calling out Dale because that motherfucker, you were there like at the beginning of the live stream. Even Michael, who's like one of my biggest fans, I think he had to drop off a little earlier because he was going to bed or something. Yeah, he said good night. Secular Scriptures has dropped off. Everyone else has dropped off. But Dale, god damn, man, like motherfucker's still in there in the chat. You are the man. I always kind of half jokingly think you're either an amazing person or we need to reach out and help your social life. That this is what you're doing for 7 hours. Although I know if you're watching a live stream, you probably have 3 other things going on in your computer, right? I do when I'm watching a live stream. But I appreciate each and every one of you. I enjoyed talking with Mac Time tonight. Enjoyed a couple of those other callers. Of course, we had a lot of good commentary from Anka. Had a good fun laughing at some of the crazy commenters that were on some of the other videos. Oh my gosh. And we have more stuff to go through. Like I said, we didn't even get through all the comments tonight. Not by far. I have like this big long list of other shit I could go through if I wasn't about to fall asleep at my desk. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for patronage. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sending super chats and tips and memberships and all that. I appreciate everyone so much. So I usually do something impromptu during the week, but I got some other shit going on this week. So I think that the next time you see me will be next Tuesday. Same bat time, same bat channel, 5 p.m. Central. I never make commitments about the midweek impromptu streams because I don't want to commit to any more than one live stream a week. But if you guys have been hanging around long enough, you know, a lot of times I end up doing like 2 a week or so. But if you don't see me until next Tuesday, you'll get that too. So thanks, everyone. Appreciate everyone, and have a good night. Lo, I say unto you, stay skeptical.